If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers, Johnny Mills.
And today we are finally going over the Jonbenet Ramsey case. This is part one, an American tragedy. One of the, if not most famous, child murder case of all time.
The most requested too, I believe.
Yeah, our listeners have been clamoring for this episode for a while, since on the surface it seems to be relatively basic case, but like a lot of cases, there is quite a bit of information to go over. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notification to get updates. And if you like the video, click like, leave any comments, questions, thoughts, or any other requests. We will get to them. Make sure you like our Facebook page as well, and you can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon also. So, I don't think this case really needs an extensive introduction. Maxwell, even you're familiar with this case, right? No.
I just seen it on TV a lot back in the day.
Yeah,
some little girl got killed and the parents were to blame or something like that.
That's one of the theories.
She was like a little model, right? She's like 5 years old.
She was
or 7 years old.
a beauty pageant queen.
Yeah.
This also actually put beauty pageants in general more into the limelight, as should parents be doing this to their children.
Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy.
It kind of spiraled, not just from the murder itself, but also the beauty pageant background. Johnny, initial thoughts on the case?
I don't know. Just recently I heard about the brother doing something about it. Had something to do with it.
Yeah, he was on Dr. Phil. Very bizarre interviews.
I never heard of that theory before, but I always thought maybe the parents had something to do with it.
I think the majority of people thought it was the parents, and then there was always a contingent who thought it was Burke, the brother, and then the parents covered up for the brother.
And the brother is like mentally challenged or something, right? Or like autistic or something like that?
Somewhat. I don't know. There's conflicting reports on that as well.
He was a little smiley in that one interview.
Yeah, we'll have to go over that extensively. But what always bothered me about this case is there were just strange little clues in the basement, like as if it was staged, like there's just more than meets the eye there. Was there really an intruder? Was there an intruder who didn't kill her and then Burke killed her? How do you make sense of all of these inconsistencies in the case?
And then the ransom letter and all that
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Then, of course, the weird ransom letter with some details that you got handwriting experts on both sides saying whether the mother did it or not. And
then the money was like similar to what the father was going to receive or something like that.
There's so many problems with it. But there's also, when you go down all the rabbit holes in this case, there's even DWB action, Maxwell.
Break that down. What's that again?
Devil-worshipping bastard.
Yeah, supposedly the father might have been involved with some shady people in government, and there's a human trafficking angle as well. There's a lot of strange things, so let's go over an outline real quick, the basic facts of the case. Here's some background information about the Jonbenet Ramsey murder investigation, which I don't know if I said this, but other than OJ, this might have been, the biggest media coverage of a murder case, right?
Yeah, in that time.
Yeah, at the time.
In real time.
The 6-year-old beauty pageant queen was found murdered in her Boulder, Colorado home on December 26th, 1996. No one has ever been charged in the case, and the investigation is still open. Early suspicion fell on her parents, but they were exonerated after DNA at the scene was found to belong to a male unrelated to the Ramsey family. Now, once again, if you haven't checked out our episode on the Stephen Avery series, DNA for Dummies, that's required listening to see how DNA works. So the DNA is not really good at matching, but it is pretty good at excluding suspects. So when they say that it belonged to a male unrelated to the Ramsey family, so they compared the genes, they compared the DNA, so that there might be some. I wouldn't write that off quite as easily as saying, oh, this was a DNA match, because a DNA match could match multiple people. But DNA exclusions seem to be much more accurate in DNA testing.
And some of the new DNA testing is going to be even more accurate and quicker too.
Yeah.
Which has been just
so
announced
supposedly we'll have to do an episode specifically on DNA within the Jonbenet series as well. So this is part one, an American tragedy. And in our further episodes, we will be exploring everything in depth. So JonBenet was born August 6, 1990. She was born in Atlanta, Georgia. Her birth name is Jonbenet Ramsey. Parents John and Patricia, also known as Patsy Ramsey. Siblings include Burke Ramsey, John Andrew Ramsey, half-brother, Melinda Ramsey Long, half-sister, Elizabeth Ramsey, half-sister,
so many kids,
who actually died in 92 at age 22. Other facts, JonBenet was named after her father, Jonbenet Ramsey, and her name is pronounced in a French style, Jonbenet. That's what it says here. She won the following beauty pageants: Little Miss Colorado, Little Miss Charlevoix, Colorado State All-Star Kids Cover Girl, America's Royal Miss, and National Tiny Miss Beauty.
That stuff's so weird to me.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Those pageants. Yeah.
She is buried in Marietta, Georgia, beside her mother, who died from ovarian cancer in 2006, and her half-sister, Elizabeth Ramsey, who died in a car crash in 1992.
That was a 22-year-old?
Yes.
Wasn't there another kid that died? Younger?
No.
No?
No. Timeline, December 26, 1996, JonBenet is murdered in Boulder, Colorado. Her body is found in her basement the same day. JonBenet's mother, Patsy, says she found a ransom note demanding $118,000 for JonBenet's return. January 4th, 97, reports reveal that JonBenet's skull had been fractured. April 30th, 1997, police conduct their first formal interviews with John and Patsy Ramsey. That's also kind of strange. That's quite a bit of time off.
Time off what?
Well, if she died the 26th or the 25th, they didn't conduct the first formal interview until April 30th. With the parents.
Yeah, that is weird. What's also weird is the ransom note for the money. That's not
Yeah.
a lot at all.
Yeah, it's also a very specific amount.
Yeah.
We will get to that. Yeah.
Be like 10 million.
December 97, Boulder police say John and Patsy Ramsey remain under, quote, an umbrella of suspicion, end quote. January 15th, 98, JonBenet's parents declined to participate in a second interview with detectives, saying they won't cooperate unless police allow them to review evidence in the case. So they want to see evidence. October 13th, 1999, Boulder County District Attorney Alex Hunter states that no indictments will be issued due to lack of evidence in the case. You know what's weird, though? Like, if you have the body, you have the scene of the crime. How is that not enough? Like, there's all these other cases. There's no body. They don't know where they were killed. People went missing. Like, and they still managed to somehow get a decent amount of evidence. Like here, it seems like you have it all here.
The
it
DNA,
seems like,
though, maybe they're just trusting that DNA.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot. Wasn't there like rope?
Yeah, we'll get into a lot. There's not a dearth of evidence here as in other cases where there's so many unknowns. We have a lot of knowns in this case. December 2003, a new DNA sample is submitted to the FBI database in the hope of finding new leads. June 24th, 2006, Patsy Ramsey, age 49, dies of ovarian cancer. August 16th, 2006, officials announce that 41-year-old John Mark Carr has been arrested in Bangkok, Thailand as a suspect in the case. Carr allegedly told an American investigator that he drugged JonBenet and sexually assaulted her before accidentally killing her. Prosecutors later dropped the case after DNA tests failed to link him to the scene of the crime. You know what? The other thing that's weird, and we'll get into him specifically, but can they exclude him? Because if he didn't act alone,
yeah, he could have.
If he did it with somebody else, I don't know.
Well, you'll have all the details on how they proved it wasn't him.
We will go over. Yeah, we'll go over the overview of all the suspects and all the theories, and in our further episodes, we'll go deep into each specific rabbit hole and upturn every stone in this case as well in typical Mindshock fashion.
The other weird thing is today's December 26th.
Yes, we are recording this on the anniversary of JonBenet's body being found. July 9th, 2008, Boulder County District Attorney Mary Lacey says no one in the Ramsey family is considered a suspect and formally apologizes in a letter to John Ramsey. February 2009, the Boulder Police Department resumes its status as the lead agency investigating the case. That's kind of weird. October 2nd, 2010, police investigators conduct new rounds of interviews. January 27th, 2013, the Boulder Daily Camera reports that in 99, the grand jury voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death, but Hunter decided there was not enough evidence to file charges and did not sign the indictment.
The judge did that.
A grand jury, yeah. So, but Hunter was the DA. Is that the DA?
Okay.
So she didn't sign. But this does tell us that the parents were considered suspects.
According to the grand jury.
Yeah.
So they got all the details, all the facts based off.
Well, it's kind of weird. It's child abuse resulting in death. So does that mean they have evidence of abuse, but not necessarily the murder? So someone else could have still committed the murder, but the parents also abused her. I don't know what. Exactly.
Yeah. Was there other things that we don't know about?
Yeah. There's a lot we don't know in this case. December 28th, 2016, after CBS airs a docuseries about the case suggesting that JonBenet's brother, Burke Ramsey, may have been the culprit, Burke files a $250 million defamation lawsuit against the network, the production company that made the documentary, and one of the experts featured in the special, Dr. Werner Spitz. Burke had filed a separate defamation lawsuit against Spitz in October, stemming from a comment the doctor made during a radio interview. John Ramsey later files his own suit against CBS in Michigan State Court.
Did they ever win those things? Huh.
All right, so I'm going to go over a Rolling Stone article which actually names the top 8 suspects, and we'll go through those as well as a couple other suspects and theories. So, who killed JonBenet Ramsey? 8 possible suspects. This was published on October 12th, 2016 by Brian Lovett. From her immediate family to the kindly neighborhood Santa Claus. A brief look at the cases for and against the murder's most popular suspects. The unsolved murder of 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey never fails to spark a heated debate, rife with conflicting theories, false confessions, and a growing inventory of evidence. The 20-year-old case of who killed the tiny blue-eyed pageant queen has become a white whale for armchair detectives and conspiracy theorists. While many adamantly believe JonBenet was accidentally killed by a member of her own family, who then staged her death to look like a kidnapping, others are convinced that an intruder broke into the Ramsey home, slaughtered JonBenet, and left her there for her family to find. Over the years of relentless and sensationalized coverage that immortalized JonBenet in a tawdry pageant photos, the search to find her killer has turned into a massive game of media clue. Was it her mother in the basement with a paintbrush for a garret? The emotionally disturbed older brother with a flashlight to the face. The family friend dressed as Santa who seemed a little too eager to visit his special friend on Christmas. That's really sick and dark, right? Santa Claus is kind of like a child predator. Maxwell and I just did a special podcast episode on Santa being Satan. And
Satan Claus?
Satan's cause is possibly Santa Claus for Christmas. But yeah, that's all very, very dark. Aside from the hype and bombast surrounding its 20-year anniversary, no one seemed to be able to offer much more than theories. As it stands, the list of people linked to JonBenet's murder is as winding as the spiral stairs that led to her corpse in the basement. Now that we've supposedly been given all the information we'll probably get, here's a review of the alleged perps, ranging from her own parents to a child pornographer on the lam in Thailand, who have come up in countless attempts to nail the killer behind one of America's longest and most baffling true crime whodunits. The mother, Patsy Ramsey. JonBenet's mother, Patsy Ramsey, took whatever secrets of that morning she had with her to the grave when she passed away after a 13-year battle with ovarian cancer that eventually spread to the brain. Though both her and her husband John were formally exonerated in 2008, thanks to developments in DNA technology, many still suspect that the former Miss West Virginia accidentally murdered her 6-year-old child in a fit of rage over a bedwetting accident, then covered it up post-haste. From the outside, Patsy was your pleasant and influential suburban mother of 2, known for her beauty pageant-winning daughter, JonBenet, and the lavish Christmas parties she threw every year. Still, several pieces of evidence suggest that she may have had more to do with the crime than she let on. First, it's been speculated that while cleaning up yet another one of Jonbenet's bedwetting accidents, which are said to have occurred with some frequency, Ramsey flipped a switch and slammed the little girl's head against the side of a hard, blunt surface like a bathtub. Second, Jonbenet was found with a rope around her neck, tightened by a homemade garrote, determined to have been fashioned out of a paintbrush taken from Patsy's paint kit that lay nearby. Third, the most bizarre ransom note in the history of ransom notes. Patsy said she discovered a 2.5-page ransom note on one of the rungs down the spiral staircase that led to the basement where Jonbenet's body was found, written in strange verbiage that seemed listed from classic crime films. The note demanded $118,000 be given to the foreign faction by 10 a.m. the next day, which was later figured out to be the same amount of John Ramsey's Christmas bonus from his company Access Graphics. Some sources, including Boulder PD's former co-leading investigator, Steve Thomas, have speculated that Patsy wrote the note herself in a moment of panic after realizing what she'd done to Jonbenet. But the handwriting analysis, though convincing, were eventually found to be inconclusive. It was determined, however, that the note had been written on a piece of Patsy's stationery from inside the home with her own pen. In the years following the murder, Patsy appeared extremely defensive, once even hashing it out with a naysayer on Larry King Live. While family and friends insisted that Patsy adored Jonbenet and would never have put the little girl in harm's way, some onlookers came down hard, criticizing Ramsey for sexualizing a vulnerable child through a string of beauty pageants. Initial thoughts on the mother? Maxwell?
Was that all from the mother? Like it was. You talked about the mother only.
Right. Just
okay,
now,
so
yeah.
you just okay.
I didn't get to the
So
father
everything
yet.
was about the mother.
Yeah.
Um.
Maxwell Army.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't know. What?
All right, let's move on to the father, John Ramsey. Police arrived at the crime scene that morning, the morning after Christmas Day, to find no footsteps in the snow or signs of a possible intruder. I've seen that disputed as well. Linda Arndt, the first police officer to arrive at the scene at that morning, looked around the house to no avail. Eventually, she sent John Ramsey and his neighbor, Fleet White, to search the house for anything unusual. Ramsey made a beeline straight for the basement cellar where he immediately found his deceased child. Though he'd been told to leave everything where he found it, he picked her up, carried the body upstairs, removed a piece of tape from the child's mouth, and placed her down. He even covered her up with a throw blanket, further destroying vital physical evidence. That's when Arndt started to feel that perhaps Ramsey knew too much. Arndt had made no secret of her suspicions toward the family. While Ramsey's unseen discovery of the body was suggested to have been the fault of a botched police investigation, some believe it's strange that intuition alone would lead a person to an admittedly unused part of the home. Is this kind of like the Stephen Avery case? Pam Stern, who just went straight to the RAV4 in a lot of 4,000 vehicles.
Yo, see, here's the weird thing. Their house is probably huge, but you would have looked everywhere in that house
When you can't find her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people think that they were actually planning to get rid of the body and stage it as a kidnapping, but the police showed up too soon or something. Or they
She
changed
called
their
the
mind or
police
something.
though, and there's a recording and all that stuff.
Yeah, so they changed her mind or something happened. I don't know the timeline exactly of the alleged theory that they were actually going to remove her from the house, but then they didn't, or they changed up their plan or whatnot. Maxwell,
But it
thoughts?
was an
No thoughts at all?
See, that would make sense as an accident, right? Like the mom's, they said, she might have hit her or something by accident.
But then but then what? They're trying to stage it, but then they're trying to get rid of the body, and then they change their mind for getting rid of the body. How do we account for all this strangeness?
Another thing was they tried to take the fall for the son because he did it. They didn't want him to go to jail or whatever.
But how
it
does
was.
that account for them staging, putting tape on her mouth and?
I don't know what would you guys do? If you accidentally did something like that. I don't know. You might.
I don't know if it
panic,
was really an accident. Why would you cover it? If it was really an accident, unless they thought maybe it wasn't an accident, they thought he did it on purpose. Then that's different. If it was a real accident, I don't know. I would think everything would be on the up and up if it was just an accident. If they suspect,
if they accidentally killed her, the parents or the mom.
Oh, the parents.
Yeah,
Accident. I don't know.
not the son,
Yeah.
but Like, or say, like, one of you guys, like, accidentally killed your kid. Like, I don't know.
That's kind of dark. I don't know. No clue.
It's
Like
weird, like,
accident.
if
I
you
guess most people
accidentally-
would say it just wouldn't happen.
Well, you'd
just
have to
wouldn't.
assess the situation. Okay.
Because at that point, you're
I'm definitely
panicking.
gonna
You don't
be-
know what... You don't...
Yeah.
Like, you didn't mean to do it, obviously. And then it's like,
Yeah,
damn,
you need
I don't want to,
24
like...
hours.
Unless they did mean to do it, and then, or they were in a fit of rage and they meant to do it that second, and then
Yeah, okay.
we don't know. We really don't know, because if it was a real accident, I don't know if people would jump to try to cover up a real accident. But let's say they got really mad at her for whatever reason, and they wanted to kill her that second, and then obviously, or not even kill her, but they wanted to hit her really hard. And it's like, is that covered under accident? Because it would have to be something nefarious like that, because you're not supposed to hit your kid. So
Yeah.
if they want to hit her but not kill her, they would cover that up. But if they didn't mean to hurt her in any way and she got killed, I would think they wouldn't cover that up. But I don't know. And that's assuming it was the parents or Burke. Same thing with the Burke situation. If Burke accidentally killed her versus intentionally, would that change the actions of the parents? It might, right? Because if it was a real accident, I mean, what do they have to... I mean, if it was... I don't know. Maxwell, thoughts? Accident, non-accident?
It's possible that it's an accident. I don't know. Why the basement, though?
It's just crazy because it could have been an accident, but then they, like, put the rope around her neck with the thing and
Yeah.
all this other stuff.
Well, it's kind of like it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Back to Watergate. Well, that's okay. So Arndt told ABC News in 99 that she'd found other actions of theirs suspicious as well, like how John and Patsy let the 10 a.m. deadline.
Yeah, that's so specific, too. Like, the only people that would know that is the wife. I mean, the little kid's not going to write the ransom note. Or, like, one of his colleagues or something. Or the wife
Or if
could
the
have
parents
told-
are trying to make it look like one of the colleagues, they're trying to set it up. Is that too much forward thinking?
what
If
was
they're
the-
that panicked, would they think, oh, wait a second, let's make believe one of John's rivals at work is jealous of his bonus, so let's make that bonus so when the investigators come to try
Yeah,
to
that
figure it
number.
out, they're going to think it's that guy.
But what was the thing that they had to pay it to? That
Some
was
kind of foreign,
that's random.
foreign faction. Well, it's from movies. It's taken from movies about ransoms.
Yeah, there's no phone number. There's, I don't know. That's a nice bonus though. Either 118,000 or 180,000.
Yeah, hold on.
It's a nice bonus. What would you do with that bonus, Maxwell?
I don't know. Vacation.
Yeah, 118,000.
118,000.
So the 10 a.m. deadline in the 118,000 ransom notes slipped by without a word. So like they weren't concerned about. Arndt described kneeling beside JonBenet's body inches away from John Ramsey, so convinced the murderer was in the house with her that she claimed to have quietly counted the bullets in her holster just in case she had to use one.
Yeah, I remember that. She there's a live interview with her explaining that whole thing.
Arndt wasn't the only one who found Ramsey's behavior that morning strangely suspect. A detective on the scene claimed to have overheard John Ramsey making arrangements to fly the family to Atlanta just hours after the murder. John later admitted to this, saying that they'd been asked to leave the house and just wanted to go home to Atlanta, where they'd lived for over 25 years. Innuendo of sexual abuse began to circulate, though no evidence was ever found to prove these allegations. There is no history, Ramsey said in a statement. A person doesn't go through their lives as a normal human being, one night turn into a monster slaughtering their daughter, go to bed, and then get up and act normal from there on. That doesn't happen. He too was exonerated with his late wife Patsy in 2008 once DNA testing cleared all three members of the immediate Ramsey family. Also, rumors that John was involved with some high-ranking government officials and DWB people. Occult, dark trafficking, etc. Dark stuff. No, this is my edition. This was not in the Rolling Stone article.
Yeah,
This is just one of the rabbit holes that John was in some kind of influential circle of people, and some of the parties they had at their house were occult in nature. There's some really
sacrifice.
there's some dark theories in this case as well. Let's move on to the brother, Burke Ramsey. John and Patsy Ramsey diligently shielded JonBenet's older brother, Burke, from the press for years after the murder. And judging by his recent, very strange interview with Dr. Phil, that was probably a good idea. Ramsey, who was formally exonerated in 2008, along with his parents, made a decision to clear the air in September, and the 29-year-old software developer creepily grinned through Dr. Phil's line of questioning that ran down the chain of events leading up to the night in question. Soon after, CBS aired The Case of JonBenet Ramsey, a two-part documentary that reinvestigated the evidence of the crime with a select group of FBI and forensic experts, including retired profiler Jim Clemente and former Scotland Yard behavioral analyst Laura Richards. The documentary leaned their suspicions towards Burke Ramsey as close as they possibly could without making any kind of formal accusation.
What year was this again? 95? The whole thing.
96.
96. Okay.
The CBS team set up a compelling theory. Famed forensic investigator Werner Spitz's review of JonBenet's autopsy included a perfectly rectangular defect that he suspected. Maxwell, what are you doing?
Just dancing around a little bit.
Dancing with the Wolves.
Okay. Famed forensic investigator Werner Spitz's review of JonBenet's autopsy included a perfectly rectangular defect that he suspected came from a blow to the little girl's head with a blunt, heavy flashlight seen in a photo on the kitchen counter in the crime scene photos. He claimed the flashlight fit the 8.5-inch gash in her skull, quote, to perfection, end quote.
Damn,
However, no trace evidence of either JonBenet nor Burke was found on the flashlight. The flashlight became even more suspicious when tied to the pineapple scenario, a theory that suggested JonBenet had taken a slice of fruit from Burke's late-night snack found on the dining room table. An undigested piece of pineapple was found in the child's stomach during autopsy, leading him to strike her with the nearby flashlight out of anger. Lastly, the wounds on JonBenet's back, previously assumed to have come from an encounter with a stun gun,
What?
were consistent with the edges of one of Burke's toy train tracks, which Spitz suggested may have been used by Burke to poke his sister's unconscious body for a response. However, Burke shot back immediately after the special aired, not the usual action of a guilty party, his attorney L. Lynn Wood claiming that CBS perpetuated a fraud on its viewers. Then, last week, Wood filed a $150 million lawsuit against Spitz for potentially defamatory statements he made about Burke while promoting the special. And the lawyer confirmed to Rolling Stone that they are still intent on suing the network once a mandatory waiting period has passed. So what do we think of the Burke theories? That's one of the most popular online theories, is that the brother did it and then the parents covered it up sort of sloppily.
All right, the pineapple thing was crazy. Never heard of that.
You never heard of that? That was a main... I remember when the case was even in the media even a lot. When that first information came out, they were trying to figure out the time of death on that. And then why would an intruder kill her, then put her in the basement, tie her up after she's already dead?
What was the electrocution thing again? You said his train track?
Well, originally, so there was some marks on her back that some people theorized that a stun gun was used
okay,
on
stun
her.
gun. Okay.
And then, but this guy Spitz said that it actually fits Burke's toy train tracks perfectly.
What it train tracks meaning, like a piece of it, and then you could like poke with it. Okay.
Because if he hit her and he didn't mean to kill her, and then she was unconscious, and he was trying to, I don't know, wake her up if he thought she was sleeping. I don't know.
So this would have happened in the
train
kitchen.
track?
With whatever was nearby, yeah, which would have been a piece from the train track set, yeah.
So this would have happened in the kitchen. This whole thing possibly because he said the flashlight was in the kitchen. She had the pineapple, his midnight snack, or whatever snack it was. So their parents are sleeping.
There's a bunch of different scenarios of where it happened. We're gonna go over all of them in a future episode.
Because the kid ain't gonna carry her down the stairs.
Unlikely, yeah. So the parents would have had to.
Unless he could. He was 7, I think,
She
and
was
then
6.
She was 6. He could drag her down the
I
stairs.
guess. I don't think he would. You bring up a good point, though. I don't think he would do that.
Like
it just seems not something that a kid would do. I don't know. It'd
then
be too
tie her
hard too.
up.
He wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be that easy. I don't think a kid would want to do something that hard. I don't know. It just seems like it's too much of a thing to do. I don't know. Let's move on to the town drifter, Gary Oliva. Gary Oliva was a 32-year-old known sex offender in Boulder, Colorado, when JonBenet was found strangled to death in what looked like a potential sexual assault, given that there was a droplet of blood on her underwear. The convicted pedophile had been living in the area on and off when police allegedly found a magazine cutout of Jonbenet Ramsey in his backpack after he was apprehended on drug charges in 2000. He was soon released, but suspicions remained. You know what else is weird? Could that blood have been planted on her underwear?
Was that the only blood? But she wasn't bleeding, right? Or was she? But yeah, it could have been.
If that blood was planted, yeah, that's kind of weird. And do they know the identity of the person? They just haven't released it for whatever reasons.
Could she have been hit in the head and not have been passed out? Like she just,
I guess.
Like she just had that dent in her head and just maybe died like hours later or something, or even
We don't know.
half hour later.
We don't know. A lot of potential scenarios. The Ramseys family's longtime private investigator, Ollie Gray, once referred to Oliva's ties to Jonbenet as a bombshell arrest in the case and lambasted the Boulder PD for failing to consider him as a more credible suspect. Soon after, Oliva's high school friend, Michael Vale, stepped forward with an allegation supporting Gray's suspicion. Vale claimed that not long after the murder, a distraught Oliva had called him on the phone and confessed to his longtime pal that to have hurt a little girl. I hurt a little girl. Vale revealed in Touch magazine earlier this year that he was particularly unsettled by how the knots used to fashion the garrote that strangled Jonbenet were similar to those used in an incident where Oliva attempted to choke his mother with a telephone cord. My blood ran cold when I read that, recalled Vale of his troubled childhood friend. Oliva was also rumored to have possible connections to a theory that links the marks found on Jonbenet's body to an encounter with a stun gun. Oliva had one on him at the time of his arrest. That's kind of circumstantial. While he too was cleared by DNA testing for the Jonbenet murder, he was recently charged with 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a child for possessing child pornography. He was last reported by the Denver Post to have been arrested in June and held on $100,000 bond and is scheduled to appear in court later this fall.
2018.
Well, this article was 2016. So.
Oh, okay.
You know what's weird, though? If let's say it was the father, John, if he has connections in high-up connections in government, could they be paying off the friends of, like, known criminals to say this about their friend? Like, do we have a record of that phone call? You know, it'd be interesting if there was a recording of that call as well. Where's the NSA when you need one? Anything post, like, mid-late 90s, I mean, shouldn't the NSA have recordings of all conversations?
They probably did record stuff before that, too.
I mean, it would be unlawful, so you couldn't use it in court, but it would it would still be damning. You know, it'd be enough to get a warrant, right? Like, you couldn't use it in court to convict the person since it was illegally obtained.
Yeah.
However, if there was a record of that conversation, that would be pretty damning. All right, let's move on to the electrician, Michael Helgoth. Another potential suspect, according to Ollie Gray, was an electrician named Michael Helgoth who worked in a nearby auto salvage yard. Gray referred to Helgoth as a hellraiser.
Was that Avery?
Helgoth was a hellraiser?
Hellraiser, wow.
Helgoth Hellraiser, tied to an alleged property dispute involving the Ramseys. Could that have served as possible motivation to seek revenge on the family and kidnap Jonbenet? Here's another thing. What if it was a kidnapping gone wrong? What if Jonbenet was getting noisy or loud and he didn't want to kill her, whoever was in the house? There's still too many inconsistencies and problems, and wouldn't Burke, I mean, I don't know. What if it was related, if it was something that was related to the parents that they didn't want known? They could have not come forward with information about a possible intruder and they know who did it. But they're hiding it, they hid it for whatever reason. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
Interesting theory. What? You
doing a podcast or what?
Of course.
That's all you got?
Right at this point, yeah.
It's been speculated that once the 26-year-old Helgoth caught wind that he could be a suspect in the case, officials found a boot print allegedly similar to his near the Ramsey home. He committed suicide before anyone could get to him. His death occurred 2 days after a 97 press conference announcing that the Boulder DA was zeroing in on a new suspect. However, Helgoth remains cleared by both DNA and death. I don't know. How does death clear him? Because if he did it, I don't know. It's a weird article. So anyway, what do we think of this? Is that suspicious, Maxwell, that he committed suicide 2 days after the press conference saying that they were zeroing in on a new suspect?
That's crazy.
Now, the boot print match, how much is that worth? I mean, a lot of people might wear similar boots. I don't...
Yeah, like size and all that stuff, though. Can be...
It doesn't say a whole lot. We're going to have to do a dedicated episode on that particular boot print because there's also conflicting reports that they found nothing.
And they're
then
also...
they found a boot print. I don't know.
They're also known to have these lavish Christmas parties. So
Yeah.
the 25th is Christmas.
Yeah,
There
so
must
it
have
could
been
have
a lot
been
of people
anybody.
there.
Theoretically, it could have been anybody at the party who saw her and came back for her for whatever reason. You know what's a really messed up conspiracy theory? What if, for whatever reason, the parents wanted to orchestrate the kidnapping for some purpose that we don't know about? And they either paid somebody, or even the darkest theories are that they sold her into slavery or whatever, and when someone was coming to get her, something went wrong and they killed her. And the parents didn't want to be implicated in this. I mean, that's one of the darkest theories ever. And I'm not saying it's true in any way, but that's as dark as it gets.
Yeah, I wonder how many people they had at their party. Like, I'm picturing it's like a huge party with like
Yeah.
maybe 50 people or something like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a dedicated podcast on that scenario. Let's move on to the school teacher, John Mark Carr. So in 2006, a former school teacher, John Mark Carr, confessed out of the blue to the 96 strangulation of Jonbenet in graphic sexual detail. Carr was arrested in Thailand, where he'd been living on the lam after facing child pornography charges in the U.S. The now 51-year-old initially brought himself into the mess by reaching out to a University of Colorado Boulder professor named Michael Tracy over email in regards to a documentary Tracy was making on the case. Once those emails took a disturbing turn, revealing the grown man's sexual fascination with Jonbenet, Tracy reported Carr to the police, who arrested him in Bangkok as a possible suspect. He was immediately flown to Boulder for questioning, but was ultimately cleared after his DNA failed to match the profile of an unknown male found on the waistband of Jonbenet's long johns. You know what else is weird? What if the real perpetrator, for whatever reason, had some kind of blood from someone else and they were thinking ahead and they just dropped that piece of blood there to throw them off the trail of the real perpetrator? Because it seems like you're right. They're putting all of their stock into this DNA sample.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing to consider, even though an exclusion test is pretty good, there could have still been problems with the DNA test. Like, they obviously need to redo all these tests with new DNA technology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of random. Like, why would the person have blood? Like, where's that blood coming from? Like, if it wasn't planted, like why?
Did Jonbenet hit him with something resisting, and that caused? But there would be more than one drop, though, right? If that happened, I don't know. It's weird. It is kind of bizarre. Why would there be just one drop? Unless there was a lot more and he cleaned it all up, except for but there's still probably be more than one drop. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. What do you think, Maxwell?
I concur.
Maxwell Army. Don't you think there'd be more than one drop of a killer on a victim? So there would either be none or more than one drop. Why is there only one drop?
Try to conserve blood.
What?
Try to conserve blood. I don't know.
What?
The police
I don't
planted
know,
it.
If it comes from a tube or something, or
Oh, no, but if it's not a plant, if it's not planted blood, like if you're trying to kill somebody,
yeah.
if they hit you or something and you're bleeding, so there would either be more than one drop or no blood. Why would there only be one? Like, even if you cleaned it up, would you clean it up that perfect that there's only one drop? That's a good point. I don't know. That's weird, right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And then to hide her in the same house, or not even hide.
Well, if they're trying to remove her, what if they got spooked? What if they're trying to remove her and then as they're getting to the basement? Well, they wouldn't take her out the front door. That's too suspicious. So maybe they would be trying to take her out.
One of the
through
windows
back
were
basement.
busted out in the basement, though.
Yeah, there was that as well. There's a lot of this whole case is really strange. Like, if you're
How
staging
big is
it,
the window? Is it?
so would that be part? Could that have been part of the family staging, or the perpetrator if it wasn't part of the staging? Or, okay. So Carr's demented confession involved a series of diary entries allegedly written from the scene of the crime. In one dramatic account, Carr recalls strangling Jonbenet in a love game gone wrong. Quote, "Close your pretty eyes, sweetheart," end quote. That's pretty sick. Reads the excerpt in which Carr repeatedly refers to himself as Daxus. Daxus loves you so much. Oh God, I love you, Jonbenet, and my lover's eyes are slowly closing. These are some pretty weird entries. Carr's alleged involvement broke international headlines, and his earnest insistence on having killed her was enough to set off a media fiasco. However, he was ultimately dismissed as a suspect altogether and written off as a pedophile who was after notoriety and fame. Officials also failed to verify that he was ever in Boulder. According to a 2010 report by the Daily Beast, the one-time suspect is now living a new identity and a new gender in the Pacific Northwest.
Nice.
That's weird. Okay.
Wonder what his name is now.
Okay, the housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh. Okay, so there have also been, other than the parents and Burke, I think the housekeeper theory was probably the next most popular, right? Online.
Didn't know about
from-
the housekeeper.
Yeah.
So parents is number one and housekeeper second.
Well, Burke, I said the third.
Oh, Burke. Oh, third. Sorry. So parents, Burke, and then housekeeper.
I just said that like 1 second ago. The housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh, had worked for the family as their housekeeper, and her husband, Mervyn, was their handyman. So it wasn't surprising that she was known to carry a key to the home. And during the investigation of Jonbenet's murder, Hoffman Pugh didn't even begin to fit the profile the police were after. White, male, former convict, 25 to 30 years old.
The crazy thing is like it could be anybody, because she was famous, right?
Yeah, it could have been anybody that was stalking her at anybody at any one of the pageants, yeah.
It could be like literally anybody.
She didn't hold back on voicing her suspicions that Patsy Ramsey had accidentally killed Jonbenet. So this is what the housekeeper is saying. That said, Patsy claimed to investigators that Hoffman Pugh was struggling for money and had asked for a loan of several $1,000s, which Ramsey had declined. Police showed up at the Pugh's home the night after the murder and asked the 57-year-old housekeeper to write the number 118,000 on a piece of paper, and reportedly took her fingerprints and several strands of her hair. She then testified in front of a grand jury for a total of 8 hours, including a statement against Patsy that read, quote, "I think she had multiple personalities. She'd be in a good mood and then she'd be cranky. She got into arguments with Jonbenet about wearing a dress or about a friend coming over. I had never seen Patsy so upset," end quote. Are we going into a multiple personality theory now, Maxwell? So the mother, one of the mother's personalities killed her. The other personality didn't know. And the personality wrote the handwritten letter, which is why there's problems with the confirmation, because it's a different personality wrote the letter. I don't know. What do you guys think about that theory?
It's okay.
Well, hold on a
Can't
second.
that
Hold on a
change your
second.
whole
Hold on a
physical,
second. If she snapped as the personality that killed Jonbenet, then she snapped back to her main personality and ran to her husband, whatever. She doesn't know who did it, so she'd be genuine. She'd be able to convince the husband.
That's pretty cool. I like that one.
She'd be able to convince him. He wouldn't even think she's lying because she's not lying.
You're writing the
and
script.
she would pass any kind of lie detector test as well, because if it was the other personality. So the parents could have truly not known what happened.
What about the handwriting though? Because they matched the handwriting to her.
Well, there's a bunch of different accounts, but wouldn't that account for the personality? Because it would be slightly closer than a stranger, because it's her hand and the muscles are used to working in a certain way.
I don't know.
We need to look up studies on handwritten matches to different personality types of the same human body.
I heard it could change your physical, like, not appearance maybe, but like change
demeanor,
things. Yeah,
your personality type.
Personality type. Yeah, like for.
Well, I haven't seen
schizophrenics and
anything
stuff.
that said that the handwriting was a complete match. It was inconclusive, so they were saying it could be or couldn't be. There's not enough. It's similar, but it's not 100% exact from what I've seen. We're gonna have to go over that in a dedicated episode as well.
Yeah, and then like how she reacted after that. Did she have any weird episodes and all that?
Yeah. The Hoffman Pugh theory asserted that the housekeeper led a trusting Jonbenet down into the basement that night in an attempt to trick her employers into leaving money for her ransom. It's possible that she could have seen John Ramsey's pay stub for $118,000 as a holiday bonus and chosen that as her demand because she knew they had the money. That's interesting, right? If the housekeeper was in on it and then she made up all this stuff about Patsy to throw suspicion off herself. And if she was just really crazy for money and insane enough, and she got really jealous over that bonus because she thinks she deserves it because of all the hard work she does. I don't know. We're dealing with crazy people. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
Interesting.
Did you get it?
No, not really.
The housekeeper saw the bonus that the father got.
Okay.
And because she wants more money as a housekeeper, and if she's crazy, she might think she deserves it, and she knows they're good for it, because if she saw the check, she'll just give that money to me.
I see. So how does she set it up where she gets it?
I don't know if she was planning the kidnapping and something went wrong, and then she died, so she wrote the note before Jonbenet died, or I don't know. I mean, all of these theories seem to have problems with them.
Yeah.
All the theories have problems with them. Familiar with both the home and the family's schedule, Hoffman Pugh makes a convenient suspect, and without an alibi, she was asleep in bed while her husband allegedly slept on the couch. There is room to speculate she could have been involved. So far, all evidence implicating her in the case is circumstantial at best, and she has never been formally accused of the crime. All right, let's go on to this super dark rabbit hole. The town Santa, Bill McReynolds. Bill McReynolds, now deceased, was a friend of the Ramseys who had dressed up as Santa Claus the week before Jonbenet's murder to entertain the neighborhood children at one of Patsy's famous Christmas gatherings. While an older man dressed as Santa makes a pretty good perp in a sexualized child murder, the possibility that the now deceased McReynolds had anything to do with Jonbenet's death is extremely unlikely. McReynolds is rumored to have paid a little too much attention to Jonbenet, going so far as to arrange a secret visit from Santa Claus on Christmas. Supposedly, he had chosen Jonbenet to be his special friend, going so far as to bring a vial of glitter gifted to him by the 6-year-old with him into heart surgery. That's kind of weird. Even stranger, he asked his wife to mix the gold glitter in with his ashes were he to die. I don't know where they're getting this information from, because I don't know if this has been verified or what. This particular story generated buzz in the Denver Post, but failed to amount to anything more than the sensationalized character assassination of a friendly old man. Furthermore, if it was someone else at the party who maybe kind of sort of looked like McReynolds or knew that McReynolds would dress up as the Santa, what if they dressed up as Santa or whatnot, pretending to be him, knowing that they would be blamed for it? Or is that too crazy a theory? I mean, having this Christmas time setting as a way for certain criminals to try to get away. I mean, I'm sure criminals have dressed up as Santa Claus before, especially during Christmas time, pretending to be whoever to either rob malls or whatnot, like in the movie Bad Santa.
Yeah.
So there's actually one more suspect that doesn't get talked about, and I'm going to bring him up. So this is from an article, newidea.com.au. His name is Keith Schwinneman. So he pled guilty to one count of sexual assault of a child and was given a 4-year deferred sentence. This was 1 year before Jonbenet's death. In a 2003 plea deal, Schwinneman agreed to a 32-year prison sentence for sex acts he committed against 3 women between 93 and 96. He remains imprisoned at the Crowley County Correctional Facility in Colorado. If you look at Jonbenet's murder and Schwinneman's crimes for just the methods of operation, a lot of similarities fit, retired Boulder, Colorado detective Bob Whitson has said. But what we didn't have was any physical evidence against him. Schwinneman tied up 2 of his victims with nylon rope and taped another victim's hands behind her back. In one case, Schwinneman broke through a window before attacking his victim. Schwinneman's DNA did not match that found on Jonbenet's clothes, but Whitson has said that he always wore gloves while committing crimes. In an explosive twist, Schwinneman's ex-partner has said that she can't give him a 100% alibi for the night of Jonbenet's death. So, you know what else is kind of weird, though? What if that drop of blood just a red herring? What if it wasn't a plant, but it's just from whatever, an unexplained scenario that has nothing to do with her death?
Yeah, what if it was there for a long time?
Yeah, what if... Yeah.
From what, though? From who?
We don't know, but let's say it has nothing to do with the killer. Are all these people that have been ruled out because of it, should they have been ruled out? Because if we're looking at a DNA, some kind of DNA evidence that was there for an unrelated reason, or whatever. Let's say it had nothing to do with her death. They ruled out all of these people based on something that might not have had anything to do with her death. That's kind of a problem, right? I think like all of these people need to be relooked at, right?
Yeah.
And there's some other crazy theories, like a wild animal killed her, like an owl or something, because there were animal hairs found on the tape used on her.
She was taped. Her mouth was taped, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. So was she was found dead outside or something? Or
We don't know, but there were animal hairs on the tape. Some people think, oh, well, what if an owl came in through that broken window and just killed her somehow? I mean, I don't know if it had hit her and then she fell and hit her skull hard enough to kill her on something.
Oh
And
my
then,
god!
Obviously, that doesn't explain how the tape
So
what the
the
situation.
owl was flying with the flashlight in its mouth, and then it hit her.
I don't know, just some crazy. And there's also obviously theories that Katy Perry is Jonbenet Ramsey, and Jonbenet Ramsey is actually not dead.
I've heard of this.
Yeah, you can find a lot of crazy theories out there.
Craziness.
Yeah, that's another one.
Wait, Katy Perry or was it Lady Gaga?
Well, there's both. Actually, I think there's one on both. There's Katy Perry and Lady Gaga. I think the Lady Gaga ones I think were a little bit more convincing than the Katy Perry
earlobes.
ones.
They always look at the earlobes.
Yeah, they look at the earlobes and face structures. Maxwell, what do you think about that? Is JonBenet Lady Gaga?
How do you know?
I have no idea. Maybe he is. Maybe she is.
All right, so I'm going to introduce a McGuire theory here.
Oh.
So let's say there was an intruder who might have harmed JonBenet. Her parents didn't know about it because they thought Burke did it.
Wait, say one more time. Somebody else did it?
You're turning into Maxwell here. Yeah.
I like
let's
that.
Somebody else
say
did it, but they thought that Burke
they
did
thought Burke did it.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why they covered it up, because they were trying to protect
Okay,
Burke
yeah.
when in actuality someone else did do it. And
Okay.
that's why none of the evidence matches up. That's why
so-
nothing makes sense.
Hold on. What was the cause of death?
Strangulation.
When
Although
they-
her skull...
Wait, who
was-
found her first alleged?
Well, allegedly, when the police officer showed up, the father searched the house, but he went directly. So the house is a huge mansion. He went directly to that back cellar door where he found her in the basement. He found her,
Yeah.
and he knew exactly where to look, according to that officer.
And
So
Wait,
that's
wait,
strange.
hold on. So they didn't call the cops.
Unless
before-
if they searched the rest of the house,
Wait,
and that
so
was the
hold
only
on, hold
place. If that was the only place they didn't search, it would make sense. Maybe he just remembered. Wait a second, we looked everywhere except there.
maybe or the basement.
'Cause-
Oh, so
yeah.
they called her missing, and then when the
Right, the
officer
police
came,
arrived, yeah.
let's look for her here, and then they
Well,
found.
she just told him to look over
Because
and then
they
he
found
went
the
straight
ransom
there.
note. They were reading, they had the ransom note. So they thought she was taken, from
And
the
the
house.
officer told him to search the house.
See,
and
like,
he
why
went
would they
straight
have him search?
and then they went straight.
Well, I
to
guess
the-
if that was the first officer that arrived, everybody else was arriving soon.
so from
she- I don't
arrival,
know.
they found her in 2 minutes when the dad just
however much
went-
time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
like immediately, like she came
Right,
over.
yeah,
Let's look
okay.
for her again or whatever, and
And-
then found her.
So
And then she's hanging by the rope, and then took her down.
hanging by the rope. What are you talking about?
Because you said she was strangled, right? Or she was hanging
Yeah.
on a rope.
But
Who
not.
said
She
she was-
wasn't hanging.
Who
there.
said she was hanging?
so
She said
when
she was like strangled,
tied
yeah.
up.
That was the cause of death was strangulation.
Oh, sorry. For some reason I hear like I heard rope or something. I don't know.
Yeah, her neck was tied, and she was tied up too, right? But she was also hit in the head with a flashlight, or hit in the head with something, which could have been the flashlight.
So what was the question before I got all into this? What was your question?
My question is, what if there was an intruder, but the parents didn't know about it, and the parents thought Burke killed her, so they wanted to protect
Burke
him,
is
so
the
they
brother.
set the whole thing up, not knowing that there
Not
was an
knowing,
intruder
right,
where there
yeah,
really was.
Yeah.
Would that explain all the anomalies in this case?
Yeah, I like that one. The McGuire theory is pretty sound.
You heard the owl one? That one was kind of crazy.
Which one?
The owl one, or the bird?
I like that one. What did it do?
Well, there's a hole in the
But
window,
you like it without
Yeah.
knowing about it?
Yeah, well, I like the owl. So
and the owl flew through the.
Her skull was
window.
fractured, by the way. It wasn't
Yeah.
just the dent.
so the owl went through the window and like
And then
cracked
hit
her
her in her
skull,
head,
and then
yeah.
and then she died.
How'd
And
she
the
get
owl
tied
left.
up?
And then the
though.
owl tied her up.
Unless it wasn't an intruder and it was the owl that killed her, and the parents still thought it was Burke.
Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah, that bird one. Yeah, that's
I
nuts.
like the owl one. Maybe she was already tied up, and then the owl just broke through the window.
Oh my god.
So they were planning. Somebody's planning somebody's planning to kidnap her, and an owl killed her.
A trained owl. You know how they have like
The
trained
owl
birds?
ruined it. The owl ruined the whole kidnapping.
That's a real theory that people think.
This was actually posted on BusinessInsider.com.
Which one? The owl?
Yeah, an owl did it, or another wild animal. animal hairs were found on JonBenet's body and on the duct tape covering her mouth, which led to some crazy theories that an animal like an owl or a beaver killed her.
Dogman. No, yeah, what? So
Babe.
how would the beaver like?
Well, why are there... Okay, so I think I read a rebuttal to this. The parents originally moved her out of the house, and they were going to dump her somewhere, but then they brought her back. So that's possibly why there's hair on her body. Or someone else, not the parents. If it was an intruder, they originally wanted to get rid of the body, but then maybe if they got spooked that somebody could see them, then they just left the body
They
in
paid
the
the
house.
ransom and got her back.
No, I'm saying...
No, I'm
somebody-
saying like what if they actually did like this happened hours before? They paid the ransom somehow and got the body back.
What? And they pretended not... But why would they pretend any of that?
I don't know. Can
No,
that
if
work?
there was an intruder
I don't
who
think-
wanted
I
to
don't think-
kidnap her, get that. If there was an intruder who wanted to kidnap her, they actually brought her outside for a period of time, but then they got spooked, so they brought her. So then they just threw her back in and left, and that's why there's animal hair on her body because she was outside for a certain period of time. All right, so here's one other final point where this will blow your mind. So if anybody could have done it already, let's open the door even more. So there were over 20 sets of keys that the family had made for other family members and friends to have access to the house. So everyone from neighbors to house cleaners to construction workers, in addition to extended family and friends, had a key to this house. There was also a key hidden under a statue in the backyard. So anybody could have... And they never rekeyed the house. So even when they moved in, supposedly, they never redid the locks. So anybody who owned the house previously, and if they had known they had sold it to the Ramseys, we don't know. So any lost keys along the way for years, anybody could have had this. So any copies made unaccounted for. How bizarre is this case, Maxwell?
Bizarre.
So you have any theory so far? Or are you with the McGuire theory?
Nah, I need to see a documentary. I'm not getting the visuals on it. I need to see visuals so I can imagine the logistics and
Well,
things
we
like
didn't
that.
go over the logistics, but just general of the people involved,
general.
different
I
theories,
don't know. DWBs definitely.
the occult connection. Johnny, what are you thinking right now?
I don't know. I'm still trying to think like if they paid the ransom. Like somebody took her.
Yeah, I'm sticking with my McGuire theory until further notice. However, I think that DNA might be a red herring, which is throwing off the entire investigation. But we're going to have to dig deep into more details and go down all these different rabbit holes. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Feel free to share this episode if you like the episode, like it. Leave any comments, thoughts, or questions. And you can check us out on social media, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Make sure to like our Facebook page and make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
We'll see you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
This is Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 2, Dark Logistics. We will be discussing the technical logistics of the crime, the timeline, and lost and forgotten pieces of evidence and eyewitness testimony that have, for some reason, have fallen by the wayside when they might be the smoking guns to figuring out what happened in this tragic case of the death of Jonbenet Ramsey. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
And if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Like our Facebook page. You could also check us out on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. And if you like this video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And as always, you can leave your questions, comments, thoughts, and any other cases you want to see covered on Mindshock in the comments section. Okay, so after doing our last episode on Jonbenet, do you guys have your prevailing theories? Parents, weird Santa Claus people, or intruder of some other kind? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I think there's, everybody kind of thinks it's the parents, but
Or
it's
Burke?
just too, like,
Burke,
yeah, or
and
the
they cover
brother.
it for him.
But it's just, I feel like there's also a possibility that somebody could have actually broke in and did something.
Oh, there's
you know what I
definitely
mean?
that possibility. That's what makes it so mysterious.
Yeah.
Do you remember my theory?
No.
The parents thought Burke did it and covered
yeah.
for him when there actually was an intruder that did it.
I remember that, yeah.
What do you think, Maxwell? Not that I think that that's true. That I haven't heard that possibility because that would account for the ransom letter being fake because they were trying to cover for their son. But what if it really wasn't their son?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And if he's distraught because his sister's, or for whatever reason he can't talk or whatever, I mean, maybe they can't get the info or they think he's lying. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. Maxwell, thoughts?
Yeah, I have no idea.
You don't have a theory?
No, I mean...
You've seen coverage of
I
the case,
remember-
right? You've seen interviews with the parents?
No. I just remember seeing the kid modeling or something.
That's all you remember for the documentaries? Modeling clips?
Yeah, that she
And
was
beauty
skilled and-
pageants or whatever. All right, let's okay, just to go over the whole case real quick to get back into the groove and so Maxwell can keep up. This is actually a great article called The 20-Year Saga of Jonbenet Ramsey. It was published March 15th, 2016 by Milos Rocker. Jonbenet Ramsey was found dead in her family home on Christmas in 1996. The case of the dead 6-year-old girl captured headlines and attention across the country all over the world. Books, movies, and TV shows have all been made about the case. More than 20 years later, the case continues to mesmerize the public. To learn more about this notorious case and this evolution, read on. Okay, 1. The girl. Jonbenet Ramsey was born in 1990 in Atlanta, Georgia. 1 year after her birth, Jonbenet and her family moved to Boulder, Colorado, which is where her father's business computer system company had its headquarters. In Boulder, Jonbenet's mom entered her daughter in child beauty pageants. In these child beauty pageants, Jonbenet was very successful. Jonbenet claimed many pageant victories, including Colorado State All-Star Kids Cover Girl, Little Miss Colorado, and National Tiny Miss Beauty. Those titles really accentuate how weird that all is. Child beauty pageants. But 2, the mom. Jonbenet Ramsey's mom, Patsy Ramsey, was a beauty pageant all-star herself. Born in West Virginia, Patsy was named Miss West Virginia 1 year before her 21st birthday. 3 years after her pageant victory, Patsy married John Ramsey. They tied the knot on November 5th, 1980, just as the holiday season kicked off. 7 years later, their first son was born. 3 years after that, little Jonbenet was born. 3. The dad. Jonbenet Ramsey's dad, John Ramsey, was born in Lincoln, Nebraska. John's dad was a decorated pilot who fought in World War II. Did you guys know that?
No, I didn't.
After graduating from Michigan State University, John joined the Navy. In 1989, John formed a company that would become part of Access Graphics. And this is something that's not talked about. Access Graphics is actually under the umbrella of Lockheed Corporation. Ooh. That opens the door to plenty of conspiracy theories, but this isn't the episode for that. In 1996, the computer service conglomerate was raking in over $1 billion. In 1996, the Boulder Chamber of Commerce named John their Entrepreneur of the Year.
What?
The family has connections.
Entrepreneur of the Year.
Wait, Entrepreneur of the Year by who?
That's
The Boulder Chamber of Commerce, the city
Oh,
of
okay,
Boulder,
got it.
Colorado.
So
where
he
they
was like, just like doing freelance work for like these companies, or
live. For Access
just like what's with the entrepreneur?
He formed a company that would become a part of Access Graphics, which is under the umbrella of Lockheed.
Damn, that's nuts.
Yeah. So I guess for his company, that became part. So he was the entrepreneur of his company.
Okay. Interesting.
4, Big Brother. Burke Ramsey was Jonbenet's big brother. He was 9 years old when Jonbenet went missing. When Burke's mom realized his little sister was nowhere to be found, his mother frantically woke him up in the middle of the night. Burke didn't get up and help search for Jonbenet.
He said, I'm tired and just kept sleeping.
He didn't get up. Scared and confused, he stayed in bed until a police officer entered his room shining a flashlight in the terrified little boy's face. I wonder exactly what was said to him
I thought it was early in the morning, not like at night. What's with
Friend,
the
what's the
flashlight?
middle of the night? I mean, we'll get into the exact
police
details.
went there
I'll go through
in
the
the
exact hour-by-hour timeline after this. 5. Where did Jonbenet go? The day after Christmas, Jonbenet Ramsey's mom had no idea where her daughter was. At 5:52 a.m., she called 911 to report her daughter missing. On the kitchen staircase, Patsy discovered a ransom note. Most ransom notes are short, a few words at most. This ransom note was 2.5 pages in length. 6. The suspicious ransom note. Part 1. The ransom note baffled authorities then and now. Both the note and a rough draft used a pen and pieces of paper from the Ramseys' home. This meant the note was written at the crime scene. The length of the note and the location of its writing led the police to believe that it was staged. The inclusion of exclamation marks and the absence of fingerprints added to their suspicion. Why did the absence of fingerprints add to the suspicion? If the perpetrator's wearing gloves, there wouldn't be any fingerprints?
I think internally, like I don't know, like suspecting the parents. Is that
Yeah, but
what
if
you're saying?
but why is the lack? It said the absence of fingerprints added to their suspicion. Also, the exclamation points. Wouldn't all that insanity just prove that it might be someone who knew Jonbenet and not necessarily the parents? I don't know. 7. The suspicious ransom note. Part 2. For Jonbenet to return safely, the ransom note demanded $118,000. That was the exact amount of the bonus that Jonbenet's father received that year. In their report, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation stated that there are indications that the author of the ransom note is Patricia Ramsey. A handwriting expert, China Wong, believed Patsy wrote the note too. No one, though, has been able to prove it. And that's always debatable because there's experts on both sides. They say it was her, they say it wasn't her, and then there's experts who say that it can't be determined. And obviously we'll have to do a specific episode just on that. 8. Home for the holidays. The only individuals known to be in the Ramsey household around the time the murder took place were members of Jonbenet's immediate family. There were no grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, or cousins present. Jonbenet's brother, mother, and father were to all appearances the only people home. The police officers who arrived 3 minutes after the phone call couldn't find any evidence of forced entry or break-in. 9. Careless cops. Though the ransom note specifically stated that no cops or friends should be contacted, the Ramseys' home was soon packed with people and police officers. Certain that they were dealing with a kidnapping, the cops sealed off Jonbenet's room, but no other parts of the house. Friends, ministers, and victim advocates were all contaminating possible evidence elsewhere in the house. It's like a Springfield 3 situation where they had all those people in the house contaminating all critical evidence. 10. Show them the money. John Ramsey immediately made arrangements for the money to be paid. At 8 a.m., Boulder Police Detective Linda Arndt entered the scene to help get the kidnappers their money and bring back Jonbenet. No attempt was ever made by the kidnappers to acquire the ransom. Unsettled, Arndt asked John and his friend, Fleet White, to inspect the house again to see if anything looked out of place. 11. Finding Jonbenet. John and Fleet started their inspection in the basement. The basement featured multiple rooms. In one of the rooms, John discovered his missing daughter. Over Jonbenet's mouth was duct tape. Around her wrists and neck was nylon cord. A white blanket covered her torso. 12. Moving Jonbenet. Without waiting a second, John picked up his daughter's body and brought it upstairs. Arndt then took ownership of the body, moving it into the living room. Each time the body was moved, each time someone else touched the body, crucial evidence was contaminated and rendered obsolete. 13. A change of clothes. John, Patsy, and Burke gave the police samples of their handwriting, blood, and hair. John and Patsy were interviewed right away. Burke was interviewed within a couple of weeks. Patsy observed that Jonbenet was wearing different clothes than the ones she had on for bedtime. When Jonbenet was found, she was wearing white leggings and a shirt. You know what's weird? If Patsy is not involved, would that make her more or less likely to say that she was found in a different pair of clothes than she went to bed in? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Nothing, Maxwell?
I got nothing.
Maxwell Army.
Wait,
Johnny?
Can you say that again? What?
If Patsy's involved, let's say if Patsy's responsible, would that make her more or less likely to say that Jonbenet was found in different clothes than she went to bed in? Because apparently she said she was not wearing the clothes that she had on when she went to sleep. She was wearing different clothes
That's
when she
very
was found.
interesting.
Now, if
I guess
Patsy's guilty,
I would
does that
lean-
make
I
her
would
more or
lean
less?
I would lean towards like not be involved.
Yeah, because
Because why would you even mention it?
What do you think?
Because
Thinking the same thing.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
But is that actually proven? Is that true? Like, where did her clothes go that she was wearing? Did they
We'll
just
get
disappear?
into the evidence.
if she is involved, why would you?
Well, I'm sure
Well-
they asked her what she was wearing when she
Before,
went to bed.
yeah,
Before she was
that's
found.
interesting.
So she either gave the real answer or intentionally lied.
How old was she again? Was she like 8?
6.
6? I was gonna say maybe she changed herself.
But she already got dressed for bed to go to bed, though.
But I mean, she stayed up and was like, I hate these clothes that my mom put on me.
Well, we don't know if her mom put her in if she chose her own bedtime clothes. I mean, how many pairs of bedtime clothes do kids have?
I mean, she's a beauty pageant.
Yeah, but does that mean she has like 50 different pairs of sleepwear?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right, let's see. 14, cause of death. Jonbenet's autopsy unveiled that she had died due to a fracture to the skull and strangulation. The autopsy did not reveal evidence of rape, but that didn't mean that sexual assault wasn't possible. Although no semen was found, there were signs of a vaginal injury. It also seemed as if her genital region had been wiped with a cloth. And there's a whole bunch of weird stuff with the autopsy as well. 15, pineapple. The autopsy also showed that pineapple had been in Jonbenet's body just a few hours prior to her murder. Pictures of Ramsey's home that day reveal a bowl of pineapple was put out on the kitchen table. Neither John nor Patsy recall fixing that bowl of pineapple. They also don't recall feeding any pineapple to Jonbenet. Police say that Burke's fingerprints were detected on the bowl. John and Patsy have always stated that up until the arrival of the police, Burke was asleep. Although if Burke's fingerprints are on the bowl, that doesn't mean he touched the bowl right then. He could have touched the bowl earlier in the day, right? If it
but
was
they didn't know anything about the bowl or the pineapple.
the parents, correct, correct.
So he would, like, a pineapple is not the easiest thing to cut up.
Who's Burke again?
Yeah, that's true.
Who's Burke? Is that the dad?
Just the
brother.
Oh,
Unless they buy
Burke
like
Ramsey. We
Oh,
spent
okay,
about
okay.
an hour talking about him on the last
I
podcast.
forgot his
Dr. Phil interview.
unless they're buying like a pre-cut
Yeah,
pineapple.
that'd be interesting.
But I'm picturing
Yeah.
like an actual pineapple that they're cutting up themselves. But I don't know if that's
Fixing a bowl of pineapple. That's what it seems like from this description.
yeah. Because wasn't there no flashlight or something?
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
16, now on CNN. On New Year's Day, January 1st, 1997, the Ramseys agreed to go on CNN. With suspicion growing about their involvement, they asserted their innocence and warned the viewing audience that there was a killer on the loose. The Ramseys then announced that they would be giving a $50,000 reward for any clues that led to the capture of the killer. The Ramseys then obtained an attorney and private investigators to assist in the hunt for the killers. Now, you know what's weird? Okay, we're talking January 1st, 97. Okay, so even with inflation and everything, obviously that's more money now. But the guy got a $118,000 bonus for Christmas. He doesn't think his daughter's worth $100,000 initially. Not to mention, aren't they wealthy?
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah.
And even if they weren't, I mean, I'm sure they have friends and other family members. Like they couldn't. If 50,000's a lot, but I mean, if it was like 100 or 200 or 300 or 500,000, wouldn't that be more likely to get somebody to turn the killer in?
Yeah, and then also like with the beauty pageants, is there a money prize also?
I don't know.
'Cause, like, what
Get
if-
the financials of that. Probably. So, okay, 17, $100,000 in question. By April of 97, the Ramseys had doubled the reward, making it $100,000. It took all the way to April? If your daughter isn't fat, first of all, I don't know, Maxwell, what do you think? Would you offer a bigger reward right off the bat? I mean, it depends. If you got a $118,000 bonus, don't you think 100 of that is justified? Unless they really
50
thought...
grand.
And then is it a tax write-off? Like, I have to give it off for a ransom note.
I don't know.
Like, you just
I don't
write
know,
off
that's
on
messed
tax.
up.
I'm
That's a
just
messed
thinking,
up
like,
question. I don't
Something
know.
to think about. You gotta bring it to your accountant, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's cold.
I know, but if your daughter's missing, I'm sure you're not thinking about that. I
no,
think. I
after
don't
the
know.
fact, I'm just thinking now. Like, I'm not making a joke or anything. You're just giving up 100K. Like, what do you do?
Oh, it's a reward, so I guess so, right? Because it's just you're not paying for something. It's I don't know. Actually, also in April, the Ramseys agreed to be formally questioned by the police. The relationship between JonBenet's parents and the police was filled with mutual distrust and suspicion. Due to the ransom note and the lack of forced entry, the police suspected John and Patsy were the killers. In return, John and Patsy's lawyer accused the police of a cowardly smear campaign. 18, going back to Georgia. By the summer of 97, the Ramseys had had enough of Boulder, Colorado. Before moving to Boulder, the Ramseys lived in the affluent Atlanta Dunwoody neighborhood. The Ramseys were headed back to Georgia once again. They had buried JonBenet at the St. James Episcopal Cemetery in Marietta, Georgia. They bought a $700,000 home near there and moved in.
Damn.
Here's what's weird. I mean, if you're that rich, wouldn't you just flat out go $1 million for a reward? That'd be enough. Would 50,000 be enough for some? Let's say it was an intruder killer, and maybe some shady guy who knew the shady killer possibly thought he might be involved. For 50 grand, is he gonna risk his life if he thinks that person's gonna kill him if he rats him out?
Yeah.
But for $1 million, he'd be like, screw that guy. I'll take my chances for $1 million. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Totally. I'd do the 1 mil and then be like, I'll just give you 50K.
Well, it has to lead to the
Yeah.
perpetrator. So if it has to be proven to lead to the perpetrator.
Yeah.
19, still suspicious. Nearing the 1-year anniversary of JonBenet's tragic death, the police told the public that both John and Patsy continue to be under an umbrella of suspicion. The police wanted to question them more. John wrote the Boulder District Attorney, Alex Hunter, informing him that they could talk anytime, any place, so long as no cops were present. Huh. Interesting. 20. Leave the parents alone. In the spring of 98, Hunter concluded that there wasn't enough evidence to implicate the Ramseys. He mused that the attention the Ramseys were getting might be hobbling the search for the actual killer or killers. Many commentators and investigators believed the Ramseys couldn't be implicated due to how compromised the initial crime scene was. 21. The grand jury speaks up. In September of 98, a grand jury was brought together to perhaps indict the Ramseys on charges relating to the murder of their daughter. The grand jury said the Ramseys could be charged with placing their child at risk and with getting in the way of a murder investigation. Despite the grand jury's belief, Alex Hunter chose not to prosecute because he didn't believe he had the evidence to prove their guilt. 22. Lou speaks up. Lou Smith was an experienced homicide detective who suspended his retirement to work on the Ramsey case. A year and a half later, Smith resigned out of frustration with how the Boulder police were handling the case. Smith believed the evidence points to a careful, calculated murder by a sneaky intruder. Smith does not believe, as many others do, that Patsy killed her daughter during a fit of uncontrollable rage. Now, it's important to note that I believe Lou Smith was actually hired by the family. So depending on what they were paying him, we don't know if he maybe suspected that they might have had involvement, but if he was being specifically paid to find an intruder, he was kind of influenced to find an intruder. So that's kind of where his mind went. Not necessarily that he found proof that the parents killed her and he intentionally diverted attention. He might have really just been paid to explore the intruder theory, and he believed it was possible, so he just went with it because that's what he was paid to do. And maybe he really did believe it also, but we can't take that exactly the same as someone completely objective. 23. A book is published. In February of 99, the first informative book about the JonBenet Ramsey case was published. The book was over 600 pages and authored by Lawrence Schiller, a credible journalist. How do we know that Schiller's not shilling? That he's not a shill? The book, named Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, gives reader an intimate peek into the ordeal. It also doesn't hesitate to include the details about all the conflicts and battles that took place between police officers and prosecutors. 24, can't get no satisfaction. Despite not being charged, the Ramseys continue to be unsatisfied. In October of 99, the Ramseys said, "We take no satisfaction in this result because a child killer remains free and undetected." CNN would not bring the Ramseys satisfactions either. On CNN Larry King Live, Patsy and Boulder police detective Steve Thomas battled over whether or not Patsy had indeed killed JonBenet after she wet her bed. 25. Another book is published. Due to his firm belief that Patsy killed her daughter, Steve Thomas published a book with St. Martin's Press expressing his conviction. The Ramseys filed a libel and defamation suit against Thomas and other Boulder police authorities. They also sued St. Martin's Press. The Ramseys were seeking $65 million.
What?
That's kind of a lot of money.
They doing the same thing now. I think the dad... Wait, is that back then or now?
That was back then, yeah.
He's doing that now, too, I think. And his son, Burke, also
yes,
is...
for
yeah.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then there was also another documentary they're doing it
I have
for.
a question about
What?
the 24.
What?
You said the bed was wet?
Yes.
Huh.
That's disputable. We'll get into that. This is just the outline.
Okay.
We're going to go into the specifics. Why, you think JonBenet is on her way to becoming a serial killer because she wet the bed?
No, I mean, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Well, in our Science of Evil podcast, if you haven't checked that out, we talked about whether
The triad,
serial
the
killers
McDonald triad.
and amongst other things, whether serial killers are kind of born evil or whether it's environmental factors cause them to be violent criminals. And one of the aspects Maxwell brought up was this McDonald triad, where one of the symptoms is bedwetting.
And then
It was
the other
bedwetting,
was arson, and
cruelty to animals.
Cruelty to animals, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, 26, cancer comes back. In 93, 3 years after the birth of JonBenet and 3 years before her death, Patsy was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. On February 2002, the Ramseys, through their attorney, announced that Patsy's ovarian cancer had returned. 27, male DNA. Bolstering the theory that JonBenet had been killed by an intruder, a male DNA sample was taken from a bloodstain in JonBenet's underwear in December of 2003. The district attorney's office in Boulder forwarded the DNA to the FBI. For the Ramsey family, the DNA showed how inept the police were. As their attorney, L. Lynn Wood, said, the DNA was never pursued by the Boulder PD in terms of trying to get it into any state or national data bank.
2003?
Yeah.
That's when they finally looked at it, tested it, sent it.
Yes. Well, that's when the
discovered it,
sample was
right?
taken, yes.
That's garbage.
Yep. 28, the mom passes away. 3 years after the found DNA of an anonymous male, Patsy Ramsey died. Her battle with ovarian cancer spanned decades, deaths, and a media circus. Patsy chose to die at the house of her father. Her husband was with her. Now Patsy lies beside her departed daughter. She is buried at St. James Episcopal Cemetery in Marietta, Georgia, next to JonBenet. 29, another suspect emerges. In December 2000, a paranoid schizophrenic named Gary Howard Oliva was arrested on the University of Colorado campus. He was carrying a weapon that was suspected to have been used on JonBenet. Though Oliva admitted he was obsessed with JonBenet and was close to the Ramseys' home at the time of the murder, he was eventually released. He was later quoted saying he made a pact with the late beauty queen's soul and wanted to keep her memory alive.
What the hell?
So this is,
people?
Gary Oliva. We talked about him briefly. What do you
Yeah.
think about this guy, Maxwell?
I don't know anything about him.
First of all, we discussed him on the previous podcast. Second of all, I just said he was arrested on University of Colorado campus carrying a weapon. And he just said he made a pact with the late beauty queen's soul and wanted to keep her memory alive. And supposedly he was close to the Ramseys' home at the time of the murder. You have no thoughts at all on this guy?
I don't know. It's kind of weird that he's carrying a weapon.
John, that's the only weird part? Not that he was near the home or that he made a pact
No,
with
the
her?
pact with the soul thing, man.
Max
Why
doesn't
would you
think
even
that's
say,
weird. He
Why
only
would you say
thinks
that
that
out
he
loud?
made
He
a
only
pact-
thinks it's weird that he carries a weapon on a university
pact
campus.
with his soul. I don't get it.
Come on, some DWB action.
So why? Yeah, why would you say that out
Who
loud?
witnessed this? Like, I don't get it.
Witnessed what? This is just what this guy said.
Oh, he said that. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have no thoughts on why
Why would he
would
say that?
Well, supposedly he's a schizophrenic.
Oh.
That's what they said. Okay, no thoughts?
He's a weirdo.
Yeah.
He's one of
30.
those people.
South Park sticks its satire in. Comedy Central's controversial show has never passed up the chance to make fun of something, no matter how sensitive it may be. In 2001, Comedy Central aired the South Park episode Butter's Own Show. In it, famous people who many have believed gotten away with murder appear. These people include O.J. Simpson and the Ramseys. The episode suggests JonBenet's parents should be held culpable for her death. Years later, in 2011, South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone expressed second thoughts about how they depicted JonBenet's mother and father. Did you see that episode?
No, did you?
Maxwell? No, I don't watch South Park.
No, did you?
No, I just said I never watched South Park.
So that's weird. So it's
I kind of want to watch it.
yeah. I want to watch it. Bring it up.
No, we don't got time for that.
No, bring it up. Well, we can talk about it. I don't know. It's kind of like, was it evil? I mean, not evil, but like
They insinuated that the
completely-
parents got away with her murder. What, you know?
Oh, okay. Wow.
Literally like 30 seconds or 50 seconds.
Oh.
Some others were looking at me and thinking, "You're a liar! You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!" You know, that's what people would say to me. And then people would see my wife in the supermarket, they would say hello, but they'd be thinking, there goes that murderer! You got away with murder, you murdering, lying waste of life!
Is OJ?
To me, people might say things like, "Liar! Tell us what you know, you damn liar!" And so to both of us, people all over town would be saying things like, "You know damn well what happened."
Oh, is that them?
So stop acting like victims and confess, you murdering murderers! Confess! Liar! Confess! You know,
That was the stupidest thing I ever seen in my life.
I mean, I don't
That's
know.
it. That's all
weird.
it was. That's so weird.
That's weird. 31. Enter John Mark Carr. Throughout the JonBenet ordeal, no one was mentioning John Mark Carr. Carr was a 41-year-old elementary school teacher. He had 3 sons. He was divorced, and he was living in Bangkok, Thailand. In August of 2006, authorities said that Carr was a prime suspect. According to Carr, he was with JonBenet when she died. Carr claims to have loved JonBenet very much and that her death was never meant to happen. Remember that guy?
I do remember, yeah.
His interviews are very bizarre.
I've never seen him, though.
32. The crimes of Carr. After his confession in Bangkok, Carr gives a sample of his DNA. Carr is extradited back to the United States where more DNA tests will be undertaken. Soon it becomes clear that Carr is not JonBenet's murderer. His DNA doesn't match with any of the DNA. However, Carr must go to California where he faces 5 misdemeanor charges related to child pornography. You know what's weird, though, again, is the DNA a red herring? So what if he doesn't match the DNA? What if that DNA could belong to somebody else who has nothing to do with her murder, and the real murderer didn't leave DNA? Like, why? It seems kind of weird that they put all of this faith in that specific DNA is the DNA of the murderer. How can you say that? It's so weird.
Yeah, where did it come from?
I mean, sure, it could be the murderers, but if it's also contaminated for whatever reason,
And that was the only thing they found. It was small, too.
supposedly, yeah. Okay, 33. All apologies. It's the summer of 2008. Alex Hunter is no longer the Boulder District Attorney. That distinction now belonged to Mary Lacey. After further DNA testing, Lacey had something to say to the Ramsey family. Okay, in a letter to John Ramsey, she apologizes. The DNA demonstrated that JonBenet was killed by an unknown male, not by her mom, dad, or brother. Lacey tells the family she is sorry for putting them under a cloud of suspicion for more than a decade. Once again, how does the DNA demonstrate that? Or what if there were 2 people responsible for killing her, or even 3, and the DNA does belong to one of them, but not the others? I mean, how are all these determinations made? I don't know. 34. Mary Lacey in her own words. In the apology, Lacey says that significant new evidence convinces us that it is appropriate to state that we do not consider your immediate family, including you, your wife Patsy, and your son Burke, to be under any suspicion in the commission of this crime. Lacey goes on to say that authorities will now treat you as the victims of this crime with the sympathy due you because of the horrific loss you suffered. 35. Burke talks again, and JonBenet's father marries again. Even with Lacey's letter, the police continued to speak to Burke. In September 2010, Colorado investigators began a new batch of interviews, including interviewing Jonbenet's brother again. Meanwhile, Burke's father, John, married Jan Rousseau. At 53 years old, Jan was a Las Vegas designer who had already divorced twice. John and Jan married in a private ceremony in Charlevoix, Michigan. 36. Nope, it actually wasn't an intruder. Despite DNA testing and Lacey's apology letter, police officers and investigators still weren't convinced of the Ramseys' innocence. One former lead detective, A. James Kolar, firmly believed that Jonbenet's murder had been an inside job. He expressed his belief in the book Foreign Faction, Who Really Kidnapped Jonbenet. 37. CBS documentaries. In September 2016, CBS aired a two-part docuseries reliving the ordeal of Jonbenet Ramsey and everything that she and her family and friends suffered through. An investigative team featuring, among others, an FBI profiler and a criminal behavioral analyst stated their belief that Burke most likely accidentally killed his sister. Did you see that documentary?
No.
Maxwell's probably seen it. He's always up to date on all the cases we cover.
What documentary?
The CBS documentary that came out in 2016. They pointed the finger at Burke. 38. Burke strikes back. Shortly after the documentary aired on CBS, the family began legal action against CBS. As their attorney, Lynn Wood, declared, I am absolutely going to sue CBS on behalf of Burke as a result of the false accusations and fraud of the docuseries. Burke went on Dr. Phil to defend himself. I don't know what to say about all that because that's not what happened. Clearly, the cloud of suspicion, despite what some assured, has not been destroyed when it comes to people's belief that someone in the Ramsey family killed Jonbenet. So here's the thing, though. What if Burke has like a split personality and he's telling the truth? One of his personalities is telling the truth. One isn't. And also, obviously, like you mentioned before, Johnny, he was very smiley in that interview with Dr. Phil. Very
That's
weird.
possible for,
Or not even a split personality, but when the human brain experiences some kind of traumatic event, it blacks out. He might not remember.
Yeah.
I mean, that does happen as well. Mm-hmm. You know, it'd be crazy if he accidentally killed her, but there was also an intruder who was breaking in to kill her, but she was already dead.
Oh,
Would that explain something?
damn.
What do you think, Maxwell? What do you think of that theory?
I don't know, the owl, I guess.
as crazy as the owl theory.
All right, so that was basically the 20-year timeline. Let's go over the exact hours of what happened when. So this is Wednesday, Christmas Day, 96. At 5 p.m., the Ramseys went to the home of family friends Fleet and Priscilla White for Christmas dinner. The Whites live a mile away. At 9 p.m., the Ramseys left the Whites' house, delivering Christmas gifts to two families, the Walkers and the Steins, on the way home. 9:30 p.m., the Ramseys arrived home. They said Jonbenet had fallen asleep in the car. Without waking her, John said he carried her upstairs and Patsy prepared her for bed. John said Burke and he worked downstairs on Burke's new model train. Earlier rumors had said John read Burke a story. 10 p.m. John and Patsy said they went to bed, as did Burke. This is the time they gave for the last time they saw Jonbenet alive, sleeping in her bed. Thursday, December 26, 96. Around midnight. Melody Stanton, a neighbor across the street and diagonal from the Ramseys, said she heard a piercing scream shortly after midnight. Her husband, Luther, slept through the scream, but said he heard the sound of metal scraping on concrete. Neighbor to the north, Scott Gibbons, said he saw odd lights in the home. John and Patsy reported hearing nothing, but tabloids say Burke heard noises shortly after midnight. So we have a lot of different information on what happened.
The house?
Yeah, around midnight. Yeah. So that metal scraping noise, we'll get to that. That could have been a shovel. Some people think that could have been a sewer manhole cover. Okay, 5:45 a.m. Patsy and John said they woke up to catch a 7 a.m. plane to Michigan. John took a shower and Patsy went down the spiral staircase. She found the ransom note on the rung of the stairs. She screamed to John when she read the line, "We have your daughter." Patsy checked Jonbenet's room and saw she was missing. The Ramseys said they looked in Burke's room but didn't wake him. According to Vanity Fair, Patsy told French two versions in an interview. 1, she went to wake Jonbenet up, found her missing, then found the note on the stairs. 2, she found the note when she went downstairs to make coffee and then checked on Jonbenet. In the documentary produced by Michael Tracy, she told version 3 that she went down the spiral stairs after getting some clothes together in the laundry cupboard outside Jonbenet's room. So she told 3 different stories. What does that tell you, Maxwell? Does that mean she's lying, or that mean she can't remember correctly?
Misremembering, just like Maxwell Powers type.
Yeah, it could be misremembering. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
5:51 a.m. Patsy called 911 to report the kidnapping of Jonbenet, although the note said the child would be killed if the police were notified. You know what else we haven't really talked about? What if she was alive and being held in the house or nearby the house, and when they called the police, if they had a police scanner or whatever,
They killed her.
after the call to the police?
Huh.
Has that theory ever been discussed?
But there's no like break-in areas or.
Well, we'll get to that. What about the basement window?
But that's small, right? Tiny.
Lou Smith, who's who's old, climbed through it pretty easily.
Oh.
Yeah, there's actually a video of him doing it.
But the window was completely broken out, or just like a little hole.
We'll
I thought
get to
was
it.
just a little hole.
You could slip through it. Maxwell,
Alright.
thoughts? Maxwell Army.
I don't know, man.
Okay, Patsy failed to hang the phone up properly. Burke's voice can allegedly be heard in the background of an enhanced version of the taped call, which would contradict the statements of all 3 Ramseys that Burke was not awake at that time. Can you bring that up?
Yeah.
So they said that Burke wasn't awake, but you could hear him in the background because she didn't hang the phone up all the way? I can't hear Burke in the background.
Yeah, you gotta like read what they're saying here. It's kind of hard to follow.
So they, it's just looped.
Yeah, it was looped because they're trying to find the little areas where he might have been saying something,
Huh.
but it's really hard to understand.
Answer me what's going on, okay? There, there's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was it? I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter, does it say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here. It's a ransom note? It says SBTC. Victory. Please. Okay, what's your name? Are you Patsy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please. Okay, I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out. Is she right here? Oh my God, please. Okay, girl. There's somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath. Please. Okay. Hurry. Patsy.
She doesn't sound like she's acting, though. What do you think, Maxwell?
No acting.
So that means she doesn't know what happened?
I guess so, but like, how would you like say she did do it? Would she be able to call and like fake it? You know what I mean? You knew you did it. Like,
Or
how
if
can
she
you do
thinks
that?
what if at that moment they don't know what happened to her, and somehow they think Burke did it after that moment that she called? Because that call sounds genuine to me. I also can't pick up Burke in the background.
No, it's at the last part, but yeah, it's hard to hear.
Did you hear anything, Maxwell?
No, nothing.
Probably got to listen to it a little.
Okay, here's another piece of info that I haven't heard before. There was a mystery 911 call days before Jonbenet's murder. On Boxing Day 1996, police received a strange call from a hysterical mother whose beauty queen daughter had disappeared with a threatening ransom note left in her place. It was the beginning of the grisly Jonbenet Ramsey murder case, which has gripped the world for almost 2 decades and remains unsolved as the 20th anniversary approaches. But a true crime writing duo claimed the crime was foreshadowed 3 days earlier with another mysterious 911 call made from the luxurious Ramsey home. Police in Boulder, Colorado received a silent call on the evening of December 23rd, but when they rang back, no one picked it up. An officer drove to the location from which the call had been made to check if anything was wrong. A Christmas party was in full swing at the 15-room, 2-door home, and the door was answered by a family friend of John and Patsy Ramsey, Susan Stein. She blamed the call on someone trying to order medicine for an aging parent who had not meant to use the emergency number. She would not let police in. Whoa!
Wait, what house did they go to?
This was at the Ramsey house.
And
It
some
was a
other
party.
person opened the
Well,
door?
they had a party. They were having a
23rd.
party. Yes.
When you said that, I thought of the most insane thing.
What?
But, like, obviously, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? But I just thought of, like, when you said that they called the 23rd.
Yeah.
And then earlier you said that she was asleep in the car.
Yeah.
Like, what if... What if she died like 3 days before and they were just taking her around? Oh, she's just sleeping.
No, but people saw her before.
Sleeping?
No, but when they carried her from the car sleeping, that was that night she disappeared. That wasn't 3 days before.
I know that. I'm just like, that's the only account that you were talking about that was brought up. But like prior to that, what if they just said like she's just sleeping or something?
She
Like,
died at the other at the White.
I don't know. Just even if it was the
Whites.
day before or something. like,
That's
she was
pretty
already
crazy.
dead.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, probably not. Actually, no. Now I'm thinking about it. The pineapple. Yeah. So the pineapple was in her
Oh
stomach,
yeah,
right? Okay,
yeah.
so that
We're
doesn't
gonna get
work.
to that. We're gonna get
Yeah,
to
cut that whole part out. I don't know.
Well, there's no such thing as a bad theory. If the theory leads you to question something that could lead to something else,
Yeah.
that's what it, we're just theorizing. But this is dark because she wouldn't let the police in. What kind of party was this? There were rumors of satanic occult parties in Boulder, Colorado. Were the parents involved with that? Was Jonbenet involved in that? Why won't they let her in? And did Jonbenet or even Burke call the police for help that night, but they were too scared to say anything? And they thought the police might show up just if they called. Or if it was someone else at the party who didn't know what kind of party it was, and they were afraid to say anything, so they just called the police hoping that they would come in at a certain moment. There's a lot of crazy rumors in Boulder, Colorado. It's not that far. We should go check it out.
Yeah.
Maxwell, road trip.
Yeah, let's do it. Where are we going?
Maxwell Army. All right. Lisa Wilson and Nick Vanderleek, authors of the Craven Silence trilogy, believe there was more to this call and that those present may have become involuntarily complicit. We believe something happened at the party, something serious. They told news.com.au. Secrets kept on December 23rd were repeated under far more serious circumstances 3 days later. This time, the Ramseys knew they could rely on their friends to keep their secrets. Their friends assumed the Ramseys were innocent, and if they felt otherwise later, they were ostracized, sued, or accused. There were also supposed friends of the Ramseys who just never spoke to them again after that day. And we'll be examining all of that in detail. Hours after Mrs. Ramsey's Boxing Day call, police found 6-year-old Jonbenet dead in the basement of the family home with a homemade garrote around her neck, a blow to her head, and DNA in her underwear that still hasn't been identified. The family blamed an intruder who came through the open basement window. I just thought of something else. If the family did do it, if the parents did do it, and they changed her clothes and they knew that that underwear had somebody else's DNA on it or something, so then they changed the clothes that she went to bed in, as if that was like the red herring that everybody would focus on. I don't know. Probably not, but...
Yeah, she could have just had those on to begin with without having to change the clothes.
The family blamed an intruder who came through the open basement window. Jonbenet had quite a lot of damage to her body, said Mr. Vanderleek. Her back showed scrape marks that suggest she was lying on her back, the garroting happening after she turned onto her stomach. I don't really see it was abuse or assault. It was something else, interference. Miss Wilson and Mr. Vanderleek have just released the third book in their series on Jonbenet's death, coinciding with other recent shock revelations from television documentaries and media investigations into the murder. A Colorado grand jury voted in '99 to indict Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey on charges that each did unlawfully, knowingly, recklessly, and feloniously permit a child to be unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to the child's life or health, which resulted in the death of Jonbenet, and did unlawfully, knowingly, recklessly, and feloniously render assistance to a person who had committed murder in the first degree and child abuse resulting in death. I guess they're alleging that it was Burke and that the parents failed in that regard. Then District Attorney Alex Hunter's decision not to indict has long been controversial, and this weekend an explosive joint report by the Boulder Daily Camera and local news station 9 News found DNA evidence did not support the former prosecutor's decision to let the family off, since it indicated the samples came from at least 2 people. I haven't heard this before. In September's CBS docuseries, The Case of Jonbenet Ramsey, a panel of investigators alleged Jonbenet's brother, 9-year-old Burke, was responsible for the murder, and the children's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, covered up the crime. The Craven Silence authors also believe the Ramseys covered up for their son, although they have a different theory about the murder weapon. Burke, now 29, has strongly denied harming his sister and said in a recent Dr. Phil appearance that he suspected a pedophile who stalked child beauty pageants was the killer. He denounced the CBS documentary, theorizing he killed his sister as a false and unprofessional television attack that is riddled with lies, misinterpretations, distortions, and omissions, and has now filed a $150 million defamation lawsuit against one of the panel members, forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz. Ms. Wilson and Mr. Vanderleek allege Burke was jealous of his sister because she was beautiful, confident, and shared her mother's passion for pageants. She was like a little celebrity, says Mr. Vanderleek, while her older brother was more awkward. They believe he envied Jonbenet receiving a generous bicycle for Christmas when he did not. The Ramseys have changed their story over who did and did not get a bike. That's kind of weird. Why would they be changing their story if it had nothing to do with anything? Well, unless if they think something makes Burke look guilty and they don't want that, they would change the story, even if he didn't do it and they didn't do it. So I guess that doesn't really say anything. There was certainly an opportunity for kids to run wild a bit, said Mr. Vanderleek. It may have started in bedroom with a pillow fight. Jonbenet's room was a mess. There was a pillow on the floor and one in the kitchen. Never heard this before. Maxwell, have you heard this before?
Never heard that, no. That's only in his book? That's from his book you're talking about, right?
Yes.
How did they get this information?
Well, we're going to go over the full police reports with all the evidence. The authors allege she was killed after being struck over the head, only they believe he used a golf club or a baseball bat rather than a torch left on the kitchen table, as the CBS documentary. This is an Australian article.
Torch?
Well, this is an Australian article, so torch is flashlight.
Like they're walking around with like a torch with like a little flame.
The Middle
on
Ages. There's very chilling evidence a child was involved in the crime, said Ms. Wilson. Unusually for the status-seeking family, there were no photos or phone records from that Christmas, with Mr. Ramsey claiming he had lost his mobile. If something is a first-time or unusual event, on the day someone is killed in their house, you have to ask why, Miss Wilson added. The absence of evidence is often evidence. Family friend Judith Phillips has told a story about Burke injuring Jonbenet with a club a year earlier, while a housekeeper said he had smeared feces in her bed and on one of her Christmas gifts. There are 2 of the only Ramsey friends to have broken ranks, according to the authors, along with the Whites. Both have faced lawsuits. Hold on a second. They were at the Whites that night. So if something happened at the Whites, they'd probably stay quiet? Or would they make up stories to implicate the Ramseys to look away from them? But if nobody was looking at them in the first place, they have no motivation to do that. So maybe the Whites didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know. Both have faced lawsuits. Secrets were important to keep because of John Ramsey's massive affluence with his firm, Access Graphics, they say. After Mrs. Ramsey's Boxing Day call, police found a strange 3-page ransom note apparently from a small foreign faction who demanded $118,000 for Jonbenet's return, the exact figure of her successful businessman father's bonus. That's really strange if he did. So he had a mobile phone in 96. I mean, he's rich, so okay. Some people had mobile phones in the late 80s, so 96 is not that crazy if you're part of a billion-dollar company. But he lost it that day? That's kind of weird. I never heard this before. Maxwell?
He lost the cell phone that day.
Yo, because like
That's what he said. He said he misplaced it or lost it. What could be on that cell phone?
probably nothing.
Can they get? They can get the cell phone records, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So I'm sure the police checked that out, right? Especially if they thought he was guilty, or their text messages they wouldn't be able to do anything with, right? Or
I don't know. Was text out then?
in '96.
Yeah, I don't know if it was. Wait,
Can you check?
Well, but before you said that, you mentioned that they didn't have any photographs, and then
There is a photograph of the previous.
But you said that there's missing photographs or something, or there's no photos or something. Right before you read the whole, he lost his mobile phone.
Yeah.
You said that there's.
Oh, they said they didn't take photos.
Oh, they didn't take
any
any photos. Like when you said that, and then you immediately went to the mobile phone. I thought like he had a camera on his phone. So then he lost his phone with all the pictures on it. No, but okay. So first,
Well, this is Christmas Eve. Shouldn't they be taking photographs? I mean, I don't know. Do families take photographs on Christmas Eve? It's a
I
family
think
thing.
so. Definitely back then too.
Yeah.
You'd probably take a lot more photos to get them developed.
Can you send? Were cell phones in 1996 able to send text messages? I'm thinking yeah, because what about pagers? Pagers.
First text message was in '92,
Okay, so yes.
and it typed "Merry Christmas."
So 96.
But that just means they sent it from a computer to a phone. That's just the first one that showed that it
Oh.
was possible. But I don't know when it was actually mainstream.
Nokia was the first handset manufacturer whose total GSM phone line in 93 supported user sending of SMS text messages.
Okay. So 93. So I guess
So 93, so this is a couple years later, he's a big wig CEO at a big company, so his phone could probably do text messages.
But he lost it. They never found it.
Yeah, so Maxwell, yeah, in 93, they started text messaging. So by 96,
It's
there could
pretty
be text
common.
messages. So he lost his cell phone. If that's true, we have to corroborate all of this. So the note was written on Mrs. Ramsey's pad along with some practice drafts. What? Have you heard of practice drafts?
Nope.
What the heck?
Wonder what they said. The other
And
ones.
police repeatedly compared it to her writing, but could not draw a conclusive answer about whether they matched. The Ramseys moved into the home of Glenn and Susan Stein shortly after the murder and stayed for 5 or 6 months, even after Mr. Ramsey returned to work. Mrs. Stein, nicknamed Patsy's Pitbull, often drove the boys to school, and Mr. Stein was often employed by Ramsey. Keep in mind, they dropped off presents at the Stein's house as well on that night. There was this incredible solidarity with them, said Miss Wilson. What's frightening about the case is the way a very wealthy family got everybody to dance, said Mr. Vanderleek. There are likely to be more revelations over the coming months as the anniversary approaches and with Burke Ramsey taking Dr. Spitz to court. We can only hope it finally leads to justice for Jonbenet. And this was an article published November 3rd, 2016 on news.com.au. So that is some pretty crazy revelations and information that I don't believe most people know. Okay, so back to the timeline. So 5:51 a.m. was the 911 call. They said Burke was not awake at that time. 5:52 a.m., the first police officers, Richard French and Carl Veitch, responded to the call. According to the affidavit accompanying the 1226 search warrant, it is not clear if this is when they were dispatched or when they actually arrived at the home. It seems more likely that they actually arrived some minutes later. They were shown the ransom note and told by John Ramsey that the doors and windows had been secured the night before. French is the officer who, in Vanity Fair, mentioned John pacing while Patsy watched behind splayed fingers. Police reportedly said Patsy was wearing fresh makeup and the clothes she had worn to dinner the night before. According to Lawrence Schiller in Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, the first police arrived at 5:59 a.m. So between 5:55 and 6 a.m., according to Vanity Fair, Fleet said John Ramsey called friends Fleet and Priscilla White to come over immediately and likely called John and friends Barbara Fernie at that time as well. According to Schiller, Patsy called the Whites at 6 a.m. and spoke with Priscilla. By the time the Whites reached the Ramsey home, the police and John Fernie were already there. Between 6 and 8 a.m., Officer Paul Reichenbach.
So it was actually settled, the thing with Burke? and CBS. No, so Burke Ramsey sued CBS because of that docuseries they did. So I think he was trying to sue for $750 million.
750
million, yeah. He was trying to.
Okay.
But then so it's possible that he didn't actually get 750, but he didn't get any less than 150 million. No,
Really?
250 million, no less than
What's
250.
the source on that?
NPR.org. I mean, it just says the final settlement amount was not disclosed, but the complaint filed in Michigan was seeking no less than $250 million.
But that still doesn't mean they really got it, right? Because that just means...
I mean, I guess. And no less than $500 million in punitive damages. So I guess he did do the 750. So it's 250 plus the 500. He wanted 750.
Oh, it said he won the settlement?
Yeah. It says...
That's crazy.
Defamation lawsuit. Settles defamation lawsuit with CBS.
That's crazy.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
So he had to prove it wasn't true, right? Because any kind of libel, because if it's true, you can't sue somebody for telling the truth. So you have to be able to prove the amount required to prove it's not true is kind of a lot, because you have to prove it wasn't true. I wonder how he did that, or if the lawyers just didn't feel like dealing with it, or CBS didn't feel like dealing with it. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so between 6 and 8 a.m., Officer Paul Reichenbach arrived at the house, joining French and Veitch. He searched the exterior of the house and the yard, and his testimony about footprints in the snow will be important. Officer Barry Weiss also arrived prior to Detective Arndt's arrival at 8:10 and stayed about an hour. Wasn't it widely reported that Detective Arndt was the first to arrive? Because now there's...
That's the woman?
Yeah, there's all
That's
these
what
other...
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, there's all these other officers here. It's kind of weird.
And all the other random people just walking
Or
around.
I guess they were searching the exterior for how long? For 2 hours? Arndt was the first one. Or Arndt was just in there with John Ramsey when he discovered the body. Oh, the other officers left, I think, right? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
Yeah, and stayed about an hour. It is not yet known precisely what was done, when it was done, and by which officers. But French made a cursory search of the house interior, including the basement, focusing on points of entry and egress at some point that morning. No evidence of forced entry was found. 6:20 a.m. The Whites arrived at the house and joined John Fernie. Reverend Hoverstock came shortly after at 7 a.m. Tabloid Story says the private pilot who was to fly the plane to Michigan, Mike Archuleta, drove by to pick them up as planned sometime after the police arrived, and that John handed him a box containing incriminating evidence, but Archuleta has denied the story. What the heck? So this is a tabloid story that says the pilot that John handed the pilot a box of incriminating evidence, and then John left. John denied the story. At some point that morning, Fleet White performed a cursory search of the house, including the basement, where it has been said he opened the door to the room where the body was found, but saw nothing. So there could have been up to an officer and Fleet White who both looked where JonBenet was found and didn't see her, and said they found nothing. What does that tell us? If the basement was looked at twice, specifically the area where she was found, and they didn't see her there, that means somebody placed her body there later?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, she wasn't there, and then she was there. It's kind of like with Avery, like the bones weren't there, and then they were there after.
Maxwell,
I see. That's crazy.
that's all you got?
Yeah,
Can
but
somebody-
like this first time I'm hearing that he wasn't there, and then it
No,
wasn't.
it's possible that she wasn't there because he didn't see her.
I
So she
guess.
could have been
He
there,
said he
but-
opened the door to the room, found nothing, and supposedly another officer also did a quick search of the house,
That's so
including the basement.
weird.
But if you're searching if you're searching a house, you're gonna open every damn door.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if the basement, like
Was it
you
a
could look
dark-
at the diagram of the
It's
basement.
It's a wine cellar. It seems like was it dark, or like did they turn on the lights, or what?
They might. Why would you? If you open the door and it's a dark room, are you just gonna be like, oh, I
Well,
guess there's nothing
it
in
ca-
there?
well,
They
I
must
don't
have
know, it
searched with
could
a
be.
light. All police officers have a light on them.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
Like a
I
flashlight,
don't know.
at
Yeah.
least.
So 7 a.m. approximately and after, John and Fleet White went to Burke's room and woke him up. According to Schiller, Fleet, along with John Fernie, drove Burke first to the Fernies to pick up his children and took all the kids to the Whites, where White's house guests, friends and relatives from California, looked after the kids. Burke never asked why the family was no longer flying to Michigan as planned, where his sister was, or why police were in the house. At 7:45 a.m., Fleet and Fernie returned to the Ramsey home. So what does it mean that he didn't ask? If that's true that he didn't ask, it could mean nothing because he's not that old. And if he's weird and awkward, or if
Yeah,
he's
was he on
scared-
medication and stuff?
I'm not sure. Was he on medication at the time?
Yeah, or
I'm not sure.
yeah,
We have
at the
to-
time, or just
We have to
in
check that.
general.
Maxwell, what do you think of that? Do you think that he would ask a 9-year-old?
I mean, I'd be kind of weirded out. Why are there police
who would-
walking
who would-
around?
or at least say
ask-
what's going on.
Would
Yeah.
ask what?
Why are you going to this house randomly at 7 in the morning? Like, why is this going on? I just said why Burke didn't ask any questions about what's going on where his sister is because they're supposed to be flying to Michigan. So
I don't know. I don't know if he would ask.
I mean, you
guess
asked
you would.
questions that were just answered a second before. This kid's not asking anything about anything.
Maybe he's too busy playing with GI Joes or something,
Yeah.
While they're walking him to a car and to another house.
or something like that. Sometimes, you know, probably holding an airplane or something,
Probably.
or more, no less than likely. Holding an airplane. Anything's possible. We gotta think of all things.
8:10 a.m. Detective Linda Arndt arrived with Detective Fred Patterson. Arndt was first briefed by Sergeant Reichenbach about the exterior search. Newsweek reported that police called victims' advocates to comfort the Ramseys. They brought coffee and bagels, and while tidying up the kitchen, a Ramsey friend was said to have wiped down the counters using a spray cleaner.
What?
There's a lot of weird little details here. A Ramsey friend was said to have. So somebody reported it. Whether true or not true, someone said that. I wonder if it was a police officer that noticed that. That would well, if there was a conspiracy against the
Yeah.
Ramseys, that I don't know. It would I wonder if a police officer and also a random friend both
Didn't they have
reported
a
that.
nanny or something,
Yeah,
or like a cleaner?
they should have had security.
cleaner?
They should have security video in that.
Yeah, but they left their doors unlocked. I thought.
You know what's crazy? Like nowadays, some parents have like security videos in their kid's bedroom and all through the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're not
Nest.
home, to make sure the kids aren't, killing themselves or whatever. So if there was, messing up that, whatever, just to
Yeah.
keep an eye on their kids, it'd be interesting if there were crimes that could be solved.
Yeah,
or even
back
exterior,
then.
like even back then, this was '96. They didn't have exterior security camera footage, videos.
I know you're thinking of this guy that works for like the government.
He doesn't work for the government
Well,
officially.
it's a company
Umbrella.
that's yeah.
Well, and it was his small company that became part of the bigger company, which is part of the umbrella of Lockheed.
yeah.
But anyway, I mean, even now though, I guess that's not that strange. I mean, even now there are mansions that don't have security cameras outside.
True.
Some people just. Yeah.
What about alarm system?
I
or
think they did
didn't
have
care?
Did they have an alarm system?
I would guess, but I remember you saying they had like everybody had keys to the house, but you just go in and
Yeah,
out.
like
whenever.
40 sets or something.
Yeah.
20 to 40 sets. All right. Between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m., Detective Arndt monitored incoming calls to the Ramsey residence. The ransom note had stated the kidnapper would contact Ramsey by phone between 8 and 10 tomorrow. John Ramsey answered the incoming phone calls. None were from the kidnapper. At some point earlier that morning, it has been reported that John Ramsey called a banker friend in Atlanta, said to be Rod Westmoreland, to arrange to get the ransom money in the denominations requested in the note. 9:30 a.m., Sergeant Bob Whitson arrived. He discovered what was thought to be a pry mark on the rear exterior kitchen door, but it was later determined that an old lock had fallen off at one point and only resembled a pry mark, according to Fox News reporter Carol McKinley. I wonder how you could definitively determine that, though.
Yeah, what did it fall off that day when somebody tried to break in?
An old lock had fallen off at one point. It doesn't say when. At one
On the
point.
26th at 12 a.m.
Well, it could have been a lot earlier, and
Yeah,
it
it
just
could
looked
have.
like a pry mark, but 9:55 a.m. to 10 a.m. According to Lawrence Schiller, at about 10 a.m., John Ramsey went downstairs to the basement alone. In the train room, Ramsey found a broken open window. So it was broken and open, so it wasn't just a small hole. Ramsey closed the window before going back upstairs. John Ramsey did not report the open window to the police at that time.
What?
There's some red flags going up here.
Something out of the ordinary, and you go think to close it? Oh, it's
What if it
chilly.
was already broken for a long time?
Yeah,
You
it
don't
could have
know that.
been.
So the broken window is in the train room. And if you look, Jonbenet's body was found in a wine cellar.
We're looking at this one.
Yeah, basement.
Yeah,
Yep.
the letter E.
E. Where's E?
Yeah, E is broken window and suitcase. A is Jonbenet's body in the wine cellar storage room.
Okay, so we have the E, broken window, and then the body is at A, here.
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, his daughter's missing, so yeah, you would think he wouldn't just randomly go around closing windows and not say that to the police. I don't know. Although, if you're in a state of panic, like, you're not really going to be behaving logically, right? Your daughter's missing. You're in a state of absolute panic. Maybe your brain is just kind of trying to find some normalcy. Like, oh, this window's open. Oh, let me close it. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here. When you're absolutely emotionally distraught and not thinking straight.
No, I get it. Yeah, that could totally happen. Like, you don't think it's related.
Or you don't even think at all. Your brain's
Yeah.
like on autopilot because your kid's missing, and you say, "Oh, this window's open. It's almost like busy work, like your brain trying to just find something to do to keep from going insane. Like if a picture was crooked on the wall, maybe you fix it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you might not. You're not thinking that like it's something that could be related to this, and especially since they didn't know that the body was in the basement yet. You probably didn't even think the child was in the house.
The suitcase under the window contained a sham and a duvet.
The hell is that? A sham and a duvet? Duvet?
Patsy Ramsey insisted the suitcase didn't belong to anyone in the family. Instead, she said that the killer must have brought it to stuff Jonbenet's body into it, and then gave up and fled.
So what's the sham and duvet?
Don't you know English?
I don't know what that is.
A sham, a pillow sham.
Oh
So
yeah,
something a pillowcase. A sham is a decorative pillowcase. A sham is a decorative pillowcase that transforms normal-sized pillow fills into useful accessories for one's bedding set.
And a duvet is a cotton shell and does not provide warmth.
So it's like bedding type stuff.
It covers a comforter.
We are not bedding and home interior experts.
Welcome to HGTV.
Interior design. That's Maxwell's specialty.
Okay, random suitcase in the basement with covers and crap in it.
That supposedly doesn't belong to anybody in the
That
family.
doesn't belong to anybody.
And so in order to notice that the window was broken, wouldn't he have noticed? So he didn't notice the suitcase was there that didn't belong to anybody? I mean, I guess, again, if you're emotionally distraught, you're not going to be thinking about suitcases lying around.
Looking at this diagram, there's nothing else there. That is probably a messy basement.
Maybe.
Or like, kind of like there's a lot of stuff going on. So you might miss it.
All right, so there's also conflicting stories about the suitcase. So this is from Listverse. In the basement where Jonbenet was found, a blue suitcase rested by the wall directly below the broken window. It does look messy. There looks like there's stuff around it, like clothes and stuff.
Wow, that looks like it's from the 80s.
But it's also standing up kind of weird, like right in the middle of a mess. I don't know.
Like it could be like used as a ladder or like, you know what I mean, to get up
But it's
high
standing
to-
vertically.
How high was the window? Nah.
I mean, it was high. It's a basement window. It's not super low. Okay, a blue suitcase rested by the wall directly below the broken window where an intruder may have sneaked in. Patsy Ramsey insisted that the suitcase didn't belong to anyone in the family. Instead, she said the killer must have brought it to stuff Jonbenet's body inside. However, the suitcase belonged to John's eldest son, John Andrew, and the things inside were incredibly unnerving. Inside were a semen-encrusted blanket and a book by Dr. Seuss. At the time, John Andrew was a child. Why are all his sons named John and his daughters named Jonbenet? At the time, John Andrew was a childless college student, far too old to be reading Dr. Seuss, but the semen on the blanket was proven to be his by a DNA test. The police didn't take the suitcase investigation much further, though. They had already removed John Andrew from the list of suspects because they were confident that he wasn't in town when the murder happened. But he just left his suitcase right under the window? And how long ago did he leave?
That's weird. What? Why? Did he live there?
Supposedly not at that time, but we'll have to go through all that. That's really, really, really bizarre. Also, the family commented on that 911 phone call on December 23rd. Do you know what they said?
The family? What do you mean the family?
I guess John and Patsy.
Okay.
They said it was irrelevant.
The whole call was
Instead of
irrelevant?
stating what it was about, yeah.
But why'd they call the police then?
All right, actually, what the heck?
What?
John Ramsey dated Natalie Holloway's mother.
Who's that?
The girl that went missing in, you look up Natalie Holloway.
Wait, John Ramsey dated
Yeah. Yeah.
after Patsy? Natalie Holloway? John Ramsey and Beth Holloway dated. Brief romance. So she went missing, you said?
Natalie Holloway, yeah, one of the most famous cases ever. Almost as famous as Jonbenet's case.
She's the mother of missing Aruba teen.
You don't know? You never heard of the Natalie Holloway case, Maxwell? Natalie
What
Holloway?
the hell is that? What?
Beth Holloway. He dated Beth Holloway.
Yeah. Natalie Holloway's mother.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. I thought you... Okay.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
Damn.
not the craziest thing ever, because if they were going to fundraisers, whatever. But, yeah, just a little bizarre.
Guess they had something in common. I don't know.
Okay, so 10:30 a.m. Jonbenet's bedroom was ordered sealed off by detectives Arndt and Patterson. At some point in the day, Patterson is said to have interviewed Burke at the White's home. From about 10:30 until after the body was found, Detective Arndt was reportedly the only official in the house. It has been reported that she called for backup from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., but no one responded. Any of this sound kind of weird? No? It's perfectly normal, Maxwell?
It's okay.
10:30 a.m. to noon. Detective Arndt wrote in her report that between 10:30 and noon, John Ramsey left the house to pick up the family mail. This has been interpreted to mean he left the house for an extended period of time, but it has since been reported that he didn't leave the house. It is likely that it was actually after 10:30, when Arndt was the only police presence in the house, that John Ramsey went downstairs to the basement alone. Lawrence Schiller wrote that it occurred at an earlier time. This is bizarre. So the police left before the body shows up?
That's no good.
1 p.m. While Wetched reports that the FBI, called earlier by the BPD, arrived at this time, there is no record of this in any of the affidavits. The 1226 affidavit states that when the phone call from the kidnappers didn't come, Detective Arndt, the only police officer in the house, asked John Ramsey, Fleet White, and John Fernie to check the interior of the residence for any sign of Jonbenet or anything that may have been left or taken that belonged to Jonbenet. John Ramsey immediately went to the basement of the house, followed by Fleet White and John Fernie. That makes it sound kind of weird, too, because instead of going to a room or whatever, they go to exactly where she's found, and he's got his friends there with him. Is this getting weirder and weirder, Maxwell?
And what was the mom doing at this time? Because they never really talked
I don't know.
about her.
Supposedly she wasn't there if they were alone. Or, well, there was only police presence. Who knows? Maybe the mom... Yeah, we don't know. 1:03 to 1:05 p.m. Detective Arndt said that she heard and saw Fleet White in the den, crouched at the phone calling for an ambulance. Moments later, Arndt saw John Ramsey bringing Jonbenet's body up the last 3 stairs of the basement. John Ramsey had found Jonbenet's body in a little-used basement storage room which had no windows, referred to as a wine cellar. He said he removed tape from her mouth, picked her up, and gingerly carried her upstairs. Arndt said she appeared noticeably dead. Her wrists were loosely bound, and a crude garrote hung from her neck. She was wearing a knit shirt with a sequined silver star on the front and white long johns, and Ramsey said her body had been covered by a white blanket. 1:05 p.m. John placed Jonbenet's body on the floor in the hallway of the foyer, where he and perhaps others reportedly tried to perform CPR on her. According to profiler John Douglas, Arndt said that it was during this time, while she and John Ramsey were both leaning over the body, that she heard a guttural moan, aching wail from the back area of the house. Detective Arndt told John Ramsey to go back to the room, the den, and dial 911. While Ramsey went to make the phone call, Arndt moved the body a second time, placing it under the Christmas tree in the living room. She said that when John Ramsey returned from making the 911 call, he requested that the body be covered at the very same time that he himself was covering it with a coverlet from the back of a nearby chair, possibly further contaminating the body. A Colorado Avalanche sweatshirt was seen covering the body later as well. The others came to the living room from the back area. It was reported that Patsy collapsed on the body, screaming, "Jesus, you raised Lazarus from the grave, raise my baby." Arndt said she asked Reverend Hoverstock to lead the assembled family and friends in the Lord's Prayer. It should be noted that Linda Arndt, in her interview with ABC News, made no mention of anyone performing CPR in the portions of the interview that were shown. 1:10 p.m., Detective Arndt called 911, gave her radio number, and reported that the kidnapping had turned into a murder. Minutes later, she said she saw an ambulance drive by the house without stopping. At 1:15 p.m., Detective Arndt said she was paged and told that either the police or the ambulance could not find the house. Wasn't her police car parked out front? Or did Arndt just get dropped off and abandoned by the other police officers? 1:25 p.m., police backup arrived at the house in the form of Arndt's supervisors. Detective Michael Everett walked through the basement to see if anybody was hiding there. He saw 2 blankets in the wine cellar where the body had been found. Sergeant Larry Mason, who oversaw the initial investigation, and Ron Walker arrived as well, along with other police officers, although it is not clear exactly who they were when they arrived or what they did. Isn't any of this logged and documented? 1:30 p.m. According to Lawrence Schiller, detectives overheard John Ramsey calling Mike Arculeta, the private pilot, to his home. "She's gone. They've killed her." Ramsey reportedly also told Arculeta to ready the plane for a flight to Atlanta that evening. Sergeant Mason told Ramsey, "You can't go." 1:45 p.m. The Ramseys left their home to stay with the Fernies. At the Fernies, they were joined by other friends, including Dr. Buff, Jonbenet's pediatrician, who tranquilized Patsy, and attorney friend Mike Bynum, who advised the Ramseys to retain attorneys. The Ramseys, who had never been questioned in depth or separately, would not be formally questioned until April 30th, 1997, over 4 months later. Is that kind of weird?
Yeah, pretty weird. Should be like within that week or a few days.
Should be that day, right?
Yeah.
Well, pretty much right after finding the body. That's crazy. 1:50 p.m. The house was cleared and finally declared a crime scene and roped off. At some point after the body was found, Fleet White reportedly took Arndt aside and said he had opened the door to the wine cellar earlier and had seen no body. Other reports, never verified, stated that the door to the room had been stuck when officers tried to open it during an earlier cursory search. Schiller stated that it would be 8 hours before anyone went back in the house. Detective Arndt left around 2:35, possibly to see the Ramseys at the Fernies' house. 4 p.m., officials from the DA's office began arriving, including Assistant DA Trip DeMuth, Peter McGuire, Mary Keenan, and Chief Trial Deputy Pete Hofstrom. 7 p.m., detectives Fred Patterson and Greg Eidler arrived at the home of the Ramseys' housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh, and spent 3 hours interviewing her. But for some reason, they don't interview the Ramseys. 7:55 p.m., John's children by his first marriage, 25-year-old Melinda and 20-year-old John Andrew, arrived at the Ramsey home, according to Vanity Fair. Stuart Long, Melinda's fiancé, now husband, accompanied them. They had flown from Atlanta to Minnesota early that morning, planning to join the Ramseys in their private jet for the flight to the Ramsey vacation home in Charlevoix, Michigan. Some reports say they arrived earlier in the day, but after the body was found and before the Ramseys had gone to the Fernies. Now, why is it so hard to nail down exactly when they arrived? That's kind of weird. And John Andrew, is that his suitcase there? That's weird. 8 p.m., the first search warrant was finally issued, allowing the search of the house to begin and allowing the coroner to examine the body and remove it. So wait a second, the body sat there for all day? For 8 hours?
That's weird.
This whole case is
She's
really
still
weird.
under the tree?
This is bizarre. Officer James Byfield procured the warrant, and he served it 20 minutes later after it was issued. Dr. John Meyer, the county coroner, was reportedly waiting outside for the warrant to be served so he could examine the body. 8:20 to the rest of the night. Numerous unnamed police officers participated in the search of the 15-room house. Officer Kerry Yamaguchi participated in the search. He noted the computer equipment and internet connection in the Ramsey home, inspiring the December 29th search for possible child porn. The December 26th search and searches authorized by warrants served December 27th and December 29th did not end until late on January 4th, 1997. There would be subsequent searches in both the Boulder home and the Charlevoix home. 8:30 p.m. The coroner left after examining the body and crime scene for 10 minutes. Jonbenet's body was removed by Pat Dunn of the Boulder County Coroner's Office pursuant to the warrant. The body was transported to Boulder Community Hospital. The following morning, a post-mortem examination was conducted by Dr. Meyer. 10:45 p.m., Sergeant Larry Mason stepped outside and made an official statement to the only 2 local print reporters at the scene. 11:44 p.m., according to the Schiller book, Detective Linda Arndt was the last person to leave the house. Okay, so that was the timeline of that day, and there's a lot of bizarre little details that aren't gone over, and we will continue going over them in the next episode, as there's plenty more, as well as the logistics and layout of the house, and much more evidence that hasn't been talked about, which we will be getting into. So what are your thoughts so far, Maxwell?
There's a lot going on here.
Johnny?
I just can't believe there's not any other information out right now
do you
about
mean?
what could, how it could have possibly been done or who did it. Like,
Well, there
there's-
is.
I mean, they're still going off of, like, it could have been Patsy or Burke, but
Yeah.
there's, like, no proof, really, like, that really proves anything.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
mean, we're
kinda
gonna be going down all the avenues.
Besides, like, her writing the letter, like, it matched her handwriting.
Supposedly.
But
Other
then, like,
experts
why
have
would
been
she
in.
do that? Like, was it just to, like, you know,
If she
so her
thought-
son didn't, like,
Well, if
get in
she
trouble?
really thought Burke did it. Now, what
Yeah.
if John Andrew was there, their other son, and he did it, or they thought
my
he did
God.
it, but they weren't sure? Supposedly
But he was in
wasn't
college.
there, though.
He was in college. He's like college
Sup-
age.
Supposedly he wasn't there, correct?
Wasn't
And
there,
he
but that's
flew
his
in,
age,
and he
right?
flew in later that day. Yeah, he was
Okay.
20. He's 20.
Yeah. Like, what? Dr. Seuss books and duvets?
Unless someone else was just using his suitcase that was there in the house. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, we hope you enjoyed another episode of Mindshock True Crime in the Jonbenet series. Plenty more episodes to come. If you liked the video, click the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you also like our Facebook page, and you can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
We'll see you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 3, Dark Logistics 2. I'm your host, Bruce McGuire,
And Maxwell Powers.
and we are back with the next edition of this tragic case, which is also amongst the most popular in true crime and recent history, as it is still officially unsolved, although many people have many different theories. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, criticisms, leave them in the comments section. Also, make sure to like our Facebook page, and you can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. So, Maxwell, do you have a current theory right now? Now that we're on episode 3, we've gone over the intricacies of the case, the never-ending list of suspects that all have pros and cons against them, the strange and inconclusive DNA sample that might simply just be a red herring. So whether certain suspects matched or didn't match can be thrown out the window. I mean, what do you got?
Well, I don't know, man. It could be the parents, or some Illuminati sacrifice. I don't really know.
I think most people I think pick either the parents or Burke, right? And then another contingent believe it was either an intruder or something of that nature. Or the Santa Claus.
Yeah,
Or someone at the party. I think if it wasn't the parents or Burke, See, what people get tripped up on, I think, is that it really seems that Jonbenet must have known the individual just based on the MO and how it all went down. It really suggests that it was someone she was familiar with. I mean, there were over 20 keys made to the house that various people had. Not to mention, doors could have been opened, whatever the case may be. There's a lot of inconsistencies and unanswered questions surrounding the circumstances of that night, the night of the murder. So if it was someone she knew, then it didn't have to be the parents or Burke. That solves a lot of the issues because most people, once again, they're falling for black and white fallacies. They think it's either the parents or Burke or or some stranger intruder that the chances of which they think is relatively low. So I don't know. I think if it was someone she knew, that opens up the door to solve a lot of the variables that are thus unsolved.
Yeah.
So let's go over the exact logistics. In the previous episode, on episode 2, Dark Logistics 1, we went over the very, very detailed timeline, hour by hour, minute by minute, of the main goings on of that night and the morning after, as well as various other issues that have come up in the case that are usually not covered for some reason when most people discuss the case and documentaries. So let's go over the layout of the house, what happened when, and see if we can shed light and find a possible smoking gun in this case. So if you look, so there's 3 stories. The parents are on the 3rd floor, she's on the 2nd floor. So the house is very big with very large rooms. This is a bona fide mansion. So we have to think, like, if there was an intruder, a killer, if they had dragged her kicking and screaming against her will all the way down to the basement from her bed after breaking into the house, especially if there was a break-in in the basement, okay, but then they went up to her room, so Burke didn't hear anything, the parents didn't hear anything. How do you solve that logistical issue?
Yeah, I don't know.
So investigators actually did tests where they screamed in the basement and you could not hear it from the Ramsey's bedroom. So that brings us to the next point. The Melody Stanton scream. So she heard a scream, and apparently there's an air duct or a vent that made this scream audible to Melody Stanton. So she's next door. She said she heard a scream at 2 a.m. that was cut off, abruptly cut off. Her husband said he heard the sound of metal hitting or scraping concrete sometime after that. And I guess neither one of them called police immediately after. So what I mean, this is possibly critical evidence. I mean, this is possible smoking gun evidence here. What do you think?
That's interesting. So wait, so the noise was they determined that it was coming from the, like, someone walking into the basement window thing?
Okay, so the scream, we're assuming, came from the basement. So someone is killing Jonbenet and she's screaming
Yeah,
in the basement.
yeah.
So regardless of whether they came in through the front door or the back door, they got Jonbenet in the basement somehow and she's screaming. Allegedly, or someone else is screaming. So do you see where the Stantons are? So they're basically, they're pretty close to the house.
Yeah.
Basically the size of one house or one lot over.
Oh, so it's like 2 houses down.
Well,
Oh
it's
no,
one
actually,
house
it's like
over.
it's like diagonal.
Yeah,
diagonal.
one house. Yeah, it's basically directly across. So what's strange is you can't hear the scream from the Ramsey's bedroom, but you can hear it from the Stanton house because of either an air duct or a vent that somehow makes the line of sound able to travel. So is that kind of strange or what?
No, it's not strange. Sometimes the angles and
I don't mean
sometimes
strange as unbelievable. I mean strange as in bizarre because you would think I mean, because of that sound disbursement, is that why other houses didn't hear the scream? So it's kind of like that's the only house you could hear a scream from.
Yeah. And what was like? There was that metal scraping noise. Like, what does that produce? Did they
Well,
also?
hold on
Did
a sec.
they?
Hold on a second. We're still talking about the scream first.
Oh, okay. Because I remember you mentioning that something about metal grating or some shit.
Yes, there was a metal scraping sound, but let's finish with the scream. So let's source the early morning scream and see what we can come up with. So the Daily Camera published an article November 9th, 1998. So yeah, this is quite some time after. Boiler room theory arises in Ramsey killing, theory supported in part by basement window facing street. This is by Charlie Brennan. Boulder. A key argument supporting a possible intruder in the Jonbenet Ramsey case is a belief by some investigators that she was killed in a basement boiler room. This theory is supported in part by the existence of a basement window facing the street outfitted with an open air duct. The Denver Rocky Mountain News has learned that air duct may explain how a neighbor would have heard a scream the night the child died. The boiler room theory is further buttressed, sources say, by the fact that remnants of the paintbrush used to fashion the fatal garret were found just outside that room, which is adjacent to the wine cellar where her body was found. When grand jurors toured the house and grounds October 29th, several were seen studying the boiler room window and its unsealed air duct from the outside. Lou Smith, who recently resigned his position as investigator on the case for Boulder District Attorney Alex Hunter, believes the boiler room theory, sources say, and thinks it argues against a family member's involvement in the crime. Smith declined to discuss his theories Friday. I wish I could, but I really can't, at least until I testify before the grand jury, he said. Smith, a former El Paso County homicide detective who came out of retirement to work for Hunter on the Ramsey case, resigned September 20th. He cited frustration with other Ramsey investigators' reluctance to consider suspects outside the family. The case tells me there is substantial credible evidence of an intruder and lack of evidence that the parents are involved, Smith said in his resignation letter. But the 2.5-page letter did not detail his reasons for suspecting an intruder. Melody Stanton, a Ramsey neighbor at the time, told police she woke with a start not long after midnight, December 26, 1996, to a frightening scream. Her statement was first reported by the Globe Supermarket Weekly nearly a year later. So it took almost a year for this information to come out. That's pretty crazy. ABC's 2020 reported that Stanton typically slept with her windows slightly open. John and Patsy Ramsey have told police they heard nothing unusual after putting Jonbenet to bed around 10 p.m. on December 25th. Some investigators have had trouble reconciling that statement with the neighbor's account of a scream. Smith is among those, however, who think the basement air vent opening toward the street and no longer connected to anything in the boiler room could have broadcast the scream toward houses across the street without the same scream being audible in the parents' bedroom on the third floor. A source close to the family said auditory tests performed by police during a second search of the home in the summer of 97 determined that sounds travel more easily from the basement out to the street than they do up through the home's 4 levels. Sources say Smith thinks that if the scream emanated from the boiler room, it's likely where the murder occurred, and that Smith can't envision a family member selecting such a space to commit such a crime. I mean, that's all predicated on if that was premeditated. If this was, if it was Burke and they were playing in the room or playing hide and seek or running around, they wouldn't have selected the room. It would have just worked out that way. But anyway, Jonbenet was strangled, had a fractured skull from blunt force trauma, and had injuries consistent with sexual molestation. You wouldn't have to take her downstairs if you lived in the house, said an investigator familiar with Smith's thinking, who would talk only speaking on condition of anonymity. If you were living in the house, you'd sure choose another place besides that. Well, once again, that's if it's premeditating and you're selecting a room as opposed to some kind of an accident. I mean, even if it was John or Patsy, if she's playing down in the basement when she's not supposed to, and they got mad. It's not like they would have selected the room. I know it's kind of weird phrasing. Jonbenet's body was discovered in a windowless basement room next to the boiler room by her father about 7 hours after her mother called 911. She reported finding a 2.5-page ransom note demanding $118,000 for the child's safe return. The child's parents are under suspicion but proclaim their innocence. The murder is under investigation by a grand jury that convened in Boulder on September 15th. Robert Pence, former director of the FBI Office for the Rocky Mountain region, sees the logic in Smith's reasoning. I think that would be one good reason that would point to an outsider, he said. A lot of these are spur of the moment type things, a rage or argument, something that got triggered and wouldn't necessarily call for the person, whether it's a parent or siblings or whatever, to take the victim to an out of the way room. I think it would explode right where it happened. Even if Smith is right about the murder taking place in the boiler room, Pence still can't completely accept Smith's conclusion that such a scenario bolsters the intruder theory. One reason is the ransom note, which Patsy Ramsey said she found on the bottom step of a back staircase while heading down to the kitchen early in the morning. If it were an intruder, the thing that would be most consistent would be the note, Pence said. If it's an intruder, you're not going to leave the body and that note anywhere near the same crime scene. That just increases the trail of evidence. An investigator close to the case also sees Smith's theory as flawed because no physical evidence was found in the boiler room. And the source said if an outsider killed Jonbenet in the boiler room, why take the time after a scream loud enough to wake a neighbor to move her body to yet another room? If that scream is loud enough to be heard, then the intruder is gone because he knows mom and dad are upstairs, the police source said. With this scream, if she, Stanton, in fact heard it, if in fact it happened, why stay? You're out of there. Are you going to waste additional time in there? Nah. The source said, nah. N-A-H. So what do you think?
It's okay.
Yeah, that's like the worst possible comment you could ever make on a podcast, just so you know. You didn't follow anything?
I'm trying to remember. I was following, but I'm trying to remember what you said.
The source is basically saying that if an intruder killed Jonbenet in this boiler room and she screamed, he would leave. He wouldn't go upstairs and write a ransom note.
Oh, yeah.
Unless the scream was him just knocking her unconscious, and then he went to write the note, and then he was going to leave with her. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios they seem to have not considered. But what I just thought of is if the scream was from an incident separate from her death. So if indeed Burke did hit her, possibly knocked her out, but didn't kill her because she was strangled apparently while she was alive. That's what the blood vessels should suggest in the autopsy. And we'll be going over that later. But it seems like she was strangled while still alive, but also hit in the head. So if someone hit her and she screamed, and that's not when she died. So if she was strangled while she was still alive and the blunt force trauma to the head is from a separate incident, possibly not that much earlier. It could be minutes, could be half an hour, it could be an hour, who knows. If the earlier incident is what the neighbor heard, then the neighbor did not hear her being killed. They heard her being hit, possibly by Burke. And then if Burke didn't hit her, if Burke didn't kill her, if Burke hit her, she screamed, and then Burke went to sleep, whatever, and there was also an intruder. To me, that seems to connect the dots a little bit more. And then if John and Patsy, if they find her dead and they think Burke did it, I've already laid out this theory in the previous episodes. If they were trying to cover for Burke, thinking that Burke did it, even though Burke didn't do it, but maybe he did hit her, maybe he was responsible for the initial scream, what connects all these dots and makes all of this work? What do you think? Nothing?
Well, what would connect the dots?
We have the scream. We have her blunt force trauma to the head, possibly by a flashlight, possibly by a baseball bat. We don't know. We also have her possibly being strangled while still alive.
So what was the exact saying from the neighbor? Like what was the order of noise that they heard?
All right, so let's go to an overview. So, all right, on December 26th, 1996, between midnight and 2 a.m., she woke from sleep, heard a child scream that lasted 3 to 5 seconds. Supposedly it was cut off abruptly, but we don't know. Melody's bedroom was on the second floor facing the Ramsey house. Her neighbor, Diane Brumfitt, reported the incident to the police. 4 other neighbors heard no screams. 4 other neighbors heard no scraping sound. So the scraping sound is interesting because we'll get to that in a second, but here's her account. She went to bed at 10 p.m., slept with the window slightly open, 6 to 8 inches. I mean, that's a little more than slightly, so that would be enough for some sound to travel, yeah. Melody said no televisions or radios were on that night. So this is from April 28th, 2000. CNN, Burden of Proof, John and Patsy Ramsey discussed the death of innocents. So what would you tell them to do? Patsy Ramsey says, I would say this is the room where all of the evidence is stored. You start from the beginning, start combing, and go. John Ramsey says, go back to the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors. That's never been done by the police. Start from the beginning, start from scratch, sit down with the parents, sit down with anybody that will talk to you within a 100-yard radius of the house. Didn't they talk to the neighbor, though, who heard a scream at one point? Patsy Ramsey says, we don't know, Greta, because no one has ever. We hear rumors all the time. No one in authority has ever talked with us and told us what they know. John Ramsey, what we know is what we have or heard on television, what we have read or heard on television. We have not heard anything official from the police. So was there a woman that heard a scream? I believe so, because I've heard that reported. Van Susteren asks, but you don't know for certain? John Ramsey says, I don't know for certain. So that's kind of bizarre because in 2000, they're saying, yeah, that's pretty weird. So they're saying they don't know for sure. They're also saying that none of the neighbors were interviewed. I don't know if that's true. Does that ring true to you, or does this go into the category of weird things the Ramseys have said?
That they never interviewed the neighbors,
Yeah.
or that
That
yeah, that is
either they
kind of
don't that either they don't know about it, or because this article was published November 9th, 1998. Lou Smith actually worked the article that I read before. He worked on the case and he later went on to work for the Ramseys. So it's kind of bizarre, not to mention they were performing auditory tests in summer of 97, and this was reported in a 98 article. And yet, April 28th, 2000, years later, they're saying they don't know if they ever even spoke to the woman? That's kind of bizarre, Maxwell.
yeah, it's messed up.
But anyway, so that's her full account. She also said, and Smith actually quoted this, a terrifying scream. Neighbor Melody Stanton, who lives across the street from the Ramseys, about 150 feet to the south, reported hearing, quote, the most terrifying child's scream I have ever heard, end quote.
Wait, who said that?
Melody Stanton, the neighbor who reported the scream that we've been talking about for 15 minutes.
Okay.
So Lou Smith reported this. So once again, he works for the Ramseys, or worked at some point after working for the DA. We're going to do a whole episode on Lou Smith and issues with his investigation, as well as the legitimate evidence he has. But this is through him that this is being reported. So we don't know if he colored that, or he made her say that, or maybe she really did say that, but it seems kind of sensationalist. You would think that this would have been picked up earlier, but who knows? So, yeah. And Lou Smith actually did tests that determined that you could hear it from the Stantons' bedroom and not the Ramseys' third floor bedroom. So the Ramseys have no third floor windows on the same side as the vent. There are 3 carpeted furnished floors between the basement and the third floor. Concrete and steel. So Stanton woke up her husband at the sound of the scream. He reported hearing the sound of steel hit concrete shortly afterward. This could be the sound of the metal grate hitting the cement window as well. So possibly when someone's leaving through the basement window. So the Boulder police, Thomas, who we'll be getting into his specific account, he said that a scream would be audible from the Ramsey bedroom. Stanton originally said she didn't hear anything. Later, she told police she hadn't been truthful because she didn't want to get involved. In one instance, Stanton said the scream might have been negative energy from Jonbenet. But a detective eliminated that from a report because Stanton insisted the scream was audible and never returned to the negative energy statement. What do you make of that, Maxwell? This just keeps getting more and more bizarre.
Well, that's interesting. He used like negative energy. I mean, did she mean the noise that she heard? It was just like an auditory thing, or like an energy? Like, did he? I don't know. It's just weird. Like,
It is weird because we have all these different accounts. So, but I don't think it's that weird that she didn't want to become involved in the case, right? That's not
yeah. I don't find that weird at all. Cause like when
very often witnesses do that. They don't want.
yeah, witness like they don't. It's because it's just such a long process. I mean, you have to go to court and like testify. Like, like you'd rather. I think I would say about 50% of the people out there, like, they would rather not get involved, and hopefully they would solve the case without them.
Well, it
And
seems.
then I think they would step forward if this case is not solved and they feel that ethical obligation.
Well, what's interesting is none of the other neighbors heard screams or scraping noises. However, her neighbor reported the incident to the police. So she didn't even go to the police. Her neighbor, if that account is true, her neighbor, Diane Brumfitt, reported the incident to the police. So her neighbor kind of told the police that she heard this. So the police must have talked to her. So that now the Ramseys are lying in what some people believe are many, many lying statements. Obviously, that doesn't mean they're guilty, but they just want to make the police look bad because they had them as sus. Who knows? There's a million different reasons why they could be lying without being guilty, or they're lying because they're guilty. We don't know. But yeah, it is kind of bizarre. She's talking about negative energy from Jonbenet. Then she said, so she flip flopped. So she said she didn't hear anything. Then she said she wasn't truthful about not hearing anything because she didn't want to get involved. And then she did say that the scream was real and audible and never mentioned the negative energy after that. So
What was the timestamp again on the hearing of the scream?
between midnight and 2 a.m., there's no exact stamp.
Hmm.
You ask all these questions and then you don't do anything with them. You wanted her exact words. I gave you her exact words from different accounts. What are you going to do with that information, Maxwell? You wanted the time, you got the time. What do you got?
I got the time, the auditory, the energy.
What are you going to do with that information?
Did she? I don't know. I think I need more. So like, cause I don't know.
You wanted that specifically.
I
You
guess.
got it.
Well, they're assuming, right, or not assuming, but the theory is that the killing came from that room, like you said before, not the wine cellar, because the wine cellar is closed off or some shit.
Well, it's close by, so yes. If it happened in the boiler room and they moved her body, I mean, it's kind of accepted that her body was moved. I don't think. I mean, have you heard anything from what I've been saying or anything we've gone over in the past couple episodes that anybody thinks the body wasn't moved? I mean, it's kind of accepted that the body was moved.
I didn't know this completely accepted, but well, that is the common report that I don't know.
So yeah, you got all the information on the screen. You wanted her words. You wanted the time. You got her words, the time. What do you make of it?
The killing happened between 12 and 2.
We don't know when the killing happened. We're talking about the scream.
Well, I'm thinking maybe the killing happened between 2 and 3 because the scream is like the precursor to the killing.
Okay, what's your point with that?
I don't know, not much.
We're discussing the scream specifically. This whole
Yeah,
we've spent all this time on the scream, and you kept asking more questions on the scream, as if you were going to form some kind of an opinion regarding the scream, which you still have not done so. We've been on this for for a while, and I've answered all the questions you had that you asked in an inquisitory manner, as if you were going to provide some kind of feedback with the information you were given, and I'm still waiting.
Well, there's not much because like I don't know that much. I mean, it's he she heard the screams from 2 to 3. She was across the street. People thought that the audit noise would hit that spot better than anywhere else, so it seemed legit because they probably tested it. I think that you told me that they tested it, right?
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
legit.
So yeah, so and she heard it between 12 and 2. It could possibly, like you said before, that it was a precursor to the killing. Like she wasn't killed at that point when she was screaming or something. Because, but by the way, was there blood in that? Actually, there was no blood, right? It was
Nope.
just strangulation.
Yep.
So, wait, was she bruised? She was bruised, right?
Yeah. She also had blunt force trauma to the head, and she was supposedly strangled while alive. So it wasn't. So she wasn't supposedly. If the autopsy is legit, this information is legit. She was while she was being killed, she was struggling. She was not strangled after she was already dead because the what they observed with the blood vessels would not have looked that way, supposedly. So it seems like she was strangled to death. So if it's not some of the theories floated were that she was hit in the head and died, and they used the garrote to make it seem like an intruder killed her. So if they started strangling her, she would be struggling against it. So she would be alive. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that either because if you're knocked out, are you going to wake up if you're being strangled? I don't know. But you'd think they would have checked for a pulse. So yeah, it's the whole thing's kind of bizarre, so we don't know. But once again, regarding the scream, all you got is that it seems legit.
Um, I don't know. What else can I bring in
You
there?
keep asking all these questions that aren't really relevant to the scream, so we're kind of going in circles.
Well, what would you consider relevant questions?
The time of the scream, even though I already stated it, but I was asking you for an opinion. I wasn't asking you to ask questions. I'm the host here, Max.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think they know better than I do. So, like, an opinion based on timestamped scream is really not that much. I mean, what am I gonna say? Like, oh, she probably was watching TV or some shit, and she heard screams on a TV, which was a like, I don't know. And then
Well,
it was.
if you were paying attention, she supposedly went to bed at 10 p.m. and there were no TVs or radios on even at 10. So,
I see, but I guess I wasn't paying attention.
well, unless she's lying about that. So, for example, if you brought the case that well, see, she did. If she didn't want to be, yeah, it did seem sometime. If she had come forward immediately with this, then maybe she was just an attention monger. She wanted attention and made up something to be in the spotlight. But it seems she wanted the opposite because she wanted nothing to do with this. So we can't really use that. So it seems she probably wasn't lying about what time she went to bed or the TVs or radios. So that's out. But anyway, let's move on before we all go insane. So, U.S. District Court Judge Julie Carnes had some notes on the Jonbenet Ramsey case, and this is from her notes now. A neighbor who lived across the street from the defendant's home, however, reported that she heard a scream during the early morning of December 26, 1996. Experiments have demonstrated that the vent from the basement may have amplified the scream. So it could have been heard outside the house, but not 3 stories up in the defendant's bedroom. So this is from 2003. Other accounts, Daily Camera has a very detailed account of the scream. Internet poster Margoo has assembled various accounts of the scream. The scream initially was unreported. So Stanton originally did not report the scream when interviewed by police on December 26 because she did not want to be involved in the case. When asked why she had not come forward with this information right after the homicide when detectives had canvassed the neighborhood, so again, it seems like detectives did canvass the neighborhood. So once again, the Ramseys seem to be saying weird things. Stanton said she was so shocked by Jonbenet's death that she at first did not make any connection to the scream. And since none of the other neighbors had mentioned to her about hearing a scream, she began to doubt she actually heard it. In fact, when she told her husband, he said she probably imagined it. It was Diane Brumfitt, a friend of Stanton's, who reported the incident to the Boulder police after her conversation with Stanton. So that's pretty interesting, right? So we have so many different versions of this.
So it was really faint noise, because like I've sometimes, I think everyone has experienced that, where they don't know if they're imagining it or they're actually hearing it. So it's so faint. So she heard it really faintly. Yeah, I don't know what my point is with that, but just interesting.
From if we believe Lou Smith's account, she said it was kind of like a blood curdling scream. Remember? So that
Oh
doesn't.
man.
Yeah, so if we believe Lou Smith, he reported it, quote, the most terrifying child scream I have ever heard. So it couldn't have been that faint because she could identify it as a child scream. Now again, Lou Smith might have made that up. We don't know, but
When was that? When was that reported or like recorded? That hearing, was it right away or or I don't know when it was that?
I went over it like 5 times.
Yeah, I don't remember. Can you repeat yourself?
Again.
Oh
so
yeah,
the
I don't
first,
remember anything.
so the first article we went over was for November 9th, 1998.
So 2 years after.
Well, no, in the article, it states that the statement was first reported, it was recorded by the Globe Supermarket Weekly nearly a year later. So it was first reported on nearly a year later. We don't know exactly when the police found out, because if we're looking from these notes, it says that her neighbor, Diane Brumfitt, reported the incident after a conversation with Stanton. So, wow, okay. Hold on a second, I can get that. Okay, so Bonita Sauer was a secretary paralegal to Dan Hoffman, an attorney working for the Boulder Police Department. So she actually had these notes, and these notes from 1998, they're called the Bonita Papers within the Jonbenet case world. So these papers in 1998 state this: Stanton told the police on January 3rd that she was certain she had heard a child scream at about 2 a.m. on the night of the murder. The scream also has been alleged to have occurred between midnight and 2 a.m. She did not look at the clock, but estimated the time at somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m. She stayed awake and listened for any other noises for 5 to 10 minutes, but heard absolutely nothing after that. No cars, no voices, no footsteps. So she eventually went back to sleep. That's actually pretty interesting, isn't it? So does that mean the intruder stayed in the house or went out the other side?
Yeah. I don't know.
So the broken window is on the other side. So if the boiler room with the vent is going one way, so then the intruder goes through the basement, climbs out the back window, and goes away from the house in the other direction, then she would not have heard it, I suppose. So Stanton said there had only been one scream, but it was horrifying. If it came from the child, she assumed the scream had awakened the parents. This is from Lawrence Schiller's 1999 book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, which is, some people believe that's the best book on the case. In Thomas's account, it was a piercing scream. In the Bonita Papers, Stanton was awakened by one incredible scream, one loud, incredible scream. So it was not faint. She related it was obviously from a child, and then it lasted 3 to 5 seconds and then abruptly stopped. That's from Sowers. So we have,
That's creepy as hell. Wait, she didn't call anyone?
well, we just said what happened. She
Ah.
went she heard for more noises, nothing, and went back to sleep. And then, so she eventually told the police on January 3rd. So this was the morning of the 26th. So when police were canvassing the neighborhood in the following days, she said nothing. And then apparently her neighbor called the police and they went to talk to her again on the 3rd and on January 3rd. So she did come forward. So this was not that long after. So a week after, the police knew about the scream. And apparently it wasn't published until almost a year later for the first time. And yet the Ramseys say they knew nothing of this. Weird, 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 weird. Yeah, there's a lot of different accounts here. So different people with different books, and then the Bonita papers, something else. So what do you think? Definitely not faint, according to all of these.
Yeah, that's messed up. I would have nightmares with that kind of scream.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay, so some people actually don't think the scream was real. So let's address that. So they think she either imagined it, like her husband initially said, if that's true. So Thomas said this: more than a year later, we would discover that Stanton also told the detective it may not have been an audible scream, but rather the negative energy radiating from Jonbenet. The detective returned to that odd point several times during the interview, but Stanton never again mentioned the negative energy. She insisted that she heard an audible scream, so the detective did not include the negative energy comment in his report. A year later, he was ordered to write an amended report. It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird, man. This case has a lot of weird issues like that. Like, so she initially said that it was not, or it may not have been an audible scream, but a negative energy radiating. You know what's bizarre? Not to get into too much of the paranormal, but what if it was more of a psychic scream? So it was real. It was,
Like almost telepathic type thing.
yeah, yeah.
That's interesting.
This is Mindshock.
Yeah, I mean, I this is probably too early to mention, but I looked at a timeline of but John Benet, Jonbenet Ramsey's case, and like the weird thing is that confession with the, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you'll bring it up later, but confession with the teacher, like he killed her, but
Oh,
the DNA
you
proof.
mean the one? You mean the one we've discussed endlessly in the previous two episodes?
Oh, oh yeah, I think you mentioned that.
We
Yeah,
spent
but
a lot of.
but what I'm saying, like that's kind of like one of the weird things, like someone confessing, but and then proven wrong. Like, why the hell would you like? It's kind of weird. Like, you need
What do you
that
mean
much
by
attention.
proving? What do you mean by proving wrong, though?
Well, supposedly the DNA or something like didn't match the. I don't know. Is Oh, I see what you mean. Like, it could be true that he still killed her, like, but they can't prove it.
Yeah. So, so
Oh
how?
man,
Well, yeah. So how? Yeah. So it's kind of.
that's interesting too. Yeah.
Well, if he's a psychotic, yeah. But what's your point? Like, if he's a psychotic, like, let's say
Well,
he's.
I don't know how extensive like the proving of that he was. I don't know. I mean, yeah,
He knew some weird details he wasn't supposed to know. But apparently, yeah, I don't know. We discussed him already, but it seems like it wasn't him and he's just crazy. But and if he's crazy, like what's I mean, I don't know, what's your point with that?
uh, well, I just find the case bizarre and weird because it's like you have someone confessing, but he they can't even put him in jail because they can't prove that he's him, who's someone who's confessing.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Well,
It's kind of like it's almost funny.
false confessions happen all the time though. It's either people seeking for attention or just really mentally disturbed people that might I don't know. If you're that far gone mentally, do you even understand what you're doing? I mean, I don't know. Like
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Because
we can't give them the credit of saying they're definitely operating with a full deck. They are smart, intelligent, logical people, like that are just looking
yeah,
for
it's
attention.
yeah. Because once in a while you come across like a real like pathological liars, and they really believe what they imagine. So I guess
All right. Well,
it could.
it's about to get even a little weirder. So, Ellis Armistead, PI who worked on the Jean-Benet Ramsey investigation, said this. It was reported in 2001 that Armistead is unsurprised that former Ramsey neighbor Melody Stanton, who reported hearing a scream the night Jean-Benet died, now believes she heard it 2 nights before the murder, if she heard one at all. So there's other reports stating that she wasn't sure about the night. So it might have been 2 nights, but who knows? So apparently nobody else heard the scream. So an internet poster argued this: it is a valid point to question why Melody Stanton would claim to have heard such a horrible scream when arguably her house was further away from the source than were the houses of Scott Gibbons and Diane Brumfitt. The sound from the east side duct would not have been broadcast along a pipe directly to Stanton's house and no other. Sound radiates in a circle through air. The Barnhills did not describe hearing it. Glenn Meyer is not known to have heard it. Obviously, Gibbons, who was awake at the relevant time given his report of light in the house at the time, and Brumfitt have said nothing. And Burke's own bedroom window was right above the duct opening. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, so here's my rebuttal to that. Were their windows open? Because if their windows are closed, they're not going to hear anything, right? So this is December. So it's probably unusual to have your windows open in December in Boulder, Colorado, right?
Yeah, that's an
So
interesting point.
that might be the reason. Because if she's just one of these people that always likes to have the window open, that she'd be prime to hear it where nobody else would.
I see.
So that's not much of a rebuttal in my book. But also regarding the vent, yeah, it wouldn't. It seems like, yeah, there would only be 2 or 3 houses that would be primed to hear it, which means if they didn't have their windows open, then indeed the Stanton house would be the only one to hear it. So that actually does add up. So no problem there. So once again, why didn't the Ramseys hear the scream? Smith is among those, however, who thinks the basement air vent opening toward the street and no longer connected to anything in the boiler room could have broadcast the scream toward houses across the street without the same scream being audible in the parents' bedroom on the 3rd floor. A source close to the family said auditory tests performed by police during a second search of the home in the summer of '97 determined that sound travels more easily from the basement out to the street than it does up through the home's 4 levels. It also would be interesting if they had the heat on. The heat could have also drowned a little bit of the sound.
That's true.
And if they performed the test in the summer and they couldn't hear it in the summer without the heat, well, actually, is the AC louder than the heat?
Yeah, I mean, also it depends where these machines are, or whatever you call them.
Yes, I just want it to be a uniform test, so to replicate the circumstances. So if the AC is much louder than the heat, that test could be useless in the summer, unless they took the AC off. The best test would be to put the heat on. Unless if the heat was maintaining a certain temperature and it actually wasn't on at the exact moment the scream happened. We don't know. Like once again, there's a lot of variables. All right, any final thoughts on the scream before we move on to the metal scraping sound?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So according to Schiller, Stanton's husband had heard a crashing sound, the sound of metal on concrete sometime after the scream. So there's a lot less information on this metal grating sound. Nobody else heard it. We really don't know what it could have been. We got almost nothing on it. So he came up with this, but he thinks his wife imagined the scream. Initially, that's what he thought. So what do we make of this?
I don't know.
That's all you got?
Well, there's not much. I can't remember what you said. I don't remember what you said.
The metal scraping sound.
Yeah.
Nobody else heard it. It was just Stanton's husband, Melody's husband. So he thought she imagined the scream, and yet he heard the metal scraping sound for real.
Oh, no shit. That's interesting.
But it
So
wasn't
like,
right after the scream. It was some time later, an unspecified amount of time later.
oh, so it could be, and it's not. They never thought of that as a possible exit, right? They never concluded that or anything, or saw footprints or whatever that created the metal grating sound or whatever.
So there's some issues with footprints as well. We'll get to that because that's another can of worms. There's a lot of problem. I mean, almost every piece of evidence here has a lot of problems with it. Actually, before we get off the scream, I forgot to mention this. Some people actually theorize that it was Patsy Ramsey screaming, finding Jonbenet's body.
Ah, I like that. That's interesting.
I mean,
Because like, so she thought like that makes a lot of sense. But the description of that lady was like a child cuddling.
well,
or
which
screaming.
which description? I mean, there's a lot of descriptions.
Wait, didn't she say in quotes that blood curdling scream from a child or some shit like that?
it was the most horrifying, but that was Lou Smith's. I mean, we don't really know what she said. These are people reporting what she said. And she said different things at different times. She said the scream wasn't even that night at another time. You know what would be crazy? What if she heard a scream 2 nights prior and that was the child's scream? And then she heard a different scream on the 26th after midnight.
Ah,
'Cause if she heard two, that could have caused the problems. She might have thought it was another night, and maybe it really was a child the other night. Maybe really was Jonbenet just screaming for whatever reason. Maybe Burke hit her. We don't know, but yeah, would that explain her confusion? So
that's
when
an
she
interesting
remembers,
take on.
so if she's remembering the scream, she remembered the child scream because that's what the people were interviewing her about, and she couldn't tell for sure. So if it was Patsy that she heard screaming, because if it was the most horrifying or whatever, if it was horrifying in any way, I don't know. So yeah, in the other account, it was Stanton was awakened by one loud, incredible scream. So there's different, yeah. Here's the other thing though, if let's say your neighbor who has children, a child screams at a random point in the night, you're not going to call police, right? Children scream all the time,
Yeah, I guess. Like,
especially if
yeah,
there's not further
like when they play, like even they sound like sometimes they're getting killed when they scream.
Yeah. Well, also, if there's just one scream, I mean, obviously, if blood curdling screams are happening again and again, you'd probably call the police at some point.
Yeah, like maybe like second or third time.
Yeah, especially if there's big gaps in between. I don't know. It's just strange that it's not playing because if they're playing and they continue screaming, everything's fine because otherwise they wouldn't be able to continue screaming, I guess. I don't know. But if there's weird gaps or something seems off, one scream, is that really going to cause somebody to call police? I mean, how many police would be called out to how many houses if people called in a child scream every night?
Yeah, true, because it could always be mistaken for children playing and stuff. So, or like, yeah, because kids like surprise each other, or like a kid takes away another kid's toy and they scream, and it sounds like at first that it's someone getting killed, but after a while your brain analyzes it, and someone just took his toy or some shit.
Hmm. So the other thing that we didn't really talk about, once again, drawing to Thomas's account, a third neighbor to the west said that her dogs who barked at anyone in the alley, just as they did when the police came to question her, made no noise Wednesday night. Wednesday's the night of Christmas. Thomas does not provide the name of this neighbor, but Margaret Dillon lived across the alley to the immediate west of the Ramseys. So the metal scraping sound, so this neighbor says that her dogs bark at anyone. So it's kind of like a routine thing.
Okay.
So what's the metal scraping sound? So if someone's not leaving the property, so that's kind of damning in the directions of the Ramseys because even if there is a scrape, which we'll get into a baseball bat issue if that was the scrape or if it was the grate. There's so many unanswered questions here. But if it was Patsy who was screaming, what does that mean? That means she didn't kill her and that she found the body so that it was either John or Burke or an intruder or other family person. I mean, that it opens up the door a little bit to more scenarios.
Yeah.
In Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, apparently Stanton was harassed by the media after the Scream information was leaked, and she really didn't want to be a witness at that point. So she was going to be called to testify. So it seems like this flip flop back and forth. So she initially didn't want to be involved. Then her neighbor calls her in. She has to be involved. Now she's saying she might have heard it 2 nights before. Is she just making that up because now she wants out and she really did hear the scream from all the harassment? That's interesting as well, right?
Yeah.
You don't sound too interested.
You said yeah, I don't know.
She did not report it to the police. Her neighbor reported her on January 3rd. You following?
Okay, so 5 days later, so what?
Well, it's more than 5 days later.
Or like
December
eight days,
31.
8 days, some shit.
Yeah, I'm just setting the stage because you forget every 2 seconds. It's not about the exact date. I'm saying she didn't want to initially. She initially didn't report it. It wasn't until the third that her neighbor reported her. So she had to go to the police, and she told them the scream really happened. Someone leaked this information to the media, and she was harassed.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, that's what I just said. So now she initially didn't want to be part of the investigation. Then when she was forced to tell her account, she's being harassed. So is that why she said, "Oh, maybe it was 2 days earlier, or maybe it was
Who is the what neighbor reported this? The girl, the lady, which neighbor?
Stanton's neighbor?"
So they just went. He just went out. Oh yeah, so Stanford lady said this to
Stanton.
me. Stampy,
Yes, they had a conversation. Melody Stanton mentioned that to her
Stanton,
neighbor,
Stanton.
and her neighbor called the police. Yes, I already said that before.
It's so. I'm sure that. It's so weird.
Why?
Well, I'm trying to imagine the conversation they had, and then she, like Stanton's telling the neighbor, you know, hey, the 2 weeks ago or a week ago, whatever, I heard a scream, but don't tell anybody.
I'm sure
Or
she
I
didn't
don't know.
say. I'm sure she didn't say don't tell anybody because
Yeah,
she could
possibly, yeah,
trust.
possibly.
She thought
Yeah,
she could
but
trust the neighbor. She probably said something like, "Man, I really hope I didn't hear a scream. That would be terrible." Like, yeah,
yeah, something like that. And then the neighbor just, I don't know.
the neighbor thought it might help, so she
Yeah,
contacted the police. Why is
yeah,
any of that? You always focus on like the most irrelevant parts of every.
yeah. That's the likely event because that
But
makes
it's irrelevant. Like, but that's completely irrelevant to everything because whether or not she said, I mean, it's irrelevant to how that went down. Whether it was kind of innocent in convo, whether it was weird conversation, whether they never spoke to each other again after that because she felt her trust was betrayed. All of that is irrelevant to the actual scream and what happened in the house.
Yeah. And what are you asking me?
I was
What
just
wait, what was well? How did we get to this point? Because why did I thought it was weird or something? Or
no, you're the one who diverted to the irrelevant. I'm saying I was just pointing out the timeline that Stanton didn't want to be involved in the case.
yeah,
All right, let me go over it for the fourth time. So she doesn't say anything. Her neighbor reports her. So then she
yeah,
gives her statement to the police, and then someone leaks this information. So whoever, it doesn't matter. Somebody within the police leaks it to the press or whoever, a reporter with connections. So now she's being harassed by the media because they all want interviews or whatever.
yeah.
So is
And
that why she said?
how did she respond to that?
Well, you keep it. You keep interrupting me. We don't know how she responded to that, but I'm saying if that's the reason she said, "Oh, maybe it was 2 nights before," or maybe it was negative energy, is the reason she said that because of the harassment from the press, because she wants to be discredited as a witness, so she won't have to testify or be involved in the media circus.
I see.
Are you sure you see? Because I said it like 6 times now, and you keep asking questions that have nothing to do with that.
So wait, let's see. You're saying that she just she said something that will make the media go away.
Yes, she wants to. She was trying to discredit herself. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
yeah.
if she was trying to discredit herself, does that explain her just saying, "Oh, it was actually 2 nights before. Maybe it wasn't that night." Now nobody's going to want to talk to her anymore,
I see.
and she goes back to her peaceful life. No testifying in front of a
I
grand
see.
jury. None of that.
So she made herself to be like an unreliable witness.
Yeah, and then if that didn't work, I mean, I'm sure she did feel a certain amount of responsibility to tell the truth. So, yeah, so she never officially recanted or anything. Oh man, that was rough, Maxwell. I think that's a
Maybe
new record of how many times I had to repeat a concept. All right, so let's look at other neighbor. Okay, so you have nothing to add on that. So you just asked all these questions, you got all the answers, and you have no thoughts
I'm
on a
trying to because I have no contribution. So like I'm trying to ask some kind of question that
No, but why don't you have a contribution?
because I can't follow. It's hard to follow.
I thought you just did.
I did.
Did you understand that she was trying to discredit herself so she wouldn't?
Yeah. But it took like 50 times for you
Yeah,
to
but you
get
got it
in.
now. So where's your contribution now?
So I mean, what do I say about that? So what? Like now,
So you have no thoughts whatsoever about
so what I'm saying is like that's a good theory, and I agree with you that
it.
she probably did that to
Oh,
discredit
okay, well
herself,
that's
so
it.
she's
Yeah,
like
that's
an
all. Yeah.
unreliable
So
witness.
if that's your contribution, then yeah, that's it. That's better than saying nothing, or that's okay.
it's a good theory, it's a possibility that she did that to discredit herself and like become an
Yes, it does
unreliable.
indeed. It does indeed make sense that way. Okay, so let's look at the lights in the kitchen. So Schiller's account is at about midnight. Scott Gibbons, the other neighbor, looked out his kitchen window towards the Ramseys' house and saw a light on in the kitchen area at about midnight, when supposedly everybody was in bed asleep. So the Thomas account states a neighbor to the north would say that the Butler kitchen lights were on around midnight and considered that unusual, since it was the first time he had noticed that light being on in the Ramsey home. Although Thomas does not provide the name, Gibbons lived next door to the Ramseys to the immediate north. He would have had direct view of the Butler pantry. So that's kind of interesting because he's saying those lights are never on, ever. They're just not used as a light. So, like, there's some kind of secondary lights that people don't use. What do you make of that? Does that support the intruder theory? Because if it's somebody, but why would an intruder put on the lights? That doesn't make sense either. None of this stuff makes any sense. No thoughts, Maxwell?
Well, if he brought a flashlight, it would be just another Watergate thing. So, like, I don't know. I think he would need lights to kill someone.
All right, so this guy, an internet poster known as Blue Crab, posted this. Gibbons, from his own kitchen window, observed the late night movement of people in the Ramsey kitchen who, according to Gibbons, seemed to be creeping around in the semi-darkness so as to not awaken others in the house. Gibbons also saw a light on in the butler's kitchen at about 12 midnight. The first time he had ever seen that light burning. No source provided on the movement of late night people. So another poster known as Toltec stated this: the next door neighbor who witnessed the strange light in the kitchen around midnight said that it looked like someone was moving around as to not awake anyone. No source provided. Schiller adds sometimes later, Adam Fermier, another neighbor who was up watching TV, said he didn't notice anything strange through the window that faced the Ramseys' house. Supposedly, in one of Patsy's interviews, she said the family was not good about leaving lights off. So that's kind of weird. So some theories state that the Ramseys paid everybody off, so they could have paid off some neighbors to say some things, for example, with the pantry or the scraping metal. I mean, who knows? I don't know if they would, or maybe even the scream. I don't know. Do you think that could have been concocted? If they paid Melody Stanton to say she heard a scream and then, but not to go to the police, and then they told her to leak the information to the neighbor so it would seem more credible, so that the neighbor would go. Or is that going too far with the with the plotting?
Yeah, that's like but it makes a great film. But
Does it, Maxwell? Does it? All right. So, what was that movement? Some people think that Burke and Jonbenet were up super late, either to sneak peek presents or get a midnight snack, and they didn't want to wake their parents and get in trouble, or they were just playing with new toys or whatever. So another issue is the missing safety light. So once again, we're going to Thomas's account. A resident directly to the south reported that the light was off in the southeast corner sunroom of the Ramsey home and thought that was odd because it was the only time she was aware in the past few years that it did not burn all night. So, I mean, this is really bizarre because we have a light that's never on being on. We have a light that's always on being off on the other side.
yeah,
Is that too many coincidences for the night that Jonbenet happens to be killed? Is that too many coincidences for you, Maxwell?
mm,
This is
that's a
the
lot. That's a lot
only
of them.
time, the only time in years that she noticed it was not burning all night. In years.
Yeah.
Diane Brumfitt, another neighbor, told Detective Barry Hartkop on December 31st that on Christmas night she did not see a light in the southeast corner of the Ramseys' house, although there had been a safety light in that spot for years. She remembered thinking that it was unusual. Although Thomas does not name Brumfitt, the Brumfitt house is next door to the Ramseys to the immediate south. All right, so these are all just really bizarre issues to the outside of the house. And now we're going to be moving to the interior. So, which also hosts a slew of problems and unsolved variables and more questions than answers. But I think Maxwell Powers is up to the task with his immaculate memory and recall and invaluable thoughts and analysis on all of these intricacies of the case. We're going to do it, right?
Of course, can't fail my army.
All right, so let's look at the point of entry. So if it was an intruder, so a lot of the issues with the intruder theory, other than the broken window, was there signs of forced entry? And then of course we have John Ramsey's inconsistent statements about the broken window and just a lot of weirdness. So apparently, there were no signs of forced entry. So the search warrants stated this: according to officers French and Veach, the first to arrive at the Ramsey house on December 26th, there were no signs of forcible entry into their residence. And the Ramseys believed that the house was locked when they went to bed. According to Officer Jim Byfield, Detective Linda Arndt also reported that there was no sign of forced entry to this residence. Okay, those are the initial reports. So let's go to the later reports. So, law enforcement officials told Newsweek that the police knew several windows and a door had been unlocked that night. Two windows were open slightly, allowing electrical cords for the outside Christmas lights to pass through. So several windows and a door had been unlocked. That's kind of damning. That's kind of damning because even if we don't consider all the people with keys to the house, from contractors to various previous owners and just madness. All right, let's look at the basement window in the storage room. So a basement window was found broken in a basement storage room immediately adjacent to the train room or the hobby room. So do you see that, Maxwell?
Okay, looking. What are we looking at?
In the storage room is where the broken window was. So it's right next to the train
Oh
room.
yeah, I see it. So what about it?
That's what I'm discussing right now, so you can see the logistics.
Okay.
So a photo labeled crime scene photo was included in Lou Smith's PowerPoint presentation, and it shows the window wide open. But it doesn't appear to be a crime scene photo since John Ramsey later described the window as being open only a tiny bit. Likewise, a poor quality photo showing the window wide open and the suitcase on its side is here, yet there are other crime scene photos of the suitcase on its bottom. Another photo of someone standing next to the window also appears not to be taken at the crime scene, but there is no way of telling the date the photo was taken. So that's another problem because there's a whole bunch of inconsistencies with how open was it and which exact photos were taken when. I mean, that seems to be an issue with with a lot of cases. So yeah, there were inconsistent statements. John Ramsey said he broke it during the summer, so it would have been broken since the beginning of winter. So that's kind of weird. So they never fixed that broken window. Does that seem weird to you, Maxwell? I mean, they seem to have a lot of money. Even poor people generally either fix or board up or somehow deal with broken windows. They don't just leave them, do they?
No, they boarded up or something.
So if John Ramsey broke the window somehow, or Burke, I mean, it's pretty weird. So if it's broken, couldn't you just open the latch from the outside and then just come in?
Yeah, I mean, I see like two bars still on the window, like that bar thing in the window, like so you can't. So you still have to open it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, let's watch a video of Lou Smith just climbing through the basement window.
Okay.
All right, so supposedly Boulder PD said it was impossible for an intruder to climb down through the window. That seems bizarre to me because that window is freaking huge. Or they're saying somebody can't lift the grate. So you see that grate? Is that what made the metal scraping sound? Even though it's all the way on the other side of the house, that doesn't seem likely either. But and that window is kind of big. That's not one of the tiny ones. And he's pretty old.
Yeah, that's Yeah, that was pretty simple.
I know, right? Like it seems like yeah, it's bizarre how they said it was impossible for an intruder to come in through that window. I mean, that's so silly, isn't it?
Man, he just walked in there like it was like it was like a door.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm watching it again. He's like casually like
all right. There is one problem though. So the problem with this, which again, there's always some kind of an issue with everything. Oh man. Okay. So apparently there was a cobweb. So in the crime scene photos, you can see a cobweb that was not disturbed.
oh, I see. Um, wow, that's interesting.
A spider web.
So when was the photo taken? I see that, but okay, it's in the corner.
So can you? It's a lot harder to climb through with that cobweb, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
So would the cobweb be disturbed or not? And then of course the issue is when did that cobweb form? So if the window was broken this whole time, it seems like there wouldn't be a cobweb because there'd be air blowing in and out, right? Maybe. Whereas if the window was recently broken, I don't know. The cobweb was there before it was broken?
Ah, I see. I mean, it's still possible. The way it looks, it's still possible to kind of look. I mean, go into that without disturbing that. Well, I don't know. I mean, that could be a disturbed cobweb. That was like a fully formed
Yeah,
cobweb.
cobwebs are pretty resilient as well, right?
No, what I'm saying is like that could have been a full like spider, like circular web, and it was disturbed and it formed into that.
All right, but do you see all that dust around the web as well? If someone is sliding in and out that window, would there be that much dust? Wouldn't there be like a sliding mark of a body?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Unless someone parkoured into it by grabbing the very, very top of the sill and just like hopping down like a parkour master. But if it was like Lucy did it, if it was like a slide through, oh, that's rough. I mean, would there be that much dust?
That's possible. I mean, it was this. This is kind of like a ninja work because, I mean, no one could find the killer, so he must have been a little bit more athletic than the average person.
Yeah, you can also see a scuff mark under the wall, on the wall, right under the window. And John Ramsey reported in police interviews that he had come through the same window the preceding summer. So was this the scuff from when he had come into it? So if he got locked out or whatever reason he came in through the basement window, that's the other thing that's bizarre. If John Ramsey already told the police in police interviews he had come down through the window in the summer, why would they say it's impossible for a person to climb down through that window?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He already said that, and they said that. That's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's problems with every angle of this investigation. There's problems with the Boulder PD. There's problems with the Ramseys. There's problems with Lou Smith. There's problems at every angle you look at this. There's so many problems. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. So there were also no fingerprints found on the window. So according to Sowers, interior dusting of the window for fingerprints was done by crime scene investigators, and no Latin prints were found. Again, if they're wearing gloves, I don't know. So the other issue is right under the window, there's no debris. I mean, there's not much. So if someone slid through a broken window with all the dust, or did they sweep up? Did they kill Jonbenet? Then they took out a duster, swept up a little bit, and then left? What do you think?
Uh, I mean, if they did sweep up, then he's an experienced killer. You know what I mean? Because like if you kill for the first time and you won't sweep up. So if there's any indication that it swept up, then it's an experienced killer, I guess. Well, that photo is interesting.
Yeah, if you
But
look,
I didn't know the room was that messy. Because I
yeah, but
remember,
if you look at the suitcase, which belonged to John Andrew Ramsey, which we talked about quite extensively, you could see, there's not a lot of dust around the suitcase. So it's messy all over, but look right next to the suitcase, right under the window where there should be a lot of just dust, soot, any kind of fragments that got shaken loose, because look, like that area is not that clean from what we saw in the photo. On the exterior of the window, it's not clean. So if someone came through, again, unless they just did a parkour hop,
And I also don't see the cobweb or.
well, this is from inside
Yeah. Okay.
with the light on. So yeah, so the other issue is John Ramsey reportedly found it less than 1 inch open when he searched the basement on the morning of the 26th. This is his testimony. So if that's true and he opened it bigger or someone else opened it bigger and it was originally small, would an intruder close the window after escaping? Maybe, if it was windy or cold. They didn't want to tip it. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so as with everything, there's conflicting accounts regarding the spider web. So from Schiller, during their initial inspection of the exterior of the house on the day Jonbenet's body was found, detectives had noticed several strands of a spider web on the grate covering the window well in front of the broken basement window. It extended from the edge of the grate to some nearby rocks, and this seemed to confirm that nobody had entered that window recently. Internet poster Margoo notes there is no indication what time of day it was when Detective Everett and Wickman allegedly saw the intact strands. It was certainly not at 6 a.m. No one was there during daylight hours until after the body was discovered, the earliest time in the afternoon being 2 p.m. However, Sowers claims that, quote, as noted by detectives early on the morning of December 26th, an intact spider web covered the grate which blocked off the window. In order to enter or exit the window, the grate would have had to have been removed. This grate was photographed and collected for evidence. Sowers further states the web was reasonably intact and extended through the grating, suggesting that the grating had not been disturbed since the spider constructed its web. So if that's true and the spider web went all the way through the grate, that means the grate was first removed by the detectives when they took it in for evidence. No thoughts, Maxwell?
Let's say that again. The last couple sentences.
Oh man, the spider web was observed to be going through the grate, not just the window. So you know how in the video Lou Smith had to lift up the grate? The
Oh
metal.
yeah.
So they're saying the spider web was growing through the grate. So the grate could not have been lifted any time recently.
Ah, I see.
So this was, several hours after the murder, or up to half a day, or whatever it was. So
I would dismiss that. I don't know. I would dismiss that theory, I guess, or maybe like not completely, but I don't know.
why was the suitcase just positioned? The suitcase belonging to John Andrew, John Ramsey's other son, just randomly, who doesn't live with them, but whose whereabouts cannot be 100% nailed down at the exact time they arrived. But why would that suitcase be directly under the window as if someone was trying to climb it? You know what's weird? I hadn't really thought about this before. If Burke, for some reason, was trying to get out the window, he would need the suitcase to stand on.
Ah, that's interesting. I like that. I actually, for some reason, I didn't think of the briefcase as a stepping up. I guess that's the most people's theories. I didn't even think
Well, it's
about it.
positioned right under the window. I mean, standing up it's kind of bizarre. It
Well,
just looks.
well, actually, I don't even know the history or the thing about the suitcase. I mean, wasn't it found empty or some shit?
No, John Andrews' stuff was in it. There was some really strange stuff in it. You should have paid attention on our previous podcast.
Oh, can you tell me what's in it right
No,
now?
you're going to have to go listen to the podcasts. This
That's right.
podcast is not about incriminating John Andrew.
Oh, okay.
The contents of the suitcase are irrelevant for the purpose of our dissection of the window.
Okay.
If someone was trying to get away and they were going to climb out the window, I guess they could put the suitcase there. But if they would just lift, if it was an adult, they would just lift the suitcase, toss it up, and then climb out if they were going to climb out. And if they're climbing in, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Was when they were searching for Jonbenet, did they think she was playing hide and seek or something? And they moved the suitcase that was covering something and they just randomly placed it under the window? Or if you're a child, are you going to use that suitcase as a stepping stone?
I would definitely use that as a stepping
Mm.
thing.
But we're talking about the cobweb here. You're saying you want to dismiss it, but what if that's not true, that it was growing through the grate?
That's true, because well, that's possible, because like the web could be attached to a grate, but not actually attached to something else, and it just floated up as you open a grate or something.
Or the Boulder police might have lied about that to make. Wait, why would they lie about it? Oh, yeah, because they don't want an intruder theory being viable. So they downplay anybody being able to enter. And if they say the cobweb extended to the grate, they want the blame firmly on the parents. That's one of the theories. But so I don't know if we can discount it. I don't know if we can just simply discount that theory based on a cobweb. So there's actually evidence that the web was not attached to the grate. According to Thomas, Wickman had an argument at the Ramsey house with Detective Greg Idler, who had carefully lifted the metal grate above the broken window and found that the spiderweb between the window well bricks and the grate wasn't necessarily attached. What the heck does that mean? It wasn't necessarily attached? That's just a weird way to put that. This case is just beyond weird. It's like we can't nail down any single piece of evidence definitively. So detectives Everett and Wickman disagree with Detective Idler about whether the web was attached to the grate. So we don't know. So April 2nd, Detective Michael Everett of the Boulder PD called entomologist Dr. Brent Opel of the Virginia State University Department of Biology, who is also known as Mr. Spider-Man. Opel told the police that there are two general types of spider webs. The first, which are called cob or funnel webs, once established, are constantly reworked and added to by the spider. The second, manufactured by orb weaving spiders, is regularly replaced by the spiders and can be completed at any hour of the day in less than 12 hours. The police also learned that if the grate covering the window well had simply been lifted and the web damaged, the type of web would be hard to identify. But if something the size of a man had passed through the web, it would have been destroyed. Everett sent Dr. Opel an enlarged photo of the type of web in question. The entomologist said it appeared to be of the funnel type. So those are the ones that are constantly reworked and added to by the spider. 6 months later, October 25th, Everett traveled to Vancouver Island and met with another expert, Dr. Robert Bennett of the British Columbia Ministry of Forests. The detective had with him a newly enlarged and enhanced photograph of the strands of the web that had covered part of the window grate. Bennett confirmed that it was a funnel web. This grate was photographed and collected for evidence. In May, the photos were submitted to Brent Opel, professor of biology at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University in Blacksburg, Virginia. So Schiller Sowers concur that Opel was given a police photograph. They disagree on the month. Schiller adds that the blown-up version was given to Bennett, but note that Schiller alludes to Opel being given photos of the type of web in question, which may or may not have been the original web. The original web had never been photographed or committed to a report, a huge error that would have been extraordinarily controversial in months to come. I mean, there is a photograph of the web. It's unknown exactly the time that it was taken, however. In December, both Sergeant Wickman and Detective Mike Everett had seen at least 3 strands of a spider web reaching from the brick window upward to the covering grate. No one had photographed it. This is from Thomas, so that might not be true as well. So Thomas believes that Patsy killed Jonbenet accidentally. So he could be biased. So once again, if it's a funnel web, that means it could be broken and respun by the spider. Dr. Bennett confirmed that if the temperature rises sufficiently, spiders can come out of hibernation. In Boulder on Christmas night, 96, the temperature reached a low of 6 degrees, but it rose the next day to a high of 51. And the grate faced southwest towards the sun. Perfect conditions for a hibernating spider to wake up and repair a damaged web. And this is from Schiller. How do you like that, Maxwell? We're trying to unravel the case of Jonbenet Ramsey based on hibernating spiders waking up and repairing webs. What do you think?
Uh, I don't know.
It just happens to be perfect conditions for a hibernating spider to wake up and respin his damaged web.
Oh man.
So once
Were they
again,
wait? Were they? So they were like, were they investigating what kind of spider, that kind of thing?
well, I'm not sure 100% that matters because it's the type of web. So as I just stated, hope you were paying attention, if it's a funnel type of web, it can be added to. So certain spiders add to that web, so they all add to it. So it just happens to be that it was freezing, it was below freezing the night before, but then it jumps to 51 degrees and the grate faces the sun, which just happened to be the ideal condition for a hibernating spider to fix a broken web that possibly could have been broken the night before. I don't know if he could have done it that fast. I don't know. In October 97, Detective Everett would learn from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration that it was impossible to determine the condition of the dew, frost, or snow cover on the ground around the Ramsey residence during the night of December 25th and into the morning of December 26th. Huh. Professor Opel reported that the web was that of the Agilende, known as a funnel web spider. There you go, Maxwell. They're identifying the spider.
That's funny.
The web was reasonably intact and extending through the grating, suggesting that the grating had not been disturbed since the spider constructed its web. According to Professor Opel, these types of spiders would cease constructing webs no later than early November, thus indicating that no one had entered the window well past this early November deadline. The theory that anyone could have entered the Ramsey residence through this broken window was totally discounted by this simple evidence of nature. This is from Sowers 98. So there seems to be some conflict here as well. However, if that's why the Boulder police said it was impossible to enter through the window, did they mean it was impossible because the spider web would have been broken? And it had nothing to do with the size of the window. They just didn't say it because they didn't feel the need to say it. Do you even know that I asked a question, Maxwell?
Well, you're saying that did they yeah, I forgot something about the web and the spider and why they're asking it or something.
When they said it was impossible for somebody to climb through the window,
Yeah.
did they say it was impossible because the spider web would have been broken?
Um,
Not because of the size of the window, because obviously the size of the window, it's kind of silly to say somebody couldn't climb through because they could. So if they somehow knew that the spider web could not have been broken, they based that on saying it was impossible that anyone could have entered. Do you not understand the question?
you're saying that if uh,
All right. If you have a door to your room, if there's a spider
yeah,
web on the door, and somebody discovers your body, there and the spider web is intact, that means nobody entered through the door, right?
not likely because the spider has a web. I
Yeah,
mean,
let's say the web covers pretty much the whole doorway.
yeah, that means
So
nobody
exactly.
unless the spider can build it in like 2 minutes.
Yes. So same thing with this basement window. If the web went up through the grate and disturbing the grate would have ripped the web off, that's why the police might have said it was impossible to enter through the window.
Oh, I see. So they're basing on the spider web and stuff.
I was asking, is that why they said it was impossible, having nothing to do with the size of the window?
Ah, I see.
It only took a while.
That's a big possibility. I mean, if they were really thinking about it.
Yeah. So there does seem to be a dispute if the spider web was observed much later in the day, where there was enough warmth and time for the spider to respin the web. So it seems to be the critical aspect here is if it was observed first thing in the morning, then it could not there was not enough time to be respun because it was too cold and no sun. So without knowing the exact time the web was observed, we got nothing. All right. So let's go to the butler pantry door. So this is on the north side of the house. So this is on the first floor when you enter a foyer adjacent to the kitchen. You see it?
Wait, what floor am I looking at?
The first floor.
Okay, I see the first floor. Wait, what was the question again?
Oh man, no question. I just said, look at the. We're looking at the pantry.
Pantry in the butler
Yeah,
pantry area.
yeah. So that butler pantry area, it looks like there's a door right there, right where the red is pointing to the, right where the flickering light is.
Right, I see the door.
Yeah, so that's the pantry door that goes outside. So that's what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
So the butler's door to the kitchen was found ajar that morning. Defendants note that the butler's door was only a short distance away from the spiral staircase where the ransom note was found.
Okay.
So you see it's right there to where the ransom note is. It's not that far.
Okay, I see a ransom note. Yeah, it's not that far. It's like the stairs.
So, and the ransom note was found and within plain view of where the pad of paper used for the ransom note was found. Rocky Mountain News reported a police report noted that a Ramsey friend who arrived at the home shortly after 6 a.m., one of the first people there, said a door on the first floor, called the butler door, was ajar. The Ramsey friend was likely John Fernie.
Okay.
So, okay, so there was no forced entry. However, if the door was somehow unlocked or ajar, so Frank Kaufman, a Boulder freelance writer and photographer, covered this case, and supposedly he actually broke into the Ramsey house by jimmying the lock on the door, on the butler door. So I don't know if he's an expert lockpick, but he did that as a, this is allegedly, it was just reported online rumor that this particular guy was able to jimmy the lock. So either it's not a good lock or he's an expert locksmith. So if he did that, then anybody could do that, is what people postulate. What do you think? But if it was already open and Patsy said herself they weren't good about or I don't know, if they weren't good about turning off lights and locking doors like some people aren't. No thoughts at all, Maxwell?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I remember something about a door being like ajar or something.
So on an interview with Larry King, they mentioned that King actually asked, "Is that because they found no entrance into the house?" Patsy said, "We don't know why." Because he's talking about it being someone else, or the Boulder Police Department made up their minds that it was John and Patsy. So he's saying, is that because they found no entrance into the house? Patsy says, we don't know why. John Ramsey says, well, we know, Larry, that a window was open. Under that window was a suitcase as a step for a step to get up through it. We learned later that they found a door open, which I didn't know about until almost a year later. That house is not difficult to get into. So why is John Ramsey is calling his house that house? I mean, I guess he's got two, so, or more houses, so I guess he would say that. But well, if you only own one home, I guess you wouldn't be talking about that home. I don't know. But he
Yeah,
actually,
that's a good point. Like that house, like I would say that house if I had like three houses. Yeah, that
yeah.
makes.
Oh, look at that! You paid attention to something I said, Maxwell.
Well, I had to take advantage of the opportunity because it actually made sense. So I had to.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that he keeps saying they didn't know about any of this. So it seems weird that they wouldn't know that a door was open. It's so weird. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but it's a big house. Like, why would he know that a door is open?
If a okay, if your kid was found murdered in your house and there was a police investigation that showed no signs of forced entry and yet one of the doors was open, you wouldn't know about it?
Oh, I would know about it. I mean, but wait, was it open? Oh yeah, it was open. The great door, right?
Not no, the grate is not a door. We're talking about the pantry door.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that would be weird.
He said that he didn't know about it.
Wait, that he didn't know about it, or they didn't know about it? Oh, he didn't know about it because it would be.
They being the police that discovered the door being open. You're asking whether the people that discovered the door being open didn't know about the door being open. Maxwell Army.
No. Wait. So John didn't know that the door was open,
That's what he's saying in this interview with Larry King. Yes.
but the cop said that the door was open.
Yeah. Well, they did. This was the information that was revealed. Yes.
Well, that's kind. I don't know. If your kid is murdered, you're probably stressed out. Yeah, I guess you would have a heightened attention on what's going on in your house, so you would notice that it was open.
That would be the only thing you'd care about would be the investigation and what they're finding, who the suspects are, what
Yeah,
happened.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody get into it. You have very weird questions, Maxwell.
But it is kind of weird to have the pantry open though. Like, why would the pantry be open? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Maybe like the wife got some food or the kid got some food. Maybe it's a habit for the kid to leave the doors open after they get their dessert or something.
All right. So do you see the pry marks? So there's another door on the other side of the house by the den, and it has pry marks on it on the exterior frame of the door on the left side.
Okay.
Do you see that old pry marks?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting too because how often do people try to break into this house? So here's what's weird. So supposedly Patsy didn't seem distressed when a family friend said the door had been damaged. And so Boulder Police Department sees pry marks by a door and they by a damaged door and they don't find that strange or at least signs of an attempted forced entry. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, did they try to come into their own house? Because sometimes like people get locked out or something.
Oh, you mean the Ramseys? When I'm talking about the police and you say they, most people would contextually take that as the police because that's who I'm talking about.
Oh, I see. With the Ramseys, did you mention getting locked out at all, or?
Well, depending on which one of John Ramsey's stories you believe, but no, John Ramsey himself said that house is not hard to get into. That's a weird statement to make. Because okay, that statement is bizarre. I actually I'm on the fence. I'm pretty neutral about all these theories. I'm trying to examine them. That is one of the most damning because it seems semi innocuous, but that's one of the most damning things I think John Ramsey has ever said. That house is not hard to get into. Now, if you're a loving, protecting father, even if that was true, would you really want to broadcast how bad of a parent you are that you don't even keep your house locked for your children?
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
And the lackadaisical fashion in which you say it, you're not like, yeah, I mean, that it was a big house. I mean, it might be possible for people to break in, or we didn't have the top notch security like we should have. That's a better statement, right? We didn't have. We
Yeah,
didn't double check like we should have. That's legit. It seems like you're trying to, you're trying hard, keep the house locked up as good as you can, but you make mistakes. He just offhandedly said, "Oh yeah, that house is not hard to get into." Does that
yeah,
seem weird to you or what?
yeah. I'm trying to think of the psychology behind that. I mean, if I mean, it. Although I have to say, I've been locked out of the house a few times, and I got in. You kind of find a way to get in, and I got through the basement. Like you kind of like look around. What's the easiest window to get into? Because you don't feel like calling anybody and bothering anybody. So, there was a window. Actually, like yeah. So when I got locked out, the easiest window to get into with all the steps that's easiest for me would be the front window by the living room. So I just went through that because the basement window is actually like it comes down. So like you'd probably like cut yourself with a broken window. So you go through the. I don't know. Like now, if you ask me that if my house, like if there was a crime scene there, I would probably say yeah, that house is not that hard to get into because I got in like a few times. So I don't know. Maybe he's saying it. I'm thinking he got locked out a few times, and got in a few times, and then he concluded that it was easy to get into.
Yeah, but you're going to state that on national television in that fashion? Like,
I'm not. Well, knowing me, I would
you.
say that because I would say because it was easy for me because I didn't break any windows. It took me like maybe I don't know. It didn't take that long. I mean, I just pushed up the window, did my my contortionist thing going on, and then I got in.
All right, so this is from Kolar's book. Mrs. Fernie shared one additional tidbit of information with investigators that had been bothering her. She indicated that late in the summer or early fall of '96, she had observed damages to the latch area of an exterior screen door located on the rear south side of the Ramsey home. Mrs. Fernie was concerned that perhaps a burglary attempt had been made to the home and shared this information with Patsy. They inspected the door and determined that the interior door exhibited no damages whatsoever. Patsy expressed no concern about the damaged screen door and suggested that perhaps John was responsible for the marks. He reportedly was always forgetting his keys and had broken into the house on other occasions. There you go, Maxwell, validating your theory.
All right, yay! Maxwell finally got a contribution in.
Mrs. Fernie indicated that she had seen a photograph of this same screen door displayed in an advertisement running in one of the Denver newspapers shortly after the murder. The advertisement, placed by Ramsey attorneys and taking up at least half of the page of the newspaper, purported that this may have been a possible point of entry used by the kidnapper of Jonbenet. This did not sit well with Mrs. Fernie because Patsy was fully aware that these damages had been inflicted upon the screen door weeks or months prior to the murder of Jonbenet. The use of this particular photograph seemed to be an attempt to mislead the public about the evidence associated with the crime, and the Fernies indicated that they severed their contact with the family following their observation of that advertisement. That's kind of weird, right? Did you follow that?
No.
Or were you too busy celebrating your your thoughts on John Ramsey being locked out of the house and having to break in all the time, which is why he said that house is not easy to get in. Is that house is not hard to get into?
Partly, but can you rewind like 3 sentences?
Apparently, the Ramseys or the attorneys of the Ramseys put up an ad for the screen door in the Denver newspapers. It's unclear whether they're selling. Are they selling the? Are they selling it or what? What the heck? There's.
That's really weird. Like, are they trying to show that the screen door was like? That's kind of weird.
They're trying to show that it's damaged and it could have been used as a point of entry by the kidnapper of Jonbenet. But Mrs. Fernie knew that the damage happened weeks or months prior to her death because she had pointed it out before.
Oh, I see.
Late summer, early fall, she saw the damages to the latch area. So it was either it was probably it might have been John Ramsey trying to get back in. But does that story really sit well with you? So apparently there's so many different keys to the house. This guy's a multi-millionaire successful businessman. How is his house key not on his car keys? So he drives in and then he has to break into the house? Or like how often can you lock yourself out with that many doors in the house? Like if you're doing yard work, are you only going to have one door open when there's side doors? You have two kids, you have your wife, you have a housekeeper. I mean, do you buy his story or this story about John Ramsey being constantly locked out of the house? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd be quick to jump onto just believing that immediately. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I don't know. Like, do you really see John Ramsey as some bumbling idiot who keeps locking himself out of his house?
Not really. I mean, I can see it like a couple of times though. I mean, when rich bastards like kind of they have a lot of their mind, so like they lock themselves out probably.
I don't know. I don't know. That's all weird to me. Very, very weird. But if the damage was only to the screen door and not the interior door, I guess police probably wouldn't necessarily pursue that. But let's move on to the garage. So this is from the 1998 interviews. So Lou Smith is interviewing John Ramsey. Does the garage door close automatically? John Ramsey says no. Lou Smith, or was it open for a little while? John Ramsey says, well, it doesn't close automatically. There's a button by the door. Normal practice would have been to close it from the inside at some point. Think about this. You had her in your arms, inaudible. John responds, I don't remember closing the door myself. I only remember carrying her. Lou Smith says, think about that at some point, okay? Now, do you remember going up the spiral staircase? Yes. The Mike Cain interview, in terms of the button on the garage door, it is on the interior of the garage or the interior of the house? John Ramsey responds, I think it's on the interior of the house. Maxwell,
Yeah, what's up?
if you live, did you hear that?
You started laughing about something inside the house or something.
Did you hear anything I just said?
I don't remember. I can't recall. Wait, must be funny. Must be funny because you laughed.
It's
So
pretty funny, yes.
what is it?
Why don't you pay attention?
I don't know. I'm trying, but so what is it?
Do you see the first floor garage?
Hold on. Okay.
And then you
Yeah.
see the alarm panel?
Yeah.
All right, so he's being interviewed by Lou Smith. He asks if the garage door closes automatically. John says no. John says it doesn't close automatically. There's a button by the door. Normal practice would have been to close it from the inside at some point. He said he doesn't remember closing the door. Okay. In another interview with Mike Cain asks, in terms of the button on the garage door, is it on the interior of the garage or the interior of the house? John Ramsey responds, I think it's on the interior of the house.
Oh, that's weird. So he doesn't know. Like,
Where the door to the garage that he must have hit that countless times because every time he pulls into the garage, he would have to close it.
well. Let me ask you this: if they don't use it a lot, then he might not remember. But if the cars are inside it, then he should remember. I don't know, but if it's rarely used, like he never goes in there, he might not remember. It's a big house. I don't know.
You're saying he never uses his garage?
Well, I'm asking if the cars are in there, he uses it a lot, and if it's the frequent car driving cars, but
You know
if
what's
it's
weird? I mean, I remember where that button is on my uncle's house, who I've only been to a couple times. You know, I never used it, but I just remember where it was because he's got a nice garage. Think about all the garages that you've traversed. Do you remember if the button was on the inside? Usually it's on the interior. It's in the
usually
garage.
it's interior, it's inside the garage.
Yeah. But John's saying, I think it's on the interior of the house. So you have to, and then the follow up question, Mike Cain says, so you can be fully in the house before you push that button? John Ramsey says, I believe so. As I recall, yeah.
Well, let me give you this. If he's got a lot of houses, he might be mixing up the garages in his brain.
Okay, but that means the garages would have to look similar to get mixed up, right? But it's three. See, okay, 2 or 3 houses is not a million houses. And if it's that irregular to have it, if it's that irregular, if all his other houses are in the interior of the garage and this is the only one where it's on the exterior, he should remember that easily.
Yeah, I guess.
Someone also asked her if someone asked Patsy in an interview if she could hear the garage door from her bedroom go up and down. She said no. Also, they never used their alarm. Patsy said when Jonbenet was probably about 2 years old when answering when they had last used the alarm at the Boulder house. And there was a lot of construction. They also had automatic remotes in the cars. And there was a door to the courtyard directly from the garage and an interior door connecting the garage. So the other thing is If the garage door were shut, someone who had something known as a code trapping device could open it from inside the garage. The door into the house from the garage was never locked. Another thing that's not covered are the footprints on Jonbenet Ramsey's balcony. So we are once again going to the Bonita papers. Footprints were found in the dust on the deck of the balcony outside Jonbenet's bedroom. The impressions ranged from tennis shoes, running shoes, hiking boots, and a child's bare feet positioned to look over the edge. However, this inspection was done after the frost had cleared after the morning of the murder. Reports by officers the morning of December 26 stated that there were no footprints visible in the frost coating of the balcony. So again, we have a very strange timeline here that may or may not be honestly reported by the Boulder PD if they had some kind of an agenda. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you hear that?
Well, you asked if there's some kind of agenda.
Based on what? Why did I ask that?
The breaking in.
No, there were footprints found on Jonbenet Ramsey's balcony.
Oh no shit!
What, how can you not hear that?
I did hear it. Well, actually, I didn't. Or maybe I did. I don't know, but I just don't remember that you saying it.
Oh man.
Wait, there were footprints on the balcony and shit.
Okay, so I'll read it again for Maxwell. Footprints were found in the dust on the deck of the balcony outside Jonbenet's bedroom.
Oh no shit!
The impressions ranged from tennis shoes, running shoes, hiking boots, and a child's bare feet positioned to look over the edge.
Oh, so they had that many shoe options?
That's what it looked like. There were different impressions. So Burke had boots. Yeah, so anyway, so this is from the Bonita papers. However, the inspection was done after the frost had cleared after the morning of the murder.
How did they know that?
Because, well, it would have been later in the day when it reached a high of 51. Whereas in the morning it was much lower temperature. Reports by officers the morning of December 26 stated that there were no footprints that were visible in the frost coating of the balcony. So there's different reports here. So apparently later in the day there were, earlier they weren't. Was it determined what footprints they were? Because were they Burke's child's footprints? Or because if whatever conditions on the balcony show Jonbenet's footprint, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. And also the reason I asked about the Boulder PD not being able to be trusted, because what if they mixed and matched reports as necessary to cast doubt on the intruder theory?
Wait, why would they cast that out?
Because they think John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsey killed Jonbenet. So that's why they said all the things they said.
Oh, I see. So they're trying to get rid of that
Well,
theory out of people's minds.
maybe they really do think that the parents did it. But so that way they're just not really doing real investigation in other avenues. So maybe they dismissed it not nefariously because they really do think that John and Patsy did it.
I see. Like they're unconsciously buying into their theories, and they
Yeah,
can't
so they
stand
don't
it.
think it's fruitful to examine other options because they think they already know what happened, because usually it's the family member.
Mm.
Thoughts on the footprints, the Boulder PD activity, all of these logistics that we're going over where there's so many variables, unanswered questions, conflicting accounts regarding every twist and turn in this case. Almost every piece of evidence has conflicting accounts. Isn't that weird?
I don't think it's weird. I mean, people are people, and then people conflict in their perspectives, so there's nothing weird about it.
Well, in other cases, for example, there's definitive statements. There were no footprints. There were footprints. There were cobwebs. There were no cobwebs. The window was open. The window was closed. In other cases, there's none of these conflicting issues. In this case, it seems every single piece of evidence has conflict. I'm not talking about people's opinions. I'm talking about directly conflicting statements. or the ambiguity determine, like there's footprints on Jonbenet Ramsey's balcony. When were those footprints really there? We don't know. We don't have timestamps on this. Were they intentionally withheld? I don't know. I'm just saying it's weird. At one point there were footprints. At other point there were no footprints. Whose footprints were they? If they were Jonbenet's or Burke's or unidentified footprints, I mean
Wait,
that's kind of
wasn't that one of the like the Redditors or like the Pinterest type people? Like they said that it was dead in the it was failed in the beginning because of all the footprints that came about that trampled on the real footprints that were there. I don't know,
that was
something like that.
outside. Yeah, that was outside. We're not talking about that right now. We're just talking about the balcony. We're just talking about the balcony.
Okay, gotcha.
But yes, there were issues, and we'll be getting to those in future episodes. But yeah, so that was my point with almost every piece of evidence has a conflicting. John Ramsey doesn't even know where the button is for the garage door.
Yeah.
We got problems in this case, Maxwell. We got problems. But I hope you enjoy another episode of the Mindshock True Crime Podcast. If you like the podcast, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you like the video. Feel free to share it, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like our Facebook page. You can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
See you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is part 4, Dark Logistics 3. We will be examining the movements of individuals in the Ramsey basement following the discovery of the body, the constantly changing stories, the conflicting reports, police activity, and anything and everything that has to do with the Ramsey basement, and how to fit all of these puzzle pieces together regarding the available information on the case. In typical Mindshock fashion, going into the most comprehensive overview and logical analysis of all available information. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button and share the podcast across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Alright, so let's jump right in here. In the previous episode, Dark Logistics 2, and the one before that, Dark Logistics 1, we went over all of the fine details of the case and of the house. These are all important to know when you're putting together all of these puzzle pieces because there are so many, and many of them are not talked about. But this is Mindshock, and we delve into every aspect of everything. So, let's start with the wine cellar room. So, the wine cellar is, of course, where Jonbenet's body was found. Now, in the layout of the basement, there's a couple different anomalies. Of course, the broken window, the suitcase, and a couple other things. Now, the wine cellar is right next to the boiler room, of which there's a doorway, and then that leads up the stairs, or to the hobby room and the crawl space next to it. You can check the diagram on the screen right now to get a layout of the basement. So here is one of the greatest criticisms in the police response to the Ramsey home that morning. So Officer French actually found the latch in place on the door to the wine cellar. So the latch is a piece of wood at the top of the door.
Because he was looking for a kidnapper's escape route to the outside of the house, French did not unlatch and open this door, reasoning that a perp could not have latched such a door behind him or her. Now, I guess if time is of the essence, you'd be running around frantic, but it seems careless to not when was it first searched, and we will go over the available facts regarding the timeline, who said what when, on when it was originally searched. So the other interesting thing is that there is a light switch on the wall inside the room, but it's actually lower than a typical light switch would be placed. So it's lower than the regular height. Again, so the only point here is that it'd be very easy for a child to hit it. So for the Burke did it people, I guess that's a point there, that it's easier, but I mean, standing on your tippy toes and reaching, I mean, Burke was not a 3-year-old. He could have reached a regular light switch anyway, but just going over, I mean, that's just another interesting point in the case. There just seem to be all these little details that nobody discusses, and are they relevant? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know, so we're discussing them. So let's look at the evidence found inside the wine cellar. The condition of the room was described by Fleet White. Although referred to as the wine cellar, the room was actually used for storage and was a dark, dirty area with mold growing on the floor. Another description stated this: next to the utility space at the southeast corner of the basement is the unfinished windowless room where Jonbenet's body was found behind a closed door. The room is dank and bunker-like with water-stained cement walls and a cement floor. So John Ramsey told Detective Arndt that he found Jonbenet in the wine cellar in the basement underneath a blanket with her wrists tied above her head and a piece of tape covering her mouth. John Ramsey had removed the tape from her mouth before he carried Jonbenet upstairs to the first floor. So now already we have problems because the body was disturbed. Now, is that the original after Jonbenet's death, however she died? Is that how her body really was? Or did some people think John Ramsey himself, or someone else staged the body that way, and then John Ramsey himself disrupted the staging if he didn't stage it himself? So now already we could be several paces away from the original condition that the body was found. Problematic, of course, because we cannot deem this an undisturbed crime scene by any stretch of the imagination. So let's go to an article by Kaufman, camera staff writer. This article was published Tuesday, September 30th, 1997. Documents shed light on early investigation. Boulder police release Ramsey search warrants. Armed with 4 warrants, Boulder police seized everything from hair and fabric fibers to household items to the ransom note to computers that might show a connection to pornography from John and Patsy Ramsey's home. Boulder police were ordered by Boulder County Court Judge Diane McDonald on Friday to release 65 pages of documents from the 4 warrants issued in the days after 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey was found murdered in her family's home. The affidavits for the warrants, issued between December 26th and January 30th, and other documents reveal some new information. 6-year-old Jonbenet was last seen alive at 10 p.m. on Christmas, although it is somewhat confusing as to whether John or Patsy Ramsey was the last to see her. Everything's confusing in this case, and that's one of the reasons it hasn't been definitively solved. The papers also confirm reported but previously undocumented information. Over the course of the last 9 months, the Daily Camera has revealed much of the information about police searches of the Ramsey home and what was taken into evidence, from blunt instruments that may have been used to hit the girl in the head to the fruitless search for child pornography. Among other things, the documents detail investigators' first hours inside the Ramsey home, the finding of Jonbenet's body, the condition of the body when found, a portion of the girl's autopsy, and arguments for requesting each of the 4 warrants. With each is a list of what police took from the house and surrounding grounds, raising an array of questions about what police hoped to find. Limited portions of the documents remain sealed, and warrants obtained to search the Ramseys' Michigan home remain sealed. quite interesting, and what was found there, and we'll be going into that in future episodes. But police verbally inquired about searching John Ramsey's Boulder business office and an airport hangar, but prosecutors rejected those inquiries. Within the search warrants, Chief Deputy District Attorney Bill Nagel offered written comments to clarify what was sought and the outcome. For example, there are several references to investigators using a black fluorescent light and observing something consistent with semen or seminal fluid on Jonbenet's legs. However, subsequent investigation by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation found no semen or seminal fluid. The warrants confirm, however, there were signs Jonbenet was sexually assaulted. Many pages are devoted to descriptions of computers, videos, the internet, and expert advice with regard to investigation of such sources for indication of child pornography, Nagel wrote. To date, he noted no such evidence has been found. The pages of court documents from the warrants are a meager portion of the paperwork generated in this case. In a footnote, Nagel noted that as of May 31st, Boulder police had submitted about 8,000 pages of documents to the Boulder County District Attorney's Office. The first warrant, sought and granted December 26, details how the Ramseys last saw their daughter Christmas night. In one instance, Patsy reported was the last to see the girl. In another, it was John. It also details that only John, Patsy, Jonbenet, and her brother Burke were in the house that night, and that John Ramsey believed the house was locked up when everyone went to bed and was still locked in the morning. And of course, a quick aside here, there were unknown copies of keys made because the locks were never changed, and then there were always workers in the house, so there were quite a few copies of keys made. We went over this on the previous episodes. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes in the Jonbenet Ramsey series, make sure you check them all out so you're up to date. The warrant, drafted by Boulder detective Jim Byfield, tells how Patsy found the ransom note seeking $118,000 and threatening that if the demands were not met, Jonbenet would be decapitated. It further lists everyone who was in the house after the girl was reported missing. At approximately 1300 hours, Detective Linda Arndt asked John Ramsey, Fleet White, friend of the family, and John Fernie, another friend of the family, to check the interior of the residence for any sight of Jonbenet. I guess they hadn't thought to do that. Or anything that may have been left or taken that belonged to Jonbenet. John Ramsey immediately went to the basement of the house. Some people find that suspicious. Instead of going anywhere else, he went straight to the basement, followed by Fleet White and John Fernie. Byfield wrote in the affidavit for the warrant. Within a few minutes, Fleet came running upstairs, grabbed the telephone in the back office located on the first floor, and yelled for someone to call for an ambulance. John Ramsey, carrying Jonbenet, ran up the stairs shortly behind White. The affidavit for the search warrant states, Byfield described the condition of Jonbenet's body where John Ramsey found the girl and he had removed a piece of tape from her mouth. Jonbenet was not breathing. Her body was cool to the touch. She had a white cloth string around her neck, similar to the cloth string around her wrist. There was a red circular mark in the front of her neck about the size of a quarter at the base of her throat. She had an odor of decay to her. She had dried mucus from one of her nostrils. All right, very disturbing description there, but from all accounts, one has no choice but to interpret that as she had been dead for some period of time, not in the immediate time frame preceding finding the body. Okay. Based on Detective Arndt's experience, Jonbenet appeared to be dead and appeared to have been dead for a period of time, Byfield wrote. Among the items police anticipated taking into evidence included still and video photographs of the scene, measurements, implements or articles of every kind that could have caused or contributed to the injuries of the victim. Trace materials such as clothing, fibers, hair, body fluids, fingerprints, documentary evidence to establish motive, any suspects or witnesses, the girl's body, any writing paper or pads lined and white in color, examples of handwriting, felt-type writing utensils with black ink, light-colored cloth string, including shoes or clothing, missing shoestrings or drawstrings, and footprints or other physical evidence of intruders either inside or outside the home. Boulder police searched the Ramsey home for 8 days. then returned in June to gather additional evidence. Now, obviously, that is a long spread. So, pretty much anything they didn't find in those first 8 days, I don't know how much new stuff you can find that many months afterwards in the summer. Okay. The second warrant was sought December 27th after Arndt attended County Coroner John Myers' autopsy of Jonbenet. During the autopsy, Arndt noted a green substance entangled in the girl's hair that resembled a green Christmas garland, decorating a spiral staircase inside the Ramsey home. Arndt also noted during the autopsy the presence of dark fibers and dark hair on the outside of Jonbenet's shirt. Myers stated during his examination of the girl's vaginal and pubic areas that he observed numerous traces of dark fiber. That information was not included in Myers' autopsy report. Yeah, that is very, very bizarre. So he did not include this in the report, yet Arndt is stating that during this autopsy there was a green substance in the girl's hair and also these dark fibers. Wow. I mean, it's bizarre. The conflicting reports here, the omitted information. I mean, do people not want this case solved? What is going on here? The camera first reported on July 18th that investigators found navy blue pilings or fuzzy balls from cloth on the girl's lower body. And some police believed the pilings may have been from a dark-colored robe of Jean Ramsey's found on the floor of his home office. All right. That's bizarre. This is the first time I am hearing of this. This is the only report I've seen mentioning this. So if John Ramsey didn't do this, and he's not responsible, is it possible that someone is framing John Ramsey and they would use one of his items, like this robe in his office, to do this? Is that a theoretical possibility? I'm not saying it's likely or unlikely, but is it a theoretical possibility? How many enemies did John Ramsey have, and were they all thoroughly investigated? We will investigate them in upcoming episodes. All right, let's continue here. It was also during the autopsy that Arndt used a fluorescent black light to see if there was any trace of semen or seminal fluid. While Arndt noted the possibility of such fluids on the girl's upper and inner right and left thighs, it later was determined no such fluids were on the girl's body. Now, it's always interesting to compare earlier observations versus later observations, because if somebody is manipulating the body, I mean, you would think that the earlier report would be more accurate. I don't know. Okay. Also, in the affidavit for the warrant, Byfield noted that Meyer noted red stains in the crotch area of Jonbenet's panties that were consistent with blood. Dr. Meyer stated to Detective Arndt that his opinion is that the evidence observed is consistent with the child's pubic area having been wiped by a cloth, he wrote. While not noted until the filing of the affidavit for the third search warrant on December 29th, Arndt also reportedly overheard Meyer say during the autopsy that the, quote, victim had received an injury consistent with digital penetration of her vagina, end quote. The camera reported first in late January that police were questioning relatives and investigating the possibility of prior child abuse involving the Ramseys and their daughter. The autopsy, portions of which initially were released February 15th, indicated Jonbenet may have been sexually assaulted. And I'll be going into this in future episodes, but apparently there was an unusually high number of doctor visits by Jonbenet taken by her mother, Patsy, to the doctor many, many times. Now, for what reason? There's a whole bunch of different stories, but this is just evidence and information available. Now, we also have to talk about Arndt, and we'll be going into her more detailed in other episodes, but what is going on? Is she one of the few people reporting accurately? And that's why she was removed from this case, intimidated, threatened, and we don't know. This case is very, very bizarre, and what kind of powerful friends does John Ramsey have? And that doesn't mean he's guilty. Because if let's say he's innocent and it's one of his enemies that set this whole thing up, but he feels that Arndt or other detectives are out to get him and make him look guilty, what is he willing to do and what kind of powerful friends does he have? That doesn't mean he's guilty of this particular crime, although that doesn't mean he's not either. We don't know any of this information. Okay. It was during the autopsy that Meyer confirmed the head injury Jonbenet suffered prior to her death. A blow to the girl's head caused a skull fracture 8.5 inches long. In the affidavit for the second warrant, Byfield said investigators hoped to find a bludgeon that could have caused such an injury. Among the items seized from the family home were a brick, a baseball bat, a hammer, flashlight, and golf clubs. The request for the third search warrant dealt with the need to gather evidence to determine if an intruder might have forced his or her way into the Ramsey home. Boulder Police Sergeant Bob Whitson reported seeing what appeared to be a pry mark on the door jamb of the rear exterior kitchen door. And we went over this on the previous episode, so you could check out our detailed analysis of that. On further investigation, Whitson told Byfield, according to the affidavit, that the damaged area appeared to have been less weathered than the surrounding door and door jamb. Also, in the request for that search warrant, police sought computer equipment, a video camera, and videotapes, as well as a manual on the internet service provider CompuServe to determine if there was a possibility of child pornography playing a role in the case. The only specific findings reported about items taken from the house involved a tape taken from a video camera in the home that was dated August 1996, which showed children washing fruit in the kitchen. In early July, the camera broke the news that police had hired Arvada detective Walt Parsons to conduct a thorough investigation of computer databases and the internet for any signs of pornography. Police consulted with Charles E. Davis, a State Bureau of Investigation agent, on January 30th about the use of computers in the commission of crimes, quote, including the possession and distribution of child pornography and sexual molestation of children, end quote. Byfield said in his affidavit for a fourth search warrant sought and granted that same day. The purpose, Byfield indicated, was to show such a connection in order to get a warrant to examine any communications stored in electronic form, such as emails, letters, notes, memorandum, and such stored in a computer system. None of the items seized included pornography, however, and in a written statement Monday, Ramsey family attorney Hall Haddon criticized leaks of such information from the search warrants. Those who leaked this false information to the media committed despicable acts which caused great pain to the Ramsey family, the statement said. And if they're innocent, I can imagine that is very true. So, from Byfield's notes, it's also stated this: in the area where Detective Arndt had told Detective Everett that the decedent had been found by her father, he observed 2 blankets on the floor in the center of the room. Okay. More information, the nightgown. So Jonbenet's nightgown was found on the floor next to the body. The nightgown tossed aside. Although there has been some speculation that it was carefully laid out, no one has offered a source for this. There's a screen capture from the Schiller documentary that shows the nightgown just tossed next to the blanket. John Ramsey himself does not recall the nightgown when he found Jonbenet's body. And again, we do have to keep in mind his emotional state. So even whether he's responsible or not, I mean, unless he's a psychopathic, sociopathic, serial killer individual with that kind of mind, I don't know if looking at other stuff, his main concern would be his daughter or just the emotional trauma, whether he's responsible or not. So he might not have noticed the nightgown. That doesn't seem super suspicious to me. Supposedly 2 spots of blood from the nightgown were tested. One of those matched Jonbenet. No further information on that. Partially wrapped presents were found in the windowless room, this wine cellar. So supposedly one of the presents was for Burke's birthday. So Patsy had to partially open the others to find out which one that was. Okay, I don't know, doesn't seem super relevant. Okay, now let's examine Fleet White. Did he see Jonbenet Ramsey's body when he checked the wine storage room at 6:15 a.m.? So John Ramsey saw Jonbenet Ramsey's body on the floor when he checked this wine cellar at 1 p.m. And supposedly Fleet White did not see the body at 6:15 a.m. Okay, so again, this is one of these points of speculation, of endless speculation, seeking to explain how this could be possible. And then Fleet White, of course, himself, a former Ramsey family friend, and there's a whole bunch of issues with the Whites, and we'll be getting into them in further episodes, but we're concentrating on the wine cellar here. So an internet poster had this analysis on this discrepancy. Okay. The area around the windowless room was very well lit. The illumination seems provided by overhead fixtures, probably in more than one place, given the uniformity of the lighting. The lighting looks natural, not from the photographer's flash, as there are no harsh shadows, and in fact, very few shadows at all. It clearly comes from the artificial lights and not from a window, as the area is uniformly illuminated. Given the early hour prior to sunrise, we can assume the basement lights were on when White was down there on the morning of the 26th. What is rarely discussed is the fact that White's eyes would have been dark, adapted prior to sunrise, which means it should not have been difficult for him to see Jonbenet Ramsey if it were indeed, as John has claimed, visible from the door. John's eyes, on the other hand, would not have been dark adapted at 1 p.m. when he claims he spotted the body immediately. To understand the difference, I urge anyone interested to go from a room brightly illuminated by midday sunlight to a dark, unlit basement room. You might be surprised at how long it takes for you to see anything at all. On the other hand, if you enter the same room after dark or very early in the morning, you will be able to see much more clearly from the start. See, this is why internet sleuths are so interesting, because people think of this type of stuff that if you're watching a documentary, that might not immediately jump to mind how quickly your eyes adjust to the dark. And when you're keeping everything on the table and examining all avenues, because of course the truth is not afraid of investigation, people shouldn't be afraid to go down all of these different theories and avenues of thought. However, I will add this. How old was Fleet White here? This is not a young man. Obviously, the older you are, the more limited your night vision would be, and possibly longer it would take to adapt. So, yeah, I mean, that's another factor here. But let's continue here. According to White, John cried out prior to turning on the light in that room. So it isn't difficult to see how White could be suspicious of John. He looked into the room that morning and saw nothing unusual. John entered the room that afternoon and immediately, without turning on the light, saw the body of his daughter. Okay, let's unpack this here. Very, very interesting. Some people also theorize that the body was not there at 6:15 a.m. The strange comings and goings of John Ramsey, unsubstantiated whereabouts, and we will be going over all of that later in our John Ramsey episode. However, is it possible the body was there the entire time and Fleet White missed it? Again, we don't know the exact spot it was on the floor either. So if it was hidden partially by the door, if Fleet White, would Fleet White admit to not completely searching it thoroughly and he just did like a cursory search, just glancing here and there? And it's really difficult without knowing these people, their personalities, but they're all human. And of course, we have to examine the psychology of humans. Do humans want to admit to making mistakes or missing things? Of course not. And then that often spirals out of control with a web of lies or obfuscations or omissions, even if there was no ill will or ill intent. So just many, many things to keep in mind. All right, so now let's look at the evidence. So there were footprints in the basement. Okay, several recently made unidentified shoe prints were found in the basement, imprinted in mold growing on the basement floor. And this statement was from Judge Julie Carnes from 2003. Okay, Okay, in 1998, it was reported, quote, 2 types of footprints, including one near the body, did not match any footwear belonging to the parents. So supposedly this points away from the parents, but people pointed out when the Ramseys were originally asked about these high-tech boots that Burke owned, they said that he didn't own a pair. Then when it came out that he did, then they decided, they remembered that, oh yeah, he did. So, yes, let's move on to these high-tech prints. Okay. In particular, a shoe print of a high-tech brand mark on the sole of a shoe was found. And this is a plaintiff's statement of material fact. Defendants do not own any high-tech brand shoes, and none of the shoes found in their home match the shoe print marks. And that's as Judge Carnes mentioned that as well. See high-tech footwear. Okay. But supposedly Burke did have those boots. So, again, we're working with conflicting information here. Okay, look, there's also another partial print. Another partial shoe print was found near where Jonbenet's body was found. Plaintiff statement, material fact. This shoe print left only a partial logo. The owner of the high-tech shoe that made the shoe prints at the murder scene has never been identified. Okay. There was also a possible child's barefoot print. So it's hard to find a lot of definitive information on these footprints, but supposedly, from what I could find, people are saying it was an adult high-tech boot, not a child-size high-tech boot. However, other people have stated that the print is from the middle of the boot, which is strange because in the weight distribution of stepping, the middle of your foot is not necessarily going to leave the deepest impression. It would be the heel or the ball of the foot, or both if you're distributing your weight. It seems like there wouldn't be a ton of weight from the middle. So this is all something that's pointed out, and Steve Thomas mentioned this during a live chat with ABC Good Morning America on their website in 2000, ahead of the times. Let me address the high-tech first. What people had not known previously is that I don't believe that everyone who was in the house on the 26th of December was properly identified. There were firemen, paramedics, rescue personnel, uniformed police officers, detectives, undercover narcs, sergeants, FBI, and others that the year after the fact we were still unsure as to who all was in the house that day. Does this sound like a proper investigation to anybody? I mean, this thing was botched. What a shame. There is a strong argument to suggest that the high-tech boot print may have been left by a sightseeing police officer who later did not come forward. Additionally, high-tech is one of the most popular brands of footwear worn by cops. So here's the counterpoint to Steve Thomas's arguments here. Apparently, there is no documented officer who wore high-tech boots that entered the cellar, because officers Walker and Mason stood at the doorway of the wine cellar when they arrived after Jonbenet Ramsey was found. And critics of Steve Thomas also say that since the year 2000, there have been more years of statements, photos, and interviews that nobody had had. So a lot of the personnel have been identified since 2000, but I guess still not all of them, I don't know. So, and most people say that whether it was an adult boot or not, I still think, it still seems strange that they couldn't definitively tell whether it was an adult or child boot. But people are just very suspicious of the Ramseys because they said that Burke did not own those boots when he did, the high-tech boot, which is a popular brand of boots. So if you're going to lie, does saying he owns one of the most popular pairs of boots, is that really, I don't know. But even if there was only a clear impression of the logo from the print, it would be interesting to find out. I guess the logo's the same size on a child or adult boot. Someone should nail that down. Maybe the smaller size, the logo is proportionally smaller. I don't know. People who think that Burke is innocent postulate this. The boots that he owned, the high-tech boots, were about a year old. So depending on his foot size and how fast his foot is growing, how often do kids have to upgrade their footwear? I mean, everybody's different, obviously. No one, as far as I could find, no one from the party, the Christmas party, had stated that Burke was wearing those high-tech boots at the party, which means he would have had to put them on at some point during the night if those were his that night. Would he randomly put on boots if he wasn't planning on going outside? I don't know. Kids are kids. Who knows? What is interesting is that the Whites, from the police transcripts, the Whites actually said that Burke did own the boots in general. Burke also admitted that he owned high-tech boots himself. So I don't know if someone found a source for Patsy and John admitting that he owned the boots prior to the 2000 Atlanta interview with BPD. And in the Wolf vs. Ramsey trial, they continued to use the high-tech boots as evidence of an intruder. And they, unless something is missed here, they did not tell the judge that their son also owned a pair of high-tech boots, of which only a small portion of tread and logo, if the logo is the same size for an adult or child, was found. In February 1999, Steve Thomas accused Pam of taking many things outside of the Ramsey home. She claims that everything she took out was documented and noted by a police detective. And I believe the Ramseys also removed a certain amount of items from the home in the days after the murder. However, whether it was all directly under police supervision or not, we don't know. So whether or not they removed his boots or whatnot, I mean, this case is a mess, of course. From the Denver Post, February 17th, 1999, ex-detective girl's aunt took evidence. Steve Thomas, appearing on ABC Television's Good Morning America, said one of Jonbenet's aunts left the crime scene with clothes, containers, zippered bags, and stuffed animals. So I think there's some questions there, he said. Not so, said Pam Powell, Patsy Ramsey's sister, speaking from her Georgia home on Tuesday. First of all, he wasn't there. Second of all, I went in with a listing of things, Powell said, referring to a list of items she wanted to retrieve. Every place I went, there was a detective. He was with me. He never left my side. He inspected everything. He selected the bags. He packed everything. I didn't pack anything. Powell said she took clothing, pictures of Jonbenet, and some stuffed animals and dolls. She also took a medal Jonbenet had won in a talent contest and some beauty pageant banners. I didn't take it. There were interesting books detectives took note of that later disappeared. Huh. That's very interesting. So it seems like many things, it's not 100% verified at which point Burke owned the boots and whether or not they were his size that December. So like many things in the case, not 100% ruling on that. Okay, so in December 21st, 1997, former police chief Beckner made this statement. Within the past 2 months, police have submitted or resubmitted evidence for testing at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Police are trying to identify the source of 2 kinds of footprints found in the Ramsey house, including the basement. So it's not just the high-tech hiking boots. The prints came from SAS shoes and high-tech hiking boots. The footprints were discovered the first day of the investigation, but the information was overlooked until the past 2 months. Wow, that's bizarre. This is December 97. Okay. Investigators have asked officers who were in the home that day to produce their footwear. Okay. So it seems like there was an investigation into which officers were, even if it was until a year after. I mean, I find all of this mind-shocking. It takes them a year to start investigating footprints found right next to the body. Does that make sense to any of the listeners out there? It takes them a year? This is unbelievable. Okay, the other point, the more I'm thinking about it though, how likely is it that Burke would have just randomly put on his hiking boots? Unless they were his favorite boots and he liked to wear them all the time, which I don't know if anybody can produce evidence of that. It's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. And then also the SAS shoes. And SAS shoes, just a generic brand of regular walking shoes, comfort style walking shoes. So yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. It's mind-boggling, mind-shocking. People who have looked at the photographs argue that it looks like it's more likely a larger shoe than a smaller child's shoe, given the available tread. And online researchers theorize that the police intentionally did not investigate anything that didn't point to the Ramseys. So since John and Patsy Ramsey did not own high-tech hiking boots, they never bothered definitively sizing anything. But again, obviously the SAS shoe print, nothing. It seems like there's almost no mention of it at all. This is the only mention I could find from the police chief a year after the murder. I mean, just absolutely mind-boggling, mind-shocking, and nobody is investigating it. Of course, some people theorize that, I mean, these are rich people. An SAS is kind of a non-luxury type shoe. So it seems like Patsy wouldn't be wearing these types of shoes. Then again, I mean, another thing to consider, if a police detective didn't want to admit that they went into the wine cellar and contaminated the crime scene, and that's their boot print, then they would just never say that it was their boot print. And then, again, ego, psychology, they don't want to admit to that. So that'll just never be known. And maybe it had nothing to do with it. Now, the SAS shoe also, I mean, do police officers wear SAS shoes? I mean, I don't know. The only other point I could find about this print in Lawrence Schiller's Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, the imprint of the poon, the area on the sole at the heel where the brand name is stamped, the size of shoe couldn't be determined from the imprint since the poon is the same size in all shoes, the better to advertise brands. Okay, so it seems like from Schiller's book, he is verifying that the logo is the same size across all sizes of shoe, of boot. Okay. And in January 1997, Fleet White did go out of his way, and this was during his falling out with John Ramsey, that Burke owns high-tech shoes. And this is before it was publicly known. So does that mean that Fleet White saw the boot print before the police were down there? I don't know. He never stated anything exactly like that. And I believe in Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, it also states that there were certain officers who never responded to the inquiry to provide their footwear. So again, it could just be an officer who didn't want to admit that they contaminated the crime scene. But once again, what's going on with the SAS shoes? How come that was never investigated? How come nobody matched anything to that? And if all of this wasn't mind-shocking enough, here's another mind shock. Fleet White's son also told Lynn Wood that him and Burke owned high-tech hiking boots. This is Fleet Jr. So, again, we'll be examining him because he and Burke were playmates, and friends by certain accounts. So, yeah, there's always a lot to explore. So here's an article from August 31st, 2000, before we get off the topic of the boots. This is by Christopher Anderson, camera staff writer. Ramseys give police high-tech boots. Among information John and Patsy Ramsey's provided to police this month, August 31st, 2000. So we're talking August 2000, years after. Are a pair of high-tech boots obtained by one of the couple's private investigators. Colorado Springs detective Ollie Gray said Wednesday he believes the size 8.5 leather and nylon boots could be the ones that Jonbenet's killer wore inside the Ramsey home where the little girl was found dead. Gray, who was present during police questioning of the Ramseys this week, said he turned the boots over to police on August 4th. August 4th. 2000! Not 97. All right. He said police asked him questions about the boots in the interview. Gray said he wants police to compare the soles of the boots to the footprint at the crime scene. There is a good possibility they could match, Gray said. Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner said he ordered the boots to be analyzed at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation lab. If you look at them, they look pretty close, he said. You really can't tell. This is a size 8.5. But Beckner said he's waiting for the lab results before he gets too excited about the possible lead. We've had other boots that looked like they matched as well, he said. The footprint remains one of the mysteries of the unsolved December 96 beating and strangulation death of Jonbenet Ramsey. Police found a partial footprint with the words high tech in the basement of the Ramsey home. Police cannot say whom it belongs to or when it was left. The Ramseys did not own a similar shoe, although Burke did. Okay. Some say the footprint could have been left behind by a construction worker or plumber when the house was under renovation, or inadvertently by a police officer who worked the scene. Others, including the Ramseys, have said they believe it could have been from an intruder who killed their daughter. Gray said he obtained the boots in the Boulder area in about mid to late July in, quote, in the course of the investigation, end quote. He said they belonged to an individual whom he would not identify publicly because he said he doesn't want the person to be labeled a suspect until the lead has been investigated. But he said he did give police the full information about where and how he obtained the boots. We don't have the slightest idea of what they have done with it, Gray said. In fact, Gray said the Ramseys have provided police with several pages of reports and possible leads for them to follow up, including information given to them in May. Gray said he evaluates the information first so he doesn't hand over superfluous information, but he said police never give him feedback on what they have done with the information he provides them. Beckner said he shares general information with the Ramseys' private investigators from time to time, but never specifics about evidence. We don't share case information with them because they work for people under suspicion who could be involved in this crime, Beckner said. Among other physical evidence discussed in this week's interviews were fiber evidence found in a paint tray, Jonbenet's underwear, and a garrote used to strangle her. Police asked about the discovery of a red fiber near Jonbenet's body, possibly matching Patsy Ramsey's red and black jacket. But the Ramseys' attorney objected to the questioning. Although, is that really that strange if some of their clothes are found in the room? I don't know. Okay. Wood quoted prosecutor Michael Caine as saying, fibers that appear to match some article were found in such and such location. How do you explain that? Wood said. I wanted to make sure we really had a factual situation and not a hypothetical. Wood also objected to a question about the family's security arrangements for their son Burke, now 13, as he traveled back and forth to school in 1997, a year after the slaying. Boulder police and prosecutors had hoped to ask the Ramseys questions about their book, The Death of Innocence, which they promoted this year through several television interviews. Gray said the interviews were hampered by prosecutor Michael Caine's aggressive style. I thought for the most part the interviews were productive, Gray said. I thought there was a good exchange by the Ramseys. All right, so a couple things that jump out there. Even if the boot print, if it's just the logo, I mean, what do they expect to do with these boots? So Ollie Gray said that he got these boots and they belong to a suspect that may or may not match, and he did not get these boots until the summer of 2000. So, also, of course, if the Ramseys are guilty, would they be feeding false info? I mean, are they that invested? I don't know. All these years after the fact, are they still going to be obfuscating if they're guilty? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. The question about Burke's security is quite interesting because if they're innocent, they probably would be very, very concerned about the safety of their son. Whereas if there's no security at all, that's telling as well. So it'd be interesting to find out the answers to those questions. And then, of course, no mention here about the SAS shoes. There's, and just, I really want to just finish up on this high-tech boot situation, but there is one other caveat we haven't considered here. When 9-year-old Burke is asked whether he had high-tech boots. Did he know, what did he think they meant by high-tech? HITEC, the company, or HIGHTECH, like fancy high-tech? Because if he had boots with that compass built in it, like he said, he might have taken that to mean they're high-tech, like very advanced and fancy, not the name of the company making the shoe or the boot. As always, nothing is ever easy with the Jonbenet Ramsey case. What else is interesting is that John Ramsey apparently waited 18 months to tell Lou Smith that the train room door was blocked by a chair when he checked the basement before French arrived. That's pretty weird. If that's true, very, very bizarre. The train room door was blocked by a chair, so nobody could go in there. What was in there at the time? And Fleet White checked it after French and Reichenbach checked it around 6 a.m. John Ramsey apparently checked it at 10 a.m. and then at 1 p.m. is when he found the body when he checked it again. It's hard to keep track of all these ever-changing timelines. But of course, just in evaluating what Burke thought, whether it was meant by high tech as in advanced and fancy, where again, Fleet White's son said that he and Burke both owned the brand high tech boots. Oh, this is a mess. Okay. So during the Atlanta 2000 interviews, a statement was made as fact that prior to 1996, that Burke Ramsey said he owned a pair of high-tech boots. The boots were purchased while shopping with his parents in Atlanta, Georgia. During the same interview, it was stated that Fleet Jr. also says that he had high-tech shoes. Patsy Ramsey stated she can't remember Burke ever having any shoes or boots with compasses on them. When asked if this interview was the first time she heard Burke say that he owned high-tech shoes with compasses, Patsy said yes. Okay, some very astute online researchers have found this statement by High Tech Sports, July 29th, 1990, where Footwear News. High Tech Sports USA will step up the marketing of its new children's outdoor hiking boot with an incentive campaign centered around the 500th anniversary of Columbus's voyage to the New World. The company plans to offer posters, stickers, and other amenities as part of the Navigators Club that children can join when they purchase an item in the new Navigators series. High Tech unveiled an outdoor boot called the Columbus as part of the series. The shoe features a compass tied to the laces. So it looks like Burke Ramsey might have meant high tech and fancy, and also high tech, the brand name, which of course Fleet Jr. has confirmed that they both had this hiking boot. Okay, so hopefully that settles that they did have those boots. Now, whether or not, obviously the logo of the company would be the same, but that doesn't mean that it was this particular boot that they had. All right, so we can finally move on from the boots. So, possible child's barefoot print. Another smaller print near one of the shoe prints may possibly be that of a child. Okay. To better ascertain the size, internet poster Mikey has traced an outline showing the foot to be roughly 6 inches in length. A plausible size for a 6-year-old girl, as Lou Smith reportedly said it was roughly the same size as that of his granddaughter of that age. But since not the end of the boots. One more point. Apparently, there is a rumor that John Andrew Ramsey, and of course, we'll be doing a dedicated episode on him because there's a lot of inconsistencies with John Andrew. So he was, of course, cleared by statements that he was in Georgia at the time of the murder, but other people saw him in Boulder, or they thought they saw him in Boulder. So again, has this been 100% corroborated? We don't know. We'll examine this in the dedicated John Andrew Ramsey podcast. So this is John Ramsey's son, but not Patsy's son, Patsy's stepson. And he was into sailing and mountain climbing, and there supposedly he had high-tech boots. Just another point there. And of course, that is John Andrews' suitcase propped up under the broken window in the basement. I mean, this case is just bizarre. All right. That is definitely the final point on the boots. So back to the barefoot print. So Jonbenet Ramsey was, of course, found barefoot. So if this is Jonbenet Ramsey's footprint, that means that she would have been standing in the basement at some point. So she would not have been knocked unconscious or killed upstairs and then dragged down if she could be standing in the wine cellar room if she was standing. Other people state that it's impossible to tell what kind of footprint that is, or if it's even a human footprint. It just happens to match someone the size of Jonbenet Ramsey in general, but it's not definitive evidence of a footprint. All right, let's move on from the footprints to the palm print on the wine cellar door. Now, this palm print has long been speculated and talked about online, not so much about it in the mainstream. So, there were 3 palm prints found. This was December 26, 1996. 3 palm prints were found on the wine cellar door. 2 palm prints were identified as belonging to Patsy Ramsey, and then the 3rd palm print was finally identified as belonging to Melinda Ramsey. And Melinda Ramsey's not talked about very often. And for some reason, the district attorney's office refused to allow testing of this palm print. So, for a certain period of time. So, Melinda Ramsey, which is Jonbenet's adult half-sister, she was in Georgia at the time of the murder, allegedly, just like John Andrew. So, this is from Charlie Brennan, Rocky Mountain News, August 23rd, 2002. Ramsey evidence is explained, hand boot prints determined to be innocent occurrences. Investigators have answered 2 vexing questions in the Jonbenet Ramsey case that have long helped support the theory that an intruder killed her, according to sources close to the case. The answers, which have been known to investigators for some time but never publicly revealed, could be seen to weaken the intruder theory. Okay. The 2 clues are the high-tech boots, okay, and a palm print on the door leading to that same wine cellar, long unidentified, is that of Melinda Ramsey, Jonbenet's adult half-sister. She was in Georgia at the time of the murder. There were certainly some things that had to be answered one way or another, and we feel satisfied they are both answered, said a source close to the case who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Lynn Wood, the attorney representing the Ramseys, who now lives in Atlanta, doesn't debate the palm print findings. But he contends the police have not answered the high-tech print mystery. Okay, we're not going to get into that. Okay. But the source said that connecting the palm print to Melinda Ramsey was something that occurred belatedly only because the first time her print sample was compared with the questioned print, the person making the comparison didn't properly see the match. All right, so that's interesting. So apparently they did test her early on, and they, for whatever reason, this was just human error, which again, human error happens a lot for a million different reasons. So that's why we can't take as gospel truth whatever is just reported of anything, regarding anything, in any case. So again, this is Mindshock, and we consider all possibilities, and keep in mind that humans are humans. So other people criticize that the palm print matching Melinda's is once again, it's not definitive. So the first human that missed the match, and then there are other humans that made a match. Is it really a match? Even if it's very strikingly similar, is it possible someone else could have made it? I don't know. Just things to think about. So there was a 2006 interview with Anderson Cooper. Trip DeMuth did not believe this. So Cooper asked him, what about the palm print? How big is it? How crucial is it? DeMuth said, obviously if they've compared the palm print to him and it's a match, then it places him not only in Boulder County at the time of the murder, but it places him inside of the house in close proximity to where the girl was found on the day of the murder, and that's very compelling evidence. Later, Demuth says, so the only thing I haven't heard about that they possibly have is the palm print. And the fact of the matter is, I hope they've got that. But at the same time, if they have a palm print comparison to this guy, then my blood pressure goes down and I feel a lot better about the case. And he's talking about John Mark Carr here, which is strange. We've gone over him as one of the suspects, supposedly in Thailand at the time. I don't know, that's bizarre. But also in 2008, many years later, July 10th, 2008, unidentified shoe and palm prints inside the home. So they're still being referenced as other unidentified palm prints. So how many unidentified palm prints are there? And were they just on the cellar door? Very bizarre. All right, let's move on to the boiler room. So the boiler room immediately adjacent to the wine cellar room. So one has to walk through part of this room to get into the wine cellar from the hall. In this room, immediately adjacent to the door leading to the wine cellar room, was a paintbrush tote of Patsy Ramsey's. The brush end of the broken paintbrush was used to garrote Jonbenet Ramsey, was found in this tote. The other end of this broken paintbrush was never found, but it may have been used to sexually assault Jonbenet Ramsey. Okay, the train and storage room. So the train room is the other half of a large room containing the storage that had the broken window through which Lou Smith believes an intruder might have entered the house. Anyone getting to that storage room window would have to enter through the door leading into the train room area and pass through the train room area to get to the back part of that room beyond two closet areas that are separate from the train room portion of the storage space. The train room is also referred to as the hobby room. All right. One other thing I didn't mention previously, also in the wine cellar, the unidentified hair that was found on the white blanket next to Jonbenet Ramsey's body. This hair was reportedly linked and identified as Patsy Ramsey's via mitochondrial DNA testing. Oh, and real quick, I found something else here. According to a Carol McKinley report, the way that Melinda's palm print was identified was one of the Ramsey family videotapes seized showed Melinda opening to the door to the wine cellar and placing her palm on the exact same place where the palm print was found. So that's actually a really good way to match it, because if she touched that exact same spot and it's caught on video, that's pretty good. All right, so let's close the door on that palm print that it really does belong to Melinda, and that seems all on the up and up. So you know what else is kind of weird? The hair belonging to Patsy Ramsey, an auxiliary hair from wherever part of the body, not on the head, was matched to Patsy Ramsey. So if you look at the diagram, the wine cellar is a bit from the laundry room, although if the blanket was taken from the laundry room, used to wrap the body or whatever, and put it in the wine cellar, yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem that strange. So let's move on from there. Let's go back to this chair blocking the door. So in John Ramsey's report, he reported finding a chair blocking the door to the train room when he was in the basement on the morning of December 26th. In his 1998 police interview, so this is page 155, lines 7 to 13, I went into this room here. This door was kind of blocked. We had a bunch of junk down here, and there was a chair that was in front of the door. Some old things. I moved the chair, went into this room, went back in here. The window was open maybe that far. It is clear from that last sentence John is referring to the train room. Okay. Why didn't Fleet White report a chair blocking the door? So another astute online researcher has posted this. Fleet White, who searched the basement that morning prior to John at 6:06 a.m., did not report this chair blocking the door, even though he reported seeing the train room window. So obviously one possibility he forgot. Another is that to get into the train room, he may have moved the chair in front of the door leading to the wine cellar room. Since he also reports looking inside the wine cellar room that morning, he may have simply moved the chair back in front of the train room door to unblock the door leading back to the wine cellar room, which was immediately adjacent. That's actually an interesting theory there. Because, yeah, if there was just a random chair all over the place and he's moving it out of his own way, I mean, I don't know. Would you put it back in hallway type areas, or would you move it to like a corner or an out of the way place of the room? I don't know. A lot of bizarre things going on that morning. Seems to be a lot of comings and goings, unaccounted for, time frames unverified. All right, why didn't Officer French report a chair blocking the door? Many believe that Officer French inspected the basement immediately on his arrival at the house at 5:59 a.m. But according to Steve Thomas, French did not search the basement until after 8:10 a.m. This is likely after John Ramsey searched the basement in the 7 to 8 a.m. range. And that keeps changing all the time, too. Hence, John presumably had moved the chair by that point. Could an intruder leave the door blocked? This raises a question of how an intruder could get through the door to escape out the window and leave the chair blocking the door. Very bizarre. Let's look at the suitcase under the window. So, a hard-sided suitcase was discovered below the open window. A schematic showing the location of the suitcase vis-a-vis the window is here. Suitcase dimensions. This appears never to have been officially reported. So generic Samsonite suitcases that were similar were approximately 30 inches by 20.75 inches by 9.5 inches at largest. Okay. John Ramsey said the suitcase was not in that area of the basement before, suggesting that someone moved it there. In addition, if the suitcase had been under the window for a long time, dust and debris would have collected on it, but little was there. This was reported Rocky Mountain News. A pea-sized piece of glass was found on top of the suitcase within what might be a partial footprint. Lou Smith surmises the glass may have come off the intruder's shoe as he stepped on the suitcase to get out. However, police have said privately that what looks like a footprint on the suitcase isn't a footprint. All right, the suitcase is unlatched. If you look at the close-up pictures of the suitcase, it does appear that the suitcase is unlatched and not securely closed with a clothing restraint hanging out. So would it all completely fall apart if someone stepped on it? And of course, a pillow sham and duvet were found in the suitcase. Some people theorize that Jonbenet Ramsey herself was at one point placed in the suitcase. There is conflicting fiber evidence suggesting that fibers from the sham and duvet inside the suitcase were found on Jonbenet Ramsey's body. Some have speculated someone attempted to place Jonbenet Ramsey inside the suitcase to remove her, either dead or alive, from the house. Weird. All right. And of course, this is John Andrews' suitcase, and we will go over other issues with John Andrew, how his room seemed to have been gone through in that particular house. I mean, is someone setting something up in that basement? It seems that with all the people coming and going and checking it at various hours, finding it in different stages of setup or not, or just they just looked differently at different times that it was checked, including Jonbenet's body might have not even been there earlier. We really don't have a lot of information here that can be definitively verified, which is why there are all these theories. And we discussed the whole window issue, whether it was open, closed, broken, and all that on the previous episode, so check those out if you want in-depth discussion on that. Now let's move on to the basement bathroom. So, evidence taken by police. The search warrants show that the police took toilet parts from the Ramsey house, although they do not list which bathrooms these were taken from. An internet poster has said this: if you go to the basement floor plan and look to the left, you'll see a photo of the basement toilet. The tank has been removed and is sitting on the floor. The lid to the toilet and the lid to the tank both appear to be missing. The toilet seat is in place. So I'm going to take this moment to go over this theory. So I haven't heard this talked about at length, but I would like to go over this. So here's a post This is a Reddit post that's looking at the aspect of Jonbenet being scared of the basement. I've noticed that a lot of theories discussed involve both Burke and Jonbenet going down into the basement by themselves, either to peek at their Christmas presents or play with their toys. People have mentioned that Jonbenet may have wandered down there herself. However, it occurs to me that basements are terrifying. The events we're talking about are happening at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Burke and Jonbenet are 6 and 9. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at that age, I would be scared to even leave my bedroom at that time of night, and my house is tiny. This is a massive mansion that would be extremely dark and extremely quiet and extremely spooky. That particular basement is damp, huge, and dark. Why would children that age sneak downstairs, especially to the basement? I even find it hard to imagine them going down to the living room to play with toys or to the kitchen to get pineapple. Perhaps Burke would, but Jonbenet would be terrified of doing that. The idea of them going down 3 floors into a silent room, pitch black basement, while their parents are 3 stories above them fast asleep seems a lot. Remember the scenes in Home Alone where Kevin is terrified of going down into the basement? It doesn't help any theories, but I personally would discount the idea of especially Jonbenet going downstairs by herself at all, including wandering to the kitchen. Unless she was very brave. Personally, I think she must have been taken downstairs. Unless she was going down to open the door for someone that she knew was coming. Okay, so here's another interesting point. Apparently, one of the former cleaning staff testified that Jonbenet Ramsey was terrified of the basement and would avoid it at all costs. So that's interesting. And I don't think people would find that surprising at all. A 6-year-old girl being afraid of a dank, dirty, dark basement in a big house. Yeah, little boys are afraid of basements too. Now, I couldn't find the source of this quote, but supposedly this is what Burke said. It's my house. I went and played in the basement all the time with the train set. So if they determined that to be my footprint, that doesn't really prove anything. This is attributed to Burke. I can't find a source on it. But the point, regardless of that, if Burke is the type of kid who thinks of the basement as this fort or castle or adventure zone and it belongs to him, it's his train room, it's his playroom, it's his domain, and the darker and creepier the better. If that's his mentality, then that would explain a little bit. But it does seem weird that Jonbenet would go down there by herself, possibly even with Burke, unless Burke goaded her into it. Like, you have to play with these really cool toys. Maybe you got the coolest toys ever for Christmas. Maybe that might be enough to get her down there. But she probably wouldn't be creeping down there by herself. Too scary. Another interesting thing that's not really discussed, that there were some photographs of Jonbenet found in the laundry room. So in the 1998 Patsy Ramsey interview with Thomas Haney and Trip Demuth, did you take photographs of Jonbenet in the basement laundry room? Patsy says no. You had presents in the basement laundry room, right? Right. So you wrapped presents in the basement laundry room, right? Right. So you were down in the basement laundry room pretty often, Patsy responds. Depending on what time of year it was, yeah, And do you remember photographs of Jonbenet being in there? Taken of her in the laundry room? No, photographs of her located in the laundry room. Oh, in the laundry room? Oh, I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff. Wrapping stuff and everything. I don't remember any photographs. Is there any reason why there would be photographs of Jonbenet located in the laundry room? Patsy says no. Were there? Did somebody find them there? Tripp responds, avoiding the question, if there were, would that be out of place for you? Patsy says, it would seem to be out of place. I kept wrapping materials and sometimes I worked wrapping station, Christmas paper, and Tripp says, who else had access to the laundry room? Who else would go in there? I know everybody would have access, but who would use it? Would the boys play in there? Would John go down there? Patsy says, anybody could, but the boys could come down and go in the train room. We had the train set up. in the far back in there, not in the laundry area really. Did anybody besides you use that laundry room? Sometimes Linda would wash. If we were washing comforters or something, because those were big heavy-duty laundry machines, she'd take the things in there, rugs and things, and wash them down there. Okay, so you don't recall taking a photo of her down there. Patsy shakes her head. If she was doing something cutesy or something, would you maybe run and get the camera, take one of her? Patsy says, of her in the laundry room? Thomas says, uh-huh. Patsy says, no. Okay, so that line of questioning has led some internet sleuths to surmise that there were some inappropriate photos of Jonbenet Ramsey being taken either in the laundry room or being stored in the laundry room. Who would do that? And there, again, long list of suspects there. Just wanted to touch upon the fact that supposedly photos were found in the basement in the laundry room. All right, so let's return to the issue of the basement bathroom. So another thing that strikes people as strange is that the Ramseys, this well-to-do family in Boulder, with John Ramsey being dialed in to high-level employment, government contracting companies, and such, that they had basically no respect for the basement. I mean, look at how fancy and nice the rest of the house looks. In the basement, you have broken windows that are not repaired since summer, allegedly. You have mold on the floor. It just looks despicable. It's just not very well taken care of, in stark contrast with the rest of the house. So some people kind of say that this is just because the Ramseys were kind of vain. Nobody goes in the basement except for Burke to play. Nobody really cares how it looks. But here's a post, an online post I found in reference to the basement bathroom. When considering the condition of the entire basement level of the Ramsey home, the basement was treated without respect. Exception was that the laundry area was maintained. Burke enjoyed his train track space that was built on a regular-sized 9 by 5 foot ping pong table. Otherwise, the basement was a dumping ground. Crap is everywhere. The upstairs bathrooms in the sections of the home that the Ramseys updated before moving in did not have toilet paper holders. At least 2 toilets in the home, the basement bathroom toilet and Jonbenet's bathroom, held human excrement that had not been flushed. So that's another detail that flies under the radar, which is kind of bizarre. The basement bathroom and Jonbenet's bathroom both hadn't been flushed, and apparently police had taken samples. Okay. So there is a photograph of this basement bathroom. It does not look nice by any stretch of the imagination. There's no guest towel. There are no guest towels except for some kind of bluish towel or fabric wadded on the floor. The basement's shower was used to store more Christmas decorations. Can I surmise that law enforcement removed the toilet's tank during their inspections and the Ramseys did not maintain a basement bathroom with a disassembled toilet? Or is the disassembled toilet set up just as the bathroom always was before December 26th? Wasn't there also excrement in the bottoms belonging to Burke Ramsey on the floor in Jonbenet's bedroom and a layer of it on a box of chocolate candy? Crap is everywhere. What does it mean and what significance about the Ramseys' household behavior behind closed doors? So here is a professional housekeeper chimed in. I owned a house cleaning business for many years. I had 3 crews and 30 to 35 accounts. 80% of my clientele was very similar to the Ramseys in terms of income and lifestyle. I never once saw a home at any income level that was in such disarray and disorder behind the scenes and also so slovenly in the main living areas. Drawers standing open, the floors littered with discarded clothing, not even one clothes hamper in the house. Grapefruit-sized feces in the bed, unflushed toilets, toilet paper not conveniently placed for a small child to reach or use. It creeps me out. You learn a lot about psychology in that kind of business. I would have created an excuse not to accept a client like that because I wouldn't feel right about placing my employees in that environment. See, I actually, with the basement bathroom, so they remodeled, updated the rest of the house. Is it possible that they just didn't get around to the basement? I mean, I don't know. How busy are these people? What are the priorities? And that basement bathroom, I mean, I lived in an old house once. The basement bathroom was crappy. The rest of the bathrooms were nice in the house. So, yeah, I mean, the basement bathroom, I would say in most houses, would be the least prioritized bathroom to look nice. But if you're living in this kind of status and income bracket, how many people in that bracket maintain this low level of maintenance? And from this professional housekeeper, it seems like the Ramseys were unique in that regard. Now, what that means and what can be taken from that, I don't know. The listeners out there can determine that for themselves. But if the basement bathroom was used, not flushed. Very interesting. All right, before we get to the final mind shocks of this episode, just quickly, let's look at the storage room next to the laundry. So there's yet another storage area on that side next to the laundry room of a room that does not connect to the other storage hobby train room area. So some people alleged that the perp could have hidden there for quite some time. Because, I mean, there are a lot of hiding spaces here. So there's an open window with a chair underneath it that was located in the storage room adjacent to the laundry and train room. As with many photos in the case, it is uncertain when this was taken and whether the window was actually open and the chair underneath it on the morning of December 26, 1996. Okay, always unanswered questions, but do people find that bizarre? There's a chair under a window in that room. There's a suitcase under the window of another room. I mean, this is just bizarre. So the window might lead to a crawl space under the hall where the writing pad was located. Now, neither Lou Smith or any other member of Boulder Police Department ever suggested that the window was a possible means of entry into or out of into the house or exit. So there might not be any outdoor access from that crawl space. But it could have been a potential hiding place because nobody would have checked it. And it's actually hard to even see this room. All right, let's look at one final point about the boiler room, which is right in front of the wine cellar where Jonbenet's body was found. So the hot water heater was actually replaced recently. And so again, there was construction people and all of these repairmen coming and going all the time in the months prior. So here's something also you don't hear talked about, the Dean Cole story. On October 17th, 1998, Colfax Jail Diaries. J.T. Colfax, on Friday, October 16th, in the kitchen, some of us trustees and one jail employee were casually discussing the Ramsey case. A new kitchen trustee named Dean Cole went by and then came back to join the conversation. Cole said he installed the marble countertops in the Ramsey kitchen 5 weeks before the murder. Cole specifically recalls the Ramseys wanting the job done by Thanksgiving, but it wasn't finished. Cole spent 2 days at the Ramsey house. Cole said the Ramseys stayed elsewhere because of the mess. Cole said he met John Ramsey and that he was a real nice guy. Cole said he didn't find anything weird about Ramsey. Ramsey inspected the progress and left. Others were in the Ramsey house doing other remodeling work. Cole said he did enter the basement of the Ramsey house to obtain buckets of water from the water heater. Other workers from other companies working elsewhere in the house did the same. Cole said the police never contacted him about anything to do with the Ramsey house. Cole said they may have called so-and-so, and Cole mentioned a couple of his employee names, but Cole had no knowledge of any remodeling workers actually being contacted by the police. Cole said the Ramseys signed off on the marble job the day after it was completed and that they were happy with it. All right, so we have former workers here being in prison shortly after. I mean, this whole case is such a big mess. And that hot water heater was replaced, and there's theories circulating about that. Apparently, Burke Ramsey said he heard it making noise that night, and that's what brought him out of bed. A lot of weird things. So that is the logistical overview of the basement of the Ramsey home. And of course, plenty more to come in dissecting evidence, suspects, and many different theories in the Jonbenet Ramsey investigation. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Feel free to share the podcast across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case and topic requests as well as podcaster requests. You could also like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 5, Conflicting Theories, and we will take a look at the main theories, the problems with the theories. Are they mutually exclusive? What is going on with this case? Looking at the main competing theories. And then in the follow-up episodes, we will get into the nitty-gritty, so to speak, and the more obscure, not talked about, and mind-shocking aspects of the case. But I just wanted to do the quick rundown with the various theories, which are, of course, the parents did it, an intruder did it, or Burke did it. Those are the primary theories, and we've gone over them a bit in the previous episodes, but this is a very, very focused look on these competing theories and the people behind them, namely Steve Thomas and Lou Smith, and we will also be examining their background, particularly Lou Smith's, because there is a lot of speculation regarding his motivations and his history. So we'll be taking a look at all of that. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. If you are not getting notifications of the latest Mindshock episodes, you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock and manually peruse our ever-growing library and see the latest updates that way. Or conversely, if you make sure your device allows the YouTube notifications to come through, they should come through unless the issue is on YouTube's end, and there's definitely some consistency there. A lot of people reporting those issues across many, many channels. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so one of the most succinct write-ups I've found is actually on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit, r/Jonbenet. This was posted by Aspidistra76 4 years ago. And it's a good write-up. Steve Thomas, parents did it, versus Lou Smith, intruder did it, versus currently fashionable Burke did it. I'm not sure if it was just currently. I think people from the get-go suspected. All right, so here's the post. Which is harder to believe? Patsy, in a rage over bedwetting, threw her daughter against the tub and crushed her skull, thought she was dead, and staged a ransom/sexual assault scene because she panicked. The vaginal trauma was punishment for bedwetting. Or a pedophile entered the home while the family was at a dinner party, spent hours becoming familiar with the house, wrote a note, hid in the basement, took Jonbenet Ramsey with a stun gun, molested her, planning to take her out in a suitcase, but killed her when it was impossible to raise the suitcase out the window. Both scenarios are totally made up and are ludicrous. And I'm just going to drop in another Bruce McGuire theory here. Some of these are not mutually exclusive. And I've brought this up before. I tentatively titled it The McGuire Theory, where an intruder did do it, but the parents thought that Burke did it. And then that's why they staged it. That's why Patsy wrote the letter. That's why there are so many issues. Obviously, the letter is problematic, not just from the handwriting, but from its length, from its content, which suspiciously mirrors books in their bedroom, etc. So these theories are not mutually exclusive. We don't do black and white logical fallacies on Mindshock. There's some interconnectedness and overlapping that could occur and does occur in a lot of true crime cases. Did it occur here? I don't know. I'm not insinuating that. I'm just going over possibilities. Also, what I will be going over on future episodes is the possibility that Jonbenet was actually killed at the party they attended or shortly after the party, because there's a lot of inconsistencies with who was wearing what, when, how of that night. So whenever there are anomalies, I mean, everything from the lights that the neighbors reported on or off, depending on the night, anything that's out of the ordinary needs to be looked at. Because if there's a certain pattern, there's a certain routine. Whenever something is outside of the realm of the ordinary routine, it deserves a second look, particularly if the only time it was out of the ordinary or out of routine is at the time when a crime occurred. See, that's problematic. The coincidence theorists brush it all off. But if you're not a coincidence theorist, if you're capable of critical thinking, what some people consider conspiratorial thinking, but it's mainly critical thinking, deductive reasoning, the application of logic and reason itself to come up with different theories and deduce what could or could not have happened. So just quick aside there, but let's go back to the write-up here. We know there were many keys out there. No one had to use the window. Again, an issue with that. Yes, there were many keys out there, potentially dozens. However, if this particular individual did not have a key, he would use a window. So again, without knowing what happened, we don't know. We know Steve was wrong about, quote, careful placement of the favorite nightgown, end quote, by the body. It was stuck by static electricity to the blanket that the killer took out of the dryer. Patsy could very well have done it, but if so, she was a murderous, psychotic woman who fooled everyone her whole life and lied repeatedly with no remorse and in fact never loved her daughter. Again, no, that's not quite true either. Many people have crimes of passion, psychotic breaks, accident, under the influence, whatever. Many people kill their loved ones. They actually did love them. They just had, again, either emotional issues, mental health issues. More than one thing can be true at a time. Again, the mutual exclusivity claimed by many online commentators on true crime cases, they simply do not account for these black and white logical fallacies, which Mindshock does. An outsider could very well have done it and made it look like Patsy or John did it, if they knew something about them. They could have learned a lot by looking around the house for hours. All the low-life criminals, neighbors, and friends and acquaintances were exonerated by DNA testing, but were they? Did they test everyone in the world? No. And a further point here on this write-up, the DNA test itself, if it's faulty, I mean, I might have to do a dedicated episode just on the DNA. We've touched upon it in the past. But if it's a highly contaminated sample and the way that DNA testing is done, if you haven't checked out the Stephen Avery series on Mindshock, we did 2 episodes, DNA for Dummies, DNA for Dummies 2. Check those out. A lot of this DNA testing DNA testing is based on thresholds, estimations, extrapolations by faulty human technology. Now, faulty doesn't mean it's not going to give an accurate result. It means it's not 100%. So, again, as DNA testing becomes more and more advanced, perhaps there can be more to this, but at the moment, being exonerated by a DNA test doesn't necessarily really mean they were exonerated. All right, continue on here. The stun gun theory is only a theory. The sex abuse evidence is not agreed upon by all the experts. The pineapple is not agreed upon either. The murder weapon is not agreed upon. They are just theories. Okay, good points there. Steve's main evidence for Patsy did it appears to be her not changing to a new outfit that morning. He can't believe a woman with a closet full of designer clothes would wear the same thing twice. This is not evidence of a murder. It is his opinion. His other main issue is that the parents hired lawyers almost immediately and said they would cooperate with the police, but found ways to delay it. All of this is not evidence that they are guilty. Yeah, okay. If I had to choose, I'd choose intruder did it, but I think Smith was wrong about the stun gun and other details. I also note that at least Steve Thomas wrote tons of background details that no one else does, and the book is worth reading for that. What interests me right now is the issue of the pull-up diapers hanging out of the closet near Jonbenet Ramsey's bedroom. Yet she was found in underwear. If she was wetting the bed nightly as is claimed, why not put her in those every night? Right, she was asleep, they carried her up to bed. You know she's going to wet the bed. You put the pull-ups on her, not long johns over her underwear. These are some of the things that remain mysterious to me. Whoever did it, the parents are odd, and that is why the police focused on them. But the parents didn't act like killers in my opinion. Yet the tabloids were getting direct leaks from the DA's office of all the police evidence and theories, so it was a window into what they thought happened. The mother's rage over bedwetting. I thought the tabloids made all that up, but according to Steve Thomas, it was all leaked police files. I can't imagine Burke is involved in any of this. Neither Smith nor Thomas even considered Burke a suspect. This is a third theory, of course, Burke did it. But if Burke did it, why was Patsy considered the murderer? Why did the grand jury mention child abuse? The Burke did it theory is popular now only because of the CBS show, which outlined how Burke could have done it. That's not evidence of murder, it's a theory like all others. Unless there is more evidence found or someone confesses and their DNA matches, well, it will never be solved, will it? If Patsy did it, she is a clever, crafty murderess whose only error was not changing her outfit because she stayed up all night staging the scene and forgot. Yet, she showed no prior violence or neglect to her children, and don't all mothers who murder their children crack under pressure and confess? This was a religious woman. Again, not necessarily. I mean, there's so many variables here. And I think everyone can agree that this is probably an outlier case, regardless of who did it, just because of all the strange details that don't add up. Like every single theory seems to have unanswered questions and issues with it. So it's an outlier case no matter how you look at it, no matter who did it. So the other point I'd like to make is it conclusively known whether Patsy Ramsey actually changed into her night clothes, went to sleep, got up, changed back into the outfit from the previous night? See, if I don't know which theories allege what, that she never changed in the first place, or she did change, go to sleep, and then that was the closest outfit to her. I don't know if she left it wherever as she's going to bed. Unknown. If an intruder did it, they committed the perfect crime, framed the parents, took away all traces of their presence, and made zero mistakes. Except they left a ransom note and a dead child and never collect the money, so something went wrong with their plan. Still, they got away with it. And that's another point here, too. A lot of true crime, from aficionados to people who are just have passing interest in true crime, I've seen this time and time again with many different theories. I mean, in the Maura Murray case, one of the covered cases on Mindshock, a lot of people think that Maura Murray, theoretically, allegedly, driving up to New Hampshire, if it wasn't her, someone staging her vehicle would never do it that way. Well, no, not intentionally. It's weird. It's like a lot of these true crime commentators have never heard of Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. If there was a problem with the crime, and also these are all presuppositions on how experienced these criminals are, regardless of which true crime case you're looking at. There's different theories. If the alleged perpetrators could be highly intelligent and experienced or not. If they are not, that opens the door to more mistakes, more actions that wouldn't necessarily make sense if you're talking about experienced kidnappers, etc., or criminals of whatever crime you're looking at. So, is it possible there was an intruder? They were not very bright. Perhaps a previous construction worker who overheard either a housekeeper or someone talking about the bonus that John Ramsey got. Maybe they found some paperwork that wasn't put away properly. We don't know. It doesn't have to be the most highly intelligent individual, so things can go wrong with a plan. Particularly if they figure it's really easy to kidnap a child. I mean, maybe they've never seen Home Alone. Whatever the case, they think it's a lot easier than it's gonna be. Things go wrong. I mean, perhaps Burke does know more than he lets on. I mean, I don't know. Looking at human psychology in highly stressful situations, it's possible Burke has repressed memories from that night. I mean, that's highly traumatic for a child of his age. If he was not responsible and something else went down, possibly with a person who was a friend of the family or known to him. If a construction worker had maybe threatened him in the past or something of that nature and he was absolutely terrified, I mean, all the adult listeners out there, when you were a child, when you were extremely afraid, you might be too scared to tell your parents or the police about something. If it was that terrifying and that traumatic, I don't know. Every kid is different. Burke does seem like an unusual kid in the first place, so we really don't know. If Burke did it and the parents desperately covered it up and got him to lie about it all this time, well, how likely is it that he would never accidentally say something? How likely is it for parents to desecrate and cover up their cherished little girl's death to spare Burke punishment he would not even get since he is too young to be prosecuted? And that's another point that we hear brought up all the time. Well, Burke was so young anyway, why would they cover it all up? Well, there's a couple different reasons. One is just perceptions, because that would make them look like bad parents. So again, depending on their egos, again, I do not know the Ramseys. I don't know any of this information. But there are people out there, you could look at other true crime cases, they care about the way they're looked at by the public, in the media, etc. If they really don't want to be looked at as the type of parents that brought up a child that could be involved in some kind of situation like this, that would make them look bad. And we do know, other than money, ego seems to really be the root cause of a lot of crimes. A lot of crimes. I mean, you could even make a case it supersedes money, depending on how you look at it, what parameters you're setting and examining all these cases. But yeah, it's either, what is it? It's either love, money, or ego. And love goes a little bit with the ego too. So, and so does money to a certain extent. So yeah, if they didn't want to be looked at that way, they would want to stage it as an intruder. Okay, the other thing is, how traumatic is it to have your child die? Would you be logical enough in that moment to think, well, Burke wouldn't be prosecuted anyway? Or would you be so emotional and traumatized, you're just thinking that you're not even considering that? It's not like you're pausing and reflecting, well, wait a second. Who gets tried for what, at which age? They might have not even considered it. If they had considered it, they probably would have thought, oh, well, he wouldn't be prosecuted anyway. But maybe they thought he'd be taken away from them for mental issues. That's another point, too, that I don't hear discussed too often. If they thought they'd put him in some kind, take him away from the parents because the parents might be seeming unfit to raise such a child, or a child with needs or whatever, they might have thought that they'd take Burke away from them, put him in some mental hospital or something for children. Who knows what they were thinking? The point is, you can't pretend that all people react to all things the same way, particularly under traumatic, emotional, stressful situations. And that's why all these points need to be carefully considered. This is why I have to be intruder did it, yet not the way Lou Smith outlined it. Like everyone else, he guessed at what caused the marks. Many others have said they do not look like stun gun marks. I also don't care about his experiment with climbing in the window. No one needs to use the broken window when the doors were unlocked. Plus, there were several keys in other people's possession. Surely someone came up with a more logical intruder scenario than he did, but I still think the killer is somewhere in his files. I can't see any mother staging a sex crime to save her skin after punishing a 6-year-old for bedwetting to such a degree that she kills her. Almost any scenario is more believable than this. And that's again an appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy. Also, we don't know that those were the exact circumstances. So Patsy Ramsey or John Ramsey could be guilty under different circumstances. And we don't know what the circumstances are. Of course, some theorize John Ramsey was abusing Jonbenet. Patsy didn't know, then she found out, or whatever the case may be, or she did know. I don't know. Something went wrong. Unless someone was there, even John Ramsey might not know exactly what happened, right? Depending on the situation. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Some of the responses here, some by users since deleted, are have some interesting thoughts. There is no evidence of an intruder, whether through a window or an open door. None. Well, we do have those pry bar marks on a door frame, which I've gone over in previous episodes, although supposedly they were there prior to that night. None, no stun gun, nobody hung around that house for hours waiting around for them to go to bed. It doesn't matter whether you or anyone feels like somebody doesn't fit a profile. Feelings aren't evidence relevant to what was and was not uncovered that morning and beyond through investigation. You do not need to be a handwriting expert to look at the consistencies to Patsy's writing and the ransom note to tell off a straight visual she wrote the note. Nobody staged a sex crime. Nobody. The glaring visual evidence that's real, regardless of anyone's belief, shows it was Patsy, and that unto itself negates the entire intruder theory. Well, not necessarily. Again, I'm not saying this is true in any way, but if we're going over all possible scenarios, is it beyond the realm of possibility that somebody was planning to kidnap Jonbenet Ramsey? Whether it was the Santa Claus that allegedly told her he was going to pay her a secret visit, whether it was somebody else. Again, John Ramsey was connected through his company with Lockheed Martin and some possible CIA top-level government connections. Is it possible someone was planning to intrude, to kidnap or do something else, but Patsy Ramsey killed Jonbenet by accident? Or Burke did it? So again, this is why we don't fall for logical fallacies. I'm not saying that that's a viable theory. I'm just saying if we're having all the theories on the table, we cannot exclude that definitively with the limited information available. There was a blow to the head rendering her unconscious. There was a period of time between the blow to the head and ultimate death. The garrote is not a garrote and wasn't used for staging. Simply looking at the cord and how it was fashioned and tied makes more sense as a device used to move, drag, pull, not strangle. That's actually kind of interesting. The thing that doesn't quite make sense is unless it was Burke, an adult would probably be able to move a child's body quite easily. But Burke might not have been able to, so that is interesting. The strangulation wasn't all at once. The cord was tied on one end and dragged upward from behind, which inadvertently tightened the cord and ultimately strangled her. Unless someone walked in on the sexual assault with the paint handle, then at least two people had zero idea that that was even a thing to begin with, which explains why it wasn't dealt with. The pineapple consumption took place after they returned, without a doubt. Therefore, the story that Jonbenet was sound asleep is a lie. Yes, it's speculated the entire incident occurred over pineapple, but that's just filling in the gaps. There isn't anything any of us have to fit that piece into the puzzle as a hard fact. She could have simply asked for a piece, been given a piece, and nothing else came of it. We can hear all three of them, regardless of what is specifically heard, on the enhanced 911 tape. That means their tale that Burke was asleep upstairs is a lie. What makes sense is that once the deed was done, in order to protect Burke from their likely assumption he'd be locked up for life or institutionalized, they irrationally united to come up with a scenario to protect Burke from that. That is not uncommon. This happens all the time. Somebody expletive up, somebody else comes to their aid to help them cover for it. The staging part makes sense only insofar as the presentation of a kidnapping. She was put in the wine cellar to be hidden. She had tape over her mouth after she was unconscious, as indicated by the brown fluid from her nose mouth beneath the tape. She was wrapped in the blanket and hidden, almost certainly with the intent of moving her out of the house to be, quote, discovered, end quote, dead, and the kidnappers followed through because they saw all the cops appear, and that went against the note's instructions. Only that plan backfired, and they had to discover her and disrupt the scene and evidence. The sexual assault was not part of the staging. The garrote wasn't a garrote and not part of the staging, nor to finish her off. So you have a 9-year-old who hit his sister, knocked her out to the point she appeared dead. Then you have several injuries on her body that suggest attempts to revive her. Poked and prodded to get a response. Also likely from a clueless 9-year-old who didn't know better. You have a cord tied to her neck, the other end with a handle, which is more reasonable as a pulling device, probably to drag her. You have evidence of vaginal penetration, evidence of wood splinter consistent with the same wood as the handle, and whichever came first is unknown. That's the assault on Jonbenet. Then you have her being covered up, put in the wine cellar on her back, loose bindings on the wrists, taped mouth. In my opinion, the nightgown was inadvertently clung to the blanket and wasn't placed there by a loving parent. That's horse expletive. A loving parent would have behaved much differently and faced the music one of their children, expletive up, got him help. Then more time passed while they figured out how to redirect the whole ordeal into a kidnapping. They did not intend for Jonbenet to be discovered or a kidnapper to change course and kill the money prize and leave her there instead due to the actual factual injuries and time frame required. They lost control of the scene when more cops appeared, and had a cop found her in the basement all bundled and tied up, the Ramseys would have been clear suspects. The only recourse to keep some semblance of control was for John Ramsey, who knew well before the 911 call she was there, to, quote, find her, end quote, and disrupt the scene to make it harder to explain his own contamination and confuse the way it looked. The way she was hidden makes this clear enough. The intent was to relocate her so she'd be discovered elsewhere. Because in the movies where foreign factions kidnap rich kids, the cops don't search the whole house. They tap some phones and leave, or hang out in the dining room and then leave. Would it have been hard to keep Burke quiet? Not at all. Threatening him with being locked away forever and not being able to play his games or with his trains, especially if he showed even a sliver of concern, would be enough to keep him in line. But to be sure, they got him out of the house as soon as possible to prevent any cops from access and questioning him. If you remove all the far-fetched theories and go with the basic facts, that's where it points, and the staging was all relevant to her having been killed by the kidnappers after the Ramseys called the cops and disobeyed, and she'd have been hidden to be moved later. Nobody staged a sexual assault. Nobody staged a garroting. Nobody staged any of that. That was all part of the actual assault on Jonbenet. It's entirely plausible neither John nor Patsy had a clue in hell at the time she'd also been sexually assaulted. They staged the kidnapping elements. The head injury and ultimate strangulation moving her is what they were knowingly covering up. So that's actually one of the best arguments for Burke did it that I have seen thus far. So it postulates that the garrote wasn't really a garrote, and that some of these marks on Jonbenet were simply someone trying to revive her. Someone like a kid who doesn't really know how. Not a bad write-up. Not bad, especially when we consider that this was a plan gone wrong. No matter what happened, it seems like it would be a plan gone wrong unless someone's really trying to frame the Ramseys, which, again, that opens up other cans of worms there. But that was a very, very good write-up. Now, here's another interesting post from another user that I haven't seen addressed specifically. I can't shake my gut feeling that a female intruder committed the crime, probably someone close to or at least acquainted with the family. I think jealousy was the motive, either of Jonbenet herself or Patsy. Now, that is an unexplored option that I really haven't seen attention given to this theory that someone was jealous or someone wanted to hurt Patsy Ramsey. What better way than to attack her prize child, her beauty queen, her pride and joy? Interesting theory, and we'll be exploring other suspects and that theory even more in further episodes. Now, that would point to, again, did Patsy really write the note? Now, if someone is framing them, are they going to write the note in Patsy's handwriting? If this is someone close to the family with access to Patsy Ramsey's handwriting, what would prevent them from writing a ransom note in Patsy's handwriting, a ridiculous ransom note, to make it look like the parents are covering this whole thing up to make them look guilty? Now, to some, this would seem like 3D chess, but again, if we don't know who the perpetrators are, how would we know what mental level they are operating on? We don't. And it's not really that outlandish. I mean, regarding the Kurt Cobain case, which I just covered on Mindshock, if you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's quite interesting. Some believe, due to the notes, the handwriting practice notes found in Courtney Love's backpack that she left at her lawyer, Carol's house, that those were practice notes. She was practicing writing in Kurt Cobain's handwriting. And the alleged suicide note found in the greenhouse with Kurt Cobain, that might have been written by Courtney Love. So is it completely out of the realm of possibility that someone would stage the ransom note and write it in Patsy Ramsey's handwriting? And that's why so many handwriting experts are confused, because it's not 100% exactly her handwriting, but it's very similar. Someone responded to this post, I personally do not believe a woman assaulted and murdered Jonbenet Ramsey, but there is definite precedent for it. I do strongly suspect there is a female involved by some means, though. Another interesting response here. Still, Patsy did it because it's the most likely scenario based on child abuse death statistics, and the evidence points to her. And I don't see Burke as a violent child. Socially withdrawn and awkward, yes, but not a killer. I recently watched a heartbreaking documentary about a 12-year-old boy who supposedly killed his 3-year-old brother by bashing his head into the corner of a bookshelf repeatedly. He was sentenced to 7 years after confessing to the crime, but what struck me was the ending of the movie. There was strong evidence suggesting the mom actually killed the kid. She got no time in prison. Now, this is the Fernandez case, Christian Fernandez. And perhaps if there's interest, I'll do a dedicated episode on it. Obviously heartbreaking in every sense of the word, particularly if the mom actually did it. The boy gave a false confession and even rehearsed it in front of the cameras when the interrogator left the room. The mother had waited 8 hours to seek medical treatment for the dying child while doing Google searches for terms like coma and child not breathing and posh spice. Okay. Anyway, the little boy who was arrested for the crime came across as distant and dead inside, much like Burke did in his child psychologist interviews. Kids who witness murder and abuse often exhibit odd behaviors themselves for many reasons: sadness at losing a sibling, fear of being punished themselves, fear of losing their parents to the justice system if they tell, etc. Burke's odd behavior is more likely to be a product of his upbringing than some inborn psychopathic condition. Also, I think it's fair to assume Burke was heavily coached by parents and lawyers before his interviews with the psychologist. That could account for his not recognizing the pineapple and other red flag behaviors. Regarding Kolar's theory, if Burke was the one who had toileting issues, it might look more suspicious to me. But Jonbenet also had similar problems, which points to abuse of both children. Could the head wound have been an accident on Burke's part? Absolutely, but I don't think he hit her on purpose, even with the intention of just hurting her. And I certainly don't buy that he tied the ligature and wrote the ransom note. Too long didn't read. Burke is probably weird because he was raised in a house of abuse and or neglect. He may know what happened to his sister, but probably didn't take part in it based on the rarity of siblings killing siblings versus parents killing their children. And that is interesting to note. Statistically, those are very fair points. But again, if this is an outlier case, which it appears to be, that's not necessarily. If you're taking bets, yes, you could. That might be a smart bet, but that doesn't mean that's what happened in this particular case. So, just one quick point that the pineapple, the timeline of the pineapple, which I think is interesting. Here's a few different posts on it. What's not agreed upon about the pineapple? She had dinner at the Whites. The Whites did not have pineapple. Her meal from the Whites was hours beyond the pineapple in her digestive tract. There was a bowl of pineapple on the table in the house. Based on where the food was in her digestive tract, the only place she could have had the pineapple was at her home. Even if digestion varies from person to person, the pineapple came after her dinner for sure. She only had access to pineapple after her dinner in the Ramsey home. Her body expired with the pineapple in the proximal part of her small intestine just past the stomach. So it was in there for some time, but not that long. I don't understand why the pineapple is disregarded so easily. It is the only piece of evidence that Jonbenet left behind that could not be planted, manipulated, staged, or spin-doctored, and it blows the Ramsey's testimony straight out of the water. The response here, I've seen disagreement about the pineapple in the books I've read. Some said it could be vegetable or fruit, but looked like pineapple. Some said it was undigested pineapple that had rind on it, and so did the pieces in the bowl. One said it was fruit cocktail. To me, this is disagreement. Another poster chimed in, because the pineapple is no longer just pineapple. The supplemental autopsy report includes pineapple, green grapes, grape skin, grape pulp, and cherries, commonly associated with fruit cocktail. It's also interesting to see if those fruits were distinguished from each other, or if that could be determined. So were they all eaten at the same time or not? The Whites have never said they did not serve pineapple. They said they did not remember. According to Steve Thomas, there were several post-autopsy reports generated about a year after Jonbenet Ramsey, and he chose to include only one for his book. So is it possible that the Whites served some kind of fruit cocktail that might have included pineapple? Is it possible that Burke ate pineapple exclusively himself, and Jonbenet was either dead before she even got to the house, if she died at the Whites, if she died en route, if she died shortly after, or if she died after Burke ate the pineapple but was never given a piece of pineapple? We really don't know without a more definitive autopsy, because, again, there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions regarding almost every aspect of this case, which is what makes it so difficult. And I think the variable of luck has to play in here too, because if the Ramseys did it, if the parents did it, and all of this contamination and funny business went on, did they not think to clean up the pineapple, or were they just that emotional or distraught? Were they just so focused on concocting this intruder kidnapper theory, and then when it all went wrong, they had to make adjustments, so they just couldn't be bothered with the pineapple? I mean, it's tough. It's really tough to understand. Another response here, there's evidence we don't know about, and none of the theories seem to fit together perfectly. Anyone on Reddit who's absolutely certain can't be. The BPD and DA made some crucial mistakes that I don't think can ever be overcome. Here are my thoughts. Case for intruder did it. Parents don't seem to fit the profile, no known abuse in their past. If they were responsible, it would assume they went from 0 to 100 on one fateful night. It seems out of character from what we've learned about them. Many mistakes were made, including not sealing off the home immediately, not getting the exact time of death by getting fluid from her eye, allowing John Ramsey to search the home with a friend, moving the body again after she was brought upstairs. Many think that the Ramseys should have done more to help the police, but I'm sure their lawyers reiterated that the police were incompetent. Look at the mistakes that were made, and because the case was high profile, looking to close the case quickly by indicting the family. If they truly thought the police were completely incompetent and trying to pin it on them, I can see their hesitation to work with them. Now, that is an absolutely excellent point that I don't see brought up enough. Can you make a case for the incompetence of the Boulder Police Department? If you can, and again, these people are not, these people are well-off people. They probably know how the police operate. Similarly, on both ends of the spectrum, you have extremely rich people might know how the police operate and how to identify incompetent police trying to close cases quickly and how they focus in on family members. Similarly, you might have people more around the poverty line and below who know how police operate in their ways. It seems like that middle group, the middle class, so to speak, are the ones who think that police are infallible, they're always out for the truth, and all of these things. So if you know the police are incompetent just by the way you handle the scene, if your lawyers are telling you the police are incompetent, how does that affect your quote-unquote cooperation? And these are just things to think about. I'm not saying one way or the other. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Case for Ramsey's did it. Many experts seem close to certain that Patsy wrote the ransom note. It's more likely than not she wrote the letter, according to certain experts. There is also a deposition where Patsy is shown, I believe, Jonbenet's baby book, and they ask her if that's her handwriting. This is a sample of writing that appears to more closely match the ransom letter, and she replies that it isn't her writing, which one would think is an obvious untruth. Both John and Burke changed their story. Initially, John Ramsey said she was up when they arrived home. John said he read to her. Burke said she walked up the stairs from the car. Later, the story was that she was asleep the entire time. That is another interesting point. We've gone over that. I think a lot of people don't focus on that. There's some weirdness there. Fibers from Patsy's sweater were found on the tape and tied in the garret. John Andrew Ramsey was quoted as saying, "It had to be an inside job because the layout of the house is confusing. The wine cellar she was found in wasn't easy to find." Also, quite an interesting statement. It seems unlikely that an intruder not only felt comfortable enough to stay in the house for hours before they arrived from the Whites, but also stayed in the house for at least an hour after the assault began, as the time frame from head injury to strangulation was 45 minutes to 2 hours. They also have enough time to write a lengthy ransom note, including a practice note, while in the house. In other instances where children have been taken from their homes, the intruder leaves immediately with the child, example Polly Klaas, Elizabeth Smart, etc. It's not impossible, but just seems unlikely. This intruder is very neat, leaves no trace of how they entered, puts the pad and Sharpie back exactly where they found it. They grab paper from Patsy's pad, and they know enough to take paper from the back of the notebook and not the front. Wipe her body down after the assault. Again, it wasn't in a hurry. Again, seems very unlikely. I don't think we'll ever know for sure, but there is still chance it could be intruder did it. Someone may have committed the perfect crime. If it was intruder did it, there's no way it was a random stranger. This person knew the house layout, bonus amount, that the Ramseys often used the back staircase, not the front, and one of them was from the south, etc. Also, if it was an intruder, this person was not your average criminal, which makes it easy to eliminate the housekeeper's husband or some random dumb person that walked by. The reading level of the ransom note is high. I think the two misspelled words were put there intentionally, as more sophisticated words like attaché, countermeasures, and the punctuation on the letter were nearly perfect. This was someone who was educated for sure. People also dug up cases where mothers and grandmothers did kill their children over bedwetting or toilet issues, which is bizarre, and they also tried to cover it up. So people also chimed in whether or not Jonbenet Ramsey wet the bed that particular night. A response here: in the bedwetting rage scenario, she did. The sheets were gone. There was bedding in the washer or dryer. All the pictures of her bed show it was stripped of sheets with or without the comforter laid partly on it. Of course, she died before morning came. Who removed the sheets and when? if she was taken from her bed in the night and killed. Perhaps all those photos were taken days later, not by the first responders. I am not okay with child abuse of any kind, but blaming the child for something the parent caused by rough or careless training is inexcusable. If Patsy did kill her over bedwetting, she is mentally ill, and as I said before, nothing else in her life would point to that kind of cruelty. It bothers me that police will assume the worst every time, that every mother would be capable of murderous rage. It's not true. Certainly, Patsy addressed this when she said, as a stage 4 cancer survivor, a wet bed was nothing to her in the scheme of things. Just because it's happened with other parents who are severely mentally ill is not a reason to assume Patsy sunk to that level of child abuse when there was no hint of cruelty to her children before. A response: Ramsey house crime scene photos. There are a few different sets. In the earliest set, when they still thought it was kidnapping, the Beauty and the Beast sheets are still on the bed. I think you may have only seen the second set where they've already stripped the bed and started collecting evidence. There's a third set along with the video of the nearly empty house. Which is that's actually very interesting. Another response here. One thing that's bothered me in the first photos of the bed with sheets, the blankets are pulled down and the pink top she was wearing in the Christmas photos is on the bed. So let's say it's true they brought her up, read a story to a sleeping child. Why was she not dressed in her same PJs? Why would they leave the top of the bed when just moving it to replace it with the sleeping child? I know they were messy, but the shirt being on the bed doesn't make sense to me in the story they told. Do we leave dirty laundry on the bed right there and still sleep with it there? Interesting point. Clearly she had changed clothes from Christmas morning to party wear, and then the party wear was removed for bedtime wear. Since we have a basis for her wearing the pink PJs, part of it was on the bed where she slept, and if I recall, the bottoms were in the bathroom, so what was she wearing for bed this night? If neither of those garments had urine on them, then we know she didn't wet the bed wearing those. So what was the logic behind what she was wearing when she was assaulted? It's not jiving, but I'm not sure. Yeah, there's some unanswered questions for sure regarding that, as well as regarding many other issues. Another response here. There are so many ridiculous, sarcastic phrases in the ransom note. I used to think the case could be solved from that long ransom note alone. Why wasn't it? But I was thinking Patsy lived for another 10 years after the death of Jonbenet Ramsey. I wonder if people ever started talking about some of these silly things in the note, if she went along with it and agreed how stupid, or felt uncomfortable and changed the subject. What would one do? She would have to be a good actress to joke about phrases she herself made up. What do you think? I don't know. Some people believe John Ramsey was telling her what to write, but again, we really don't know. There are some hidden clues in the ransom note that I will be going over. So yeah, that's all really bizarre. So supposedly the crime scene photos that are closest to the time of the crime do not show wet or urine-stained bed sheets. Now, of course, if Patsy Ramsey were guilty and she wanted to cover that up, I mean, I suppose they could have switched the sheets out. I don't know. Another response here. There's no evidence of toileting rage, which is why it enrages me to see the police or DA's obsession with it as a theory. It reminds me of when I was 6 years old and blamed for putting salt in a sugar jar. First, I couldn't reach it. Second, I had no interest in such an act. Third, I was shocked to be blamed for something I didn't do, and what's more, something stupid I would never think of. It was a theory developed out of whole cloth, pinned on a child because the adult who did it was too embarrassed to admit it. It could have been my brother or sister, yet they never admitted it. I am still puzzled about things like that. I bet all of you here were blamed for something you would never have even thought of doing. I mean, I wasn't punished for it, just scolded and told to stop lying. If the Ramseys are innocent, what must it have been like to be grilled relentlessly?
All right, so let's do a quick breakdown of the intruder theory if the intruder were a burglar. Now, this write-up is from JonbenetRamsey.pbworks.com. They have a lot of write-ups on the case and documentation. A really good source for anyone researching this case online. Overview: the main idea behind the theory is connected with a burglary that went wrong. It explains every evidence of the crime known to the author without any amount of staging in place. It uses its own analysis of ransom note based on professional and amateur analysis used primarily in the Patty Ramsey Did It theories. The key aspect of this theory is an idea that the burglar had some common past with the Ramsey family, the most possible with the father, not excluding his wife. It uses the most of evidence straightforward and can be seen not only as a theory of the crime, but also as a theory explaining the idea behind the staging, no matter who did it. It excludes more or less the possibility of some tragedy in the middle of the night behind some crazy staging of parents. It uses its own reasons for leaving of the ransom note in the house. The weakest point of this theory is an amount of knowledge regarding plans of the Ramseys. Versions. There are many versions and variants of this theory. They differ in reasons of the burglary surroundings of the crime. All basic versions are directly using an idea of the burglar as a person who has committed the murder with the possible help of some other persons not present at the crime scene. Versions not inspected by the author of the theory and a further using an idea of additional persons who know about the planned burglary and having killed JonBenet before the staging to blame the burglar for the murder, or are staging the crime on some possible burglar using their own reasons for this. Important distinction. Personality. Personalities used in this theory are mostly on the analysis of the ransom note and are widened using additional evidence and information. The feedback loop analysis was used to get a better understanding of the ransom note and evidence left in the house. Key characteristic of the intruder: self-confidence, used to working alone, ability to take hard decisions on the fly, had little time to handle the kidnapping, out of Boulder, working out of Christmas holidays, had a safe place to keep the girl with help of some additional persons, family, or very close friends, knew both parents or at least John with some information about his wife. It is highly possible he knew their wedding date because there is no evidence he knew JonBenet's name. It is possible they had not met in the past 10 to 15 years. Ransom note looks like a way to grab contact with John, with money from kidnapping being only some part of this contact. Ransom note can be read as a ransom letter, exhibit letter, or threatening letter. Exhibit letter can be connected with lots of time spent with uneducated people, foreign countries, or missions. He was not afraid of prison for the kidnapping. This idea was used to explain one of possible ways to spend the ransom money in version 2 of the theory. Timeline: 5 to 6 p.m., Ramsey's left for the Christmas party at the Whites. 7 p.m., intruder breaks into the house. Between 7 and 9 p.m., the intruder searches the house. Between 9 and 10 p.m., the intruder writes the first ransom note and starts the second one. 10 p.m., the Ramseys come back home. Intruder hides in the cellar. Between 10 and 10:40 p.m., the Ramseys go to sleep. Intruder seeks an escape way. 10:40 to 1 a.m., on the 26th, the intruder searches the basement. At 1 a.m., intruder kidnaps JonBenet from her room. Approximately 1 a.m., and around that time, the intruder returns to get outdoor clothes from JonBenet's room. The rest of them are probably on the first floor. There's a head injury and a scream reported by some neighbors. Between 1 and 2 a.m., agony and strangulation of JonBenet Ramsey. Between 2 and 3 a.m., removing all evidences of burglary in the basement. 5:30 a.m., parents wake. Burglary. There is a lot of evidence of burglary in the house. The most important are suitcase near the train room window, a fresh pack of panties used in the post-mortem dressing, an amount of money used in the ransom note. All items used or left in the crime are usable in burglary. This was not a typical burglary to steal some silver plates from the house.
Family back home. At the time the ransom note was finished, at least in one full set with additional pages used in the process, intruder was not disturbed to the point of making tea and getting some food for himself. Because of the flashlight left in the house, he was probably surprised hearing the car, and because of that, he was searching for an escape route in the basement, the train room window, and some place to hide. Evidence of him hiding in the remaining part of the elevator. Kidnapping. He was waiting a long time to be sure everyone was sleeping. He was probably not aware of Jonbenet eating something in the middle of the night, probably around midnight. Murder. After kidnapping of Jonbenet in her pajama or nightgown, he needed to dress her before going out with her. He locked the door of the wine cellar, went back to get some clothes for her. He was probably walking around the house with a bat in his hand. The most probable situation is Jonbenet trying to run away from a dark wine cellar and him pushing her on the bat, leaning against the wall, or hitting her fast and strong with it to stop her. With him unaware of a critical hit on her head, rest of evidence is connected with him raging because of her pretending to be dead and with later checkings of how severe her condition is. After strangulation, he was moving in the basement, holding her in his hands to wrap her in the blankets and hide the body. His personality more or less excludes trying to kidnap the body from the house using the basement window. He would escape with the body using the door, as he did at the end. Ramsey's morning. This theory uses a lot of analysis from the Patty Ramsey Did It theories regarding the morning of the Ramseys, analysis of 911 call and interviews of parents. The version currently in development is using an idea that parents were searching for Jonbenet in the morning actively in the house. It is possible that a ransom note was found after seeing a body of Jonbenet. Taking into consideration a typical parental behavior in such situations, it can be supposed that John Ramsey was searching outside, calling for Jonbenet, and Patsy Ramsey was searching the house. In such situation, the alarmed neighbors could check the house in the morning, and it is possible that some evidence of an intruder that was found is connected with one or even two neighbors checking the house at the time of finding of ransom note. Marks on the tree suggest someone checking Jonbenet's rooms, and high-tech footprint can be connected with checking the basement in the morning by someone. It is very probable that the enhanced 911 call is made using report of one of such persons. Burke, in the theory, because of many psychological inconsistencies in interviews, reports and official statements of many part of the investigation, this theory is using an idea, which is not approved by anyone, that Burke was very active in the middle of the night and at least some part of his activity was later told to his parents. Because of 21 years of investigation, author assumes Burke made a confession with everything he did in the night. This theory uses an idea that Jonbenet wanted to drink something and she asked Burke for help. This happened just after the parents went to sleep. Jonbenet was calling Burke for help from inside of the wine cellar, and he was searching for her after the kidnap. He was sleeping lightly because of not being able to find Jonbenet, and when his mother went through his room in the morning, he was checking the basement, hearing rumors about Jonbenet, or later when the police were in the house. It is also possible he was helping to find Jonbenet in the morning. This part is not important in the theory, but it explains some part of his police interviews and later information about him. Okay, so very interesting. Obviously, there was nothing extremely valuable reported missing as if in a burglary, but there's a few issues here. There were over 100 burglaries in the neighborhood the month before Jonbenet's murder. That's a lot. This was in a 48 Hours report in 2005. Private detectives John San Augustine and Ollie Gray both learned that in months before Jonbenet's murder, there were more than 100 burglaries in the neighborhood. So immediately, it wouldn't be that strange that someone would possibly attempt to burglarize a home around Christmas time when there might be some expensive gifts in the house. So again, would they have taken more of the... I mean, I don't know. There's obviously a lot of problems with a lot of theories. But in general, the premise that there could have theoretically possibly been a burglary, whether or not it involved Jonbenet's death or not, that's on the table.
So there was also a press release January 23rd, 1997 by the Boulder Police Department. Residents reminded to lock doors and windows at night. Boulder police are advising residents to be certain they lock their doors following a rash of nighttime burglaries which appear to be related. The burglaries date back to December 12th, 1996, and the most recent report was on December 25th, 1996. So there's common information regarding many of these incidents. So according to Detective Sergeant Doyle Thomas, head of property crime investigations, quote, the suspect or suspects enter homes through open doors between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., usually while residents are home sleeping, end quote. The suspect takes small, easy-to-transport items such as cash, jewelry, compact discs, and credit cards. The suspect or suspects does not have contact with anyone in the house and essentially sneaks in and out through open doors. Since no one in the house actually sees the burglar, we have no suspect descriptions. Okay, very, very interesting. So what would happen if the burglars are disturbed by a child, possibly out in the middle of the night, getting a midnight snack? Okay, so Lou Smith's theory is that it was a kidnapping gone wrong. Detective Lou Smith, who had access to all of the case materials up until his resignation, has stated, quote, I believe that the killer had started out with a kidnapping in mind. I believe that he was going to take her out of the house. There is some evidence to suggest that he did perhaps try to put her in a suitcase. Perhaps he couldn't get the suitcase in the window and then get out of the window himself. Perhaps he got into the window and couldn't pull the suitcase out after him. So I don't know why he suddenly went to the basement room, fashioned a garret from something that was right there in plain sight, and brutally murdered Jonbenet. Perhaps she knew him. Perhaps she screamed. Something triggered this man to kill Jonbenet in a very brutal fashion. And he said that on Larry King Live, May 28, 2001. One argues that this is the work of adolescents who mistakenly thought they could make some easy money. The language of the ransom note and numerous references to movie lines are used to support this claim, which is interesting. Or that these are inexperienced perps, that way they've only seen movies or maybe read books about elaborate kidnappings, and that's why the ransom note is the way that it is. Very weird. All right, so let's go back to Reddit for a moment. This is from the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit titled As Such. Suspicious pattern of disturbances at external windows and doors. A number of external windows and doors of the Ramsey residence showed disturbances of various kinds that is consistent with the theory that an intruder was looking for various entry points to the house before finally finding one. These will be outlined below, referencing Boulder Police Department reports and crime scene photos where available. Northeast basement bathroom window. Boulder Police Report reference number 1 through 59 states northeast basement bath. 2 areas on the bottom frame were clear of dust. The impressions were consistent with the application of fingers to the area. The associated area inside the residence showed smudge marks on both walls, above and just to the south of the toilet. A piece of garland similar to that found in the wine cellar was found stuck to the wall in the east impression. Note, garland was also found entangled in Jonbenet's hair. Interesting. Crime scene photo 235 shows the exterior position of the window from a distance on the right in the picture. 237 is closer, and 241 below is a close-up that clearly shows a disturbance of the dust in a pattern that would be consistent with the application of fingers to the area per the Boulder Police Department report. Under questioning from Lou Smith, John Ramsey stated that this area of the house was, quote, kind of a deserted area of the house. We never got back there, end quote, and is not somewhere the children would play. He considered the dust disturbance around the window to be odd.
Solarium door. Boulder Police Department report reference number 159 states solarium door facing south. Fresh pry mark damage near the deadbolt appeared to be 2 or 3 separate and distinct areas of attack. The missing wood chips were not located in the vicinity of the door. John Ramsey noted the disturbance when shown crime scene photos of the door, not publicly available, and considered it odd but offered a possible innocent explanation. It could have been made by somebody closing the door with the deadbolt open. If he was involved in his daughter's death and cover-up, intent on blaming it on an intruder, would he really be offering up an innocent explanation for signs of attempted forced entry? And we'll get back to that in a moment. Unless he's playing 3D chess and he wants to be able to point to his statements there and see, look, I'm not trying to cover it up. South rear residence door. Boulder Police Department report reference number 159 states, south rear residence door northwest of the grate. The exterior screen door appeared to have damage in the area of the handle lock, consistent with the door being forced open with the lock engaged. It looked like force supplied to the lock mechanism came from inside out. No pry marks on exterior. In her book, Woodward notes that a family friend had observed damage to this lock sometime before Christmas, but there is no indication as to whether there were both recent and older pry marks. There are no publicly available close-up crime scene photos of this damage. The picture below shows the door from a distance. The metal grate is to the right of the door. Another interesting point when dissecting all this information, perhaps there were if there was an attempted burglary within 1 to several days prior to Christmas, does that explain, how do we know these took place exactly that night? Could this damage and these marks and disturbances, could they have been made a night before? I mean, according to these police reports, there's lots of burglaries going on in the area. So, again, just something to think about. Broken basement window under metal grate. This is one of the best known and most controversial parts of the Ramsey house, with the most prominent intruder theorist, the late veteran detective Lou Smith, claiming that this was the entry and exit point for an intruder. As quoted in Paula Woodward's book, We Have Your Daughter, Boulder Police Department report reference number 1-59 is very brief on this area and does not mention any disturbances. Metal grate below the broken basement window, directly under the grate, were observed leaves and other exterior debris. However, looking at the crime scene photos of this area, this is clearly a disturbance of dust and debris in front of the center window, which was the broken window. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some disturbance there. Summary overview. I have added the disturbance locations referred to above to an architectural drawing by Carol Nolan from We Have Your Daughter. So here we have, around the perimeter of the house, there are multiple possible disturbances. So we have dust disturbances, damage to handle locks on exterior screen doors, dust disturbances outside the basement bathroom window, and then pry marks on the sunroom door on the other side of the house. So is this one or more individuals circling the house looking to gain entry? And of course, this would not include all of the people that had copies of keys to the house, but again, does this have nothing to do with Jonbenet's murder? Conclusion, there is obviously no smoking gun here pointing to an intruder, but the evidence is consistent with an intruder seeking various entry points into the house. It is possible that 1 or 2 of the disturbances, particularly to those relating to the doors, may have been from a previous unsuccessful attempt to gain entry into the house before the night of the 25th into the 26th of December, which is an excellent point. So let's look at some more intricacies here. In the Lifetime movie, Who Killed Jonbenet Ramsey, Priscilla White tells Fleet, reading the newspaper, that Patsy is telling the police a door may have been a point of entry for an intruder, but Priscilla remembers Patsy telling her that the damage to the door was made by John Ramsey trying to enter the house without keys before the murder. So Patsy knew how the damage to the door was made, which is interesting. And supposedly this came from the police report of Barb Fernie and not Priscilla White, although it was portrayed as Priscilla White in this Lifetime movie. Other people chiming in here refer to possibly these disturbances being made by a gardener raking leaves or pulling leaves out of window wells, etc. However, counterpoint is supposedly these were fresh disturbances. And of course, how fresh, we don't know. So, it is Mindshock time. So, this was, of course, all circumstantial. So, now let's get into the crazy mind shocks that most people are here for. September 16th, 1997. Boulder police. So, this was Tuesday, September 16th, 1997. Boulder police are searching for an unidentified male who sexually assaulted a 14-year-old Boulder girl. The man entered the girl's home through a second-story door of the master bedroom, according to the police report. The girl's mother may have interrupted the attack when she went to check on her daughter. The girl was taken to Boulder Community Hospital. So, we have record here of an intruder. The mother's description: intruder wore black clothing, wore a baseball cap backwards, about 5'7", between 20 and 30 years old, blonde hair, angular thin face, and a jawline that really stood out. Now, so we have a history, we have historical reference now that around that year, so this was of course after Jonbenet's death, within a year, there's an intruder in Boulder. Now, what could be more mind-shocking than that? How about this? This girl went to the same dance studio as Jonbenet Ramsey the previous fall. Mind-shocking. Apparently, he knew the girl's name. So, this is a post from Web Sleuths. Boulder intruder attacked girl. Tonight on MSNBC's Ramsey documentary, I heard former FBI profiler Greg McCrary discount the likelihood of an intruder on the grounds that there was no pattern of intruders molesting young girls inside their own homes in the Denver-Boulder area at the time. He's flat wrong. In fact, there was just such an intruder in Boulder 10 months after the murder of Jonbenet. In September 97, an intruder tried to molest a 12-year-old girl in Boulder as she slept inside her own home. The intruder snuck in a back door before the family set the burglar alarm that night. He hid in the basement for hours, until 3 a.m. when he crept upstairs and entered the girl's second-floor bedroom. He spoke the girl's name, although she didn't recognize him. He must have been stalking her, and he was willing to take great risks inside her own home. He actually got in bed with her. Luckily, her mother woke up, walked down the hall, and maced him. He fled out a window and jumped to the ground. He hasn't been caught. This 1997 home invasion was never reported in the newspaper, but high-risk home invasions do happen. Although there are some similarities to the intruder theory in the Ramsey case, the modus operandi of the 97 Boulder intruder is different than the murder of Jonbenet. In the 97 case, there was no stun gun, no duct tape, no cord, no attempt to take her from the bedroom. Intruder threatened to bash her head in if she screamed. Her mother was alerted by some rustling sound. So good for her mother for being a light sleeper or possibly having some kind of motherly intuition, because if supposedly there was no scream, she only heard rustling sound. The MO of the Boulder police, however, was similar to the Ramsey case. Their investigation was indifferent. The family had to beg detectives to investigate more thoroughly. This case may have nothing to do with the Ramsey case, but it does show that an intruder molester can go so far as to hide for hours inside a home and try to molest a girl even with her parents in the house. The intruder in the 97 case was just as daring and determined as an intruder would have had to be in the Ramsey case. So here's the thing, though. The stack of coincidences grows ever higher, because we're not just talking about an intruder willing to wait hours and hours hiding inside a home, but in the same town. And not only that, but a girl who happened to go to the same dance studio as Jonbenet Ramsey. Now, I'm sure Jonbenet's dance studio didn't only have 2 or 3 people, but it probably didn't have thousands or tens of thousands of people either. So is it possible it's a coincidence? Sure. Is it possible that this guy had something to do with the Jonbenet Ramsey case? Possibly, possibly not. But it's very, very curious how this is not really touched upon. People who immediately discount the intruder theory just they use these appeal to incredulity logical fallacies where it would just be too unlikely to hide in the home for so many hours. And of course, that's not necessarily how it happened. If the intruder was interrupted by the Ramseys coming home and couldn't get out in time, he might have been hiding until he could. Lots of different possibilities. And also the differences in MO could also be, this is a, that's weird. It says 12-year-old in some instances. In other instances, it says 14-year-old. But regardless, a 12 to 14-year-old is not a 6-year-old. It's a lot difficult to remove a 12 to 14-year-old quickly, silently, with less hassle than a 6-year-old who's obviously much smaller. So if it is the same person, which it might not be, but they wouldn't necessarily have the same MO. So someone posted this as well regarding the 97 Boulder intruder. I obtained the Boulder police report on the intruder who sexually assaulted a girl in her bedroom in the middle of the night while her mother was asleep in the next room. To preserve their privacy, I won't use their names. On September 13th to 14th, 1997, an intruder got into a Boulder home occupied by a mother and daughter. The father was out of town when the crime occurred. The girl was 14 years old. There was no sign of a forcible break-in. It's unclear how the intruder got in, but he may have entered through a back door that was unlocked before the mother went to bed that night. The intruder apparently snuck in and hid in the house for several hours, waiting until 3 a.m., coincidentally the witching hour, before going to the girl's bedroom. He wore black clothing, knew the girl's name, and knew his way around the house in the dark. The house had motion detectors and an alarm system which were set at 11 p.m., but he didn't set off the alarm. So that's really creepy. So he had either been stalking the place out, possibly he might have had been in the house multiple times before. That is really, really scary. The mother and daughter didn't recognize the man, but thought he may have been 20 to 30 years old. The girl described the suspect as having white skin and blonde hair sticking out from underneath a baseball cap, which he wore backwards. He left little forensic evidence. A couple of unidentified Latin fingerprints were obtained. The family believes that the suspect is someone who is good at sneaking into people's homes. They think the suspect snuck into the home during the day and hid in the house. The family believe that the suspect may have been the same suspect as in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. They believe the MO of the suspect was similar to that in the Ramsey case. The case has some parallels to the Ramsey case, but also significant differences. In the 97 case, the intruder was threatening, but he didn't inflict any bodily injuries. He didn't appear to have any weapons. He didn't try to remove the girl from her room. The 97 intruder didn't rape the girl. He penetrated her digitally and licked her. He stated that oral sex was his objective. He didn't have his pants down. He left no semen. He spent 3 to 5 minutes with the victim before he was interrupted. He woke the victim at about 3 a.m. by tapping her on the shoulder and placing his hand over her mouth. He spoke these phrases: "I'm not here to hurt you. If you scream, I will hurt you. If I was here to hurt, I would have knocked you out." The police report says the girl believed that the male was old by the way he spoke, but described him as in his 20s by the way he dressed. She noted that his baseball cap was dark blue or black with a small baseball player on the back of the hat. The report continues, the male placed his hand over her mouth and spoke to her, telling her not to scream. She pushed the male away from her, and the male called her by name and told her to stop moving. She described the male as getting really mad. He pulled her underwear to one side. The mother describes herself as an extremely light sleeper. She heard rustling noises and whispers, so she heard him whispering. That's crazy. She called out to her daughter, but when her daughter didn't reply, the mother grabbed a can of mace. So she's prepared and approached the door of her daughter's room. At that moment, the intruder bolted out of the girl's room, ran into the mom's bedroom, went through French doors onto a landing, and jumped from the second floor to the ground. He hasn't been identified. The family was dissatisfied with the quality of police work. The family had to request that the police fingerprint the house more thoroughly. Linda Arndt was in charge. Tom Wickman, Tom Trujillo, and other detectives also worked on the case. The police report mentions a possibly related case to the Tanta Moorhead Circle area of Boulder a couple months before the 97 intrusion. So if this guy is active, I mean, that's only a couple months after December and then a couple months later in September. So the other thing that's kind of bizarre is in Dallas News actually has an article here. August 1st, 2000, police chief doubts same person killed Ramsey, attacked teen girl. 9 months after the slaying of Jonbenet Ramsey, a girl who attended the same dance studio as the young beauty queen and lived just 2 miles away was assaulted in her bed by an intruder while her mother slept nearby. That crime, detailed in Boulder police reports, has common threads with the Ramseys' theory that their 6-year-old daughter was attacked by someone who hid in their home on Christmas night 1996. Key players in the Ramsey drama, including the prosecutors who led a fruitless grand jury probe into Jonbenet's slaying, learned of the September 97 incident only last week. So this is now the year 2000, so it takes 3 years for them to know about this. Does this sound like a well-run department? Does this sound like competency across the board? Quite bizarre. Police Chief Mark Beckner said he doesn't see strong similarities between the cases, primarily because Jonbenet was killed while the other girl, a 14-year-old, escaped serious injury. But last week he ordered comparisons of partial palm prints found at both scenes. Chief Beckner said the prints appear to be from different parts of the hand, but he assigned a detective to re-examine that issue to see if there was something that he missed. Something that we missed. He said he did not know when the results would be available. Now again, it's kind of weird to dismiss, like if there's a bunch of assaults and one of them involves murder, one of them doesn't, does that mean that the perpetrator's not the same? I mean, things go wrong. Accidents happen, especially in terms of violent crimes. Things go wrong. It's just so weird how even police chiefs don't understand. I mean, I don't know. It's really, really bizarre. And again, I'm not saying that, I'm not theorizing that this individual is the same. It's just to say that it can't be him because there was a death. It's weird. It's really weird. It's not like we have a bunch of other cases to compare to. The Ramseys, who planned to meet with Boulder police late this month, were told about the second case on Monday. What the heck? The fact that an assault was made in a home of a young girl in Boulder within 9 months of Jonbenet's assault is hugely significant, Mr. Ramsey said. Fortunately, there are not that many creatures like this out there, so this is very significant. He said he was eager to learn more details about the other assault. It is kind of weird, though. They don't even tell the parent. I mean, these people all live close by, and they're not even given a warning that there's this predator on the loose in the neighborhood. I mean, I don't know. This Boulder area seems really weird. Wow. The Ramseys' attorney Linwood and investigators who reviewed the police reports last week said that the assault on the 14-year-old and the Ramseys' version of Jonbenet's final night have similar elements. Mr. Ramsey confirmed Monday that Jonbenet took lessons at Dance West, a studio where the second victim had performed. The studio owner, Lee Klinger, said he has never been contacted by police investigating either case. Both girls performed at public functions in Boulder before being victimized, not long before being victimized. The 14-year-old girl danced in several public performances in the year before her assault. Jonbenet, the reigning Little Miss Christmas, was featured in a holiday parade shortly before she was killed. Huh. They didn't even talk to the owner to ask if there was any weird people hanging around. I mean, just the typical questions in any kind of comprehensive, legitimate investigation. It is really bizarre. It's really bizarre. And continuing the article here, investigators surprised. Investigators who worked on the Ramsey case for Boulder DA Alex Hunter said they were surprised last week to learn about the second attack. I'm shocked, said Steve Ainsworth, a Boulder County Sheriff's detective who spent a year as a consultant on the case to Mr. Hunter. I think this is something that definitely should have been brought up. I was pretty amazed at the similarities. According to Boulder Police Report, there was no sign of forced entry in either incident. The 14-year-old's attacker knew her by name, while a ransom note in the Ramsey case suggested Jonbenet's killer somehow knew her family. In both cases, the sexual assault was penetration by a finger or object, police reports said. Mr. Ainsworth, who has never ruled out an intruder in the Ramsey slaying, said the second case shows that the Ramsey's theory is plausible. One of the things that people are saying is, well, what did this guy do? Go in there and hide for a couple hours until they came home? Like as if that's something that would never happen? That it's so stupid no one would ever consider it, Mr. Ainsworth said. Well, that's what happened in this case. Nevertheless, Chief Beckner said he did not see strong similarities. Asked if he was confident that the cases are not connected, he said, I think as reasonably as you can be at this point. The problem with this kind of work is you never want to say yes or no definitively until you know the answer, he said. So I would not rule anything out, but I would be skeptical that they are related. Well, shouldn't they be thoroughly investigated whether they're related or not? Mr. Ramsey said he wanted to limit criticism of the Boulder police, particularly in light of fresh talks scheduled with investigators this month in Atlanta, where the family moved after the slaying. However, he said the police have operated on an eliminate the defenses approach. No, it can't be that because, and no, it can't be this because, and what do they have left? Well, it's got to be the Ramseys. A grand jury considered evidence in the Ramsey case for 13 months, but disbanded in October 1999 without returning an indictment. R.W. Peterson, a Denver PI hired by the 14-year-old's family, said her case was never seriously examined by police for possible links to the Ramsey case. They're not really connecting any of this stuff, he said. They're only looking at the parents because they're so invested in it. It's just preposterous. Mr. Ramsey said that the solution to Jonbenet's slaying lies outside his family and that the key might be found in such cases as the 97 assault. We know for an absolute fact that there was an intruder in our house, Mr. Ramsey said, and we believe that he was there when we got home and he waited until we were asleep. And that second case fits. Attack got little attention. The September 97 crime received no media coverage at the time, despite the heavy presence of reporters from around the country following the Ramsey saga. And again, I have to interject here, because if it's possible for this kind of crime to go that far under the radar, what other crimes are under the radar that could possibly be connected? According to the 33-page police report, the family was out of the house from late afternoon on the eve of the crime until after dark. The girl's father was out of town traveling. An older sibling was away at college. The mother and daughter watched television, then prepared for bed. They thought they were alone in their home, a $595,000 property in an older upscale section of this university town. The mother set the security alarm at 11 p.m., The back door, which was unlocked until then, is presumed to have been the intruder's point of entry. Slipping in before the alarm was set, the intruder would have had to wait at least 4 hours before entering the girl's second-floor bedroom, said Mr. Peterson, the private investigator. He had to have been in already because she set the alarm, Mr. Peterson said. At 3:17 a.m., the mother woke to what she thought was the sound of her daughter having bad dreams. She called the girl's name but got no response. Then, hearing the sound of whispering, the mother grabbed a canister of mace. As she approached her daughter's room, a man dressed in black with a black ball cap worn backward bolted out the door, dashed down the hall into the master bedroom, and fled through a door that opens into the second floor roof. The mother and child fled through a door on the ground floor, triggering the security alarm. The 14-year-old told police that when the suspect entered her room, she thought it might be her father having returned from his trip, but then the intruder crouched by the bed. He told her to shut up and put his hand over her mouth. "Don't scream," he ordered. "I know who you are. I'll hurt you." He called her by name and threatened to knock her out. The 14-year-old told police that the man sexually assaulted her with his hand and orally, but was interrupted by her mother. Although saliva contains DNA and the victim was swabbed soon after the assault, no foreign DNA was recovered from her body. In the Ramsey case, a small sample of DNA was recovered from Jonbenet's underwear. The source hasn't been determined, even though police have DNA samples from many of the Ramseys' friends and family members. The mother described the assailant as 5'7", 20 to 30 years old with blonde hair. She noted that he had an angular, thin face with a jawline that really stood out. Some not told of the case. Even though 3 Boulder police investigators working the Ramsey case also investigated the September 97 incident, several other Ramsey investigators had never been told about it. Again, does this sound like a competent department? Mr. Hunter, who was retiring after 28 years as DA, declined to comment on either case. Mr. Peterson, the family's private eye, said he thinks the 2 cases could be connected. "I think there is a possibility. The MO is great. The guy was in the house for quite a while," he said. "The Ramseys have made a similar claim in their daughter's killing." Mr. Ramsey states in The Death of Innocence, the book he wrote with Patsy, "I believe he entered our house during our Christmas night absence and was hiding when we returned, possibly in the basement. The killer probably crept silently up the spiral stairs after we had fallen asleep and got into Jonbenet's bedroom without waking anyone." A supplemental police report states that the parents of the 14-year-old, whose name has been withheld to protect the juvenile's identity, both believe that the suspect may have been the same suspect in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. So the 14-year-old's parents believe that it might be the same guy. While the 14-year-old was not violently harmed, Jonbenet was found strangled and beaten in her parents' basement about 7 hours after her mother reported finding a note demanding $118,000 for the safe return of the kindergartner. Chief Beckner points to the Ramsey ransom note and the girl's body being found in the family's basement as a major distinguishing feature from the second crime. But Mr. Ainsworth, the detective who was a consultant for the DA's office, disagreed, noting that the second crime was interrupted. "Where does it otherwise end?" Mr. Ainsworth said. "We know where Jonbenet ended, but we don't know where this other one would have ended," which is another good point. Mr. Ramsey agreed. "Well, the second guy wasn't done when he was surprised in the act," Mr. Ramsey said. Lou Smith, a veteran Colorado Springs homicide detective who came out of retirement to work on the Ramsey case for about 18 months, was one of the few investigators who agreed to be quoted about the second case. He said he firmly believes an intruder killed Jonbenet. "The person who assaulted the second girl was a high-risk criminal," he said. "From my experience, there are many instances of high-risk crimes being committed. It's not that uncommon. Some criminals seem to get great pleasure out of these high-risk situations. I believe this is the type of individual who killed Jonbenet." All right, so the last point here I wanted to go over is Lou Smith, who some believe was paid off by the Ramseys. So Lou Smith worked on the case until his death in 2010. He kept a spreadsheet of all suspects in the case, which is estimated to contain between 50 and 60 persons of interest. His daughter explained on The Killing of Jonbenet, Truth Uncovered, Lou was working this case up until the day he died. He was very concerned that it was going to die with him. He started doing a lot of the investigation on his own, but his frustration there was that he had absolutely no investigative powers at all. So we're going to get into even more mind-shocking territory here. So there were over 100 burglaries in the area in the weeks and months before Jonbenet's death. The community also has a high concentration of sex offenders. There were 38 registered sex offenders within 2 miles of the family's house at the time of the murder. That's pretty scary. Some people counter that that's most areas, but we're talking specifically this area. So, of course, retired Colorado detective Lou Smith, one of the Ramsey's case's original investigators, held tightly to his theory that an intruder could have entered Ramsey's home through a window in the cellar, something that Boulder Police Department claimed was impossible before eventually revisiting once the case was reopened in 2009. Smith's 2001 re-examinations of evidence drive the film in favor of the defense, even after the longtime investigator's death in 2010. This is from the Rolling Stone article, TV recaps Killing of Jonbenet, The Truth Uncovered. Still, the previously archived footage of Smith gingerly entering the basement window himself is one of the special's most compelling moments. Smith explains how he was first inspired to take the intruder through the window theory into his own hands once he discovered a smudge on the wall in a photograph of the crime scene. The mark looked to him as though someone could have scuffed the wall, shimmying through the vertical window, which was found open at the crime scene. There also appeared to be finger marks on the glass and an unidentified footprint on the suitcase that stood below it, a suitcase which Smith believed was part of the intruder's plan to sneak her body out of the house. It was later discovered that foliage had grown around the metal grill that blocked the entrance to the window, meaning that the grate had most likely been moved at some point. So here's an article summing up Smith's theory. This is from the Denver Post, March 13th, 2000. Ex-cop Jonbenet killed by intruder. Private investigator Lou Smith, who's the ex-cop. Okay. Carpet fibers on a baseball bat and leaves and packing peanuts found near Jonbenet Ramsey's body helped convince veteran detective Lou Smith that an intruder killed the little girl. Smith said Sunday that a small piece of foam packing material found in the wine cellar near Jonbenet Ramsey's body was likely dragged in by an intruder who got into the home through a basement window. When Boulder Police Department photographed the window after the little girl's body was found December 26, 96, it was all the way open, Smith said. The 64-year-old homicide detective is officially retired, but he said he works almost every day on finding Jonbenet's killer. My goal is to find the killer, Smith said from his home in Colorado Springs. I believe that a very dangerous person is out there and more effort should be directed at catching him. Smith first revealed the popcorn packaging evidence to Newsweek reporter Dan Glick. Photos supplied by Smith will accompany a Newsweek story due out today. Smith said the death of Newsweek reporter Sherry Keene Osborne a few months ago from lupus prompted the release of evidence he says backs the intruder theory. He said Keene Osborne had operated on the presumption that the Ramseys are innocent. Smith also told Newsweek that DNA found under Jonbenet's fingernails is male, but doesn't match DNA samples taken from John Ramsey. And he said he discovered a wood splinter, apparently from the paintbrush handle used to make the garrote found around Jonbenet's neck on the carpet just outside the room where she was found. Police found fibers from the same carpet on a baseball bat discovered in bushes outside the family's Boulder home. Smith told Newsweek he believes the intruder used the baseball bat to beat Jonbenet. The longtime detective also believes Jonbenet was strangled before she was hit with the bat. Although a coroner's investigation did not determine whether a skull fracture or strangulation killed Jonbenet, Smith told Newsweek that lack of bleeding from the head wound indicates she was near death from strangulation before she was hit. Smith said there's strong evidence to indicate that Jonbenet struggled with her attacker and strong evidence indicating she was killed in the wine cellar. He said the ligature marks on Jonbenet and two very distinctive marks from a stun gun, one on her face and one on her back, were red, indicated that the injuries happened before the blow to the head. That blow to the head would have been so massive it's unlikely she would have been able to struggle, Smith said. Boulder DA Alex Hunter invited Smith to help with the investigation in March 1997, 3 months after the killing. But Smith left the Boulder DA's office in September 98 because he felt the investigation was too heavily focused on John and Patsy Ramsey. Smith maintains an intruder killed the little beauty queen. Smith testified before a grand jury that investigated Jonbenet's death, and his testimony is widely rumored to have been a major factor in persuading jurors not to indict John or Patsy Ramsey. The grand jury proceedings ended October 13th, 1999, after 13 months. No indictments were issued. Boulder officials maintain that the investigation continues. However, DA Alex Hunter last week announced he will not seek an 8th term in office, raising questions about the future of the investigation. Smith's revelations come as John and Patsy Ramsey embark on a media tour to promote their book, The Death of Innocence, which is due to go on sale Friday. The Ramseys, who have consistently maintained they had nothing to do with Jonbenet's death, will appear in a handful of TV interviews this week. The couple, who now live in Atlanta with their son Burke, have pledged that proceeds from the book will help pay their legal bills and benefit a foundation established in their daughter's memory. So that gives us a little bit of backstory on Lou Smith's involvement. And I don't know if we've talked about the footprint on the case, on the Samsonite suitcase placed below a broken window in the basement. So I guess some people believe that John Ramsey fabricated that to make it look like an intruder. I haven't really heard too many people discuss this particular footprint. This is another article from the Denver Post. March 14th. Actually does not give the year here. 2000, probably March 14th, 2000. Ramsey killer may have left print on case by Aaron Emery and Karen Ogg. Jonbenet Ramsey's killer may have left a footprint on a Samsonite suitcase placed below a broken basement window in the Ramsey's Boulder home, the Denver Post has learned. The faint markings on the suitcase, possibly a footprint, bolsters retired homicide detective Lou Smith's theory that an intruder killed the 6-year-old beauty queen. The suitcase is in a peculiar position, said Bob Russell, a former DA who represents Smith and has reviewed evidence in the Ramsey case. It's not the normal position. It's perpendicular to the window. It's right below the window, like you put it there to step on. After years of silence, Smith has decided to go public with much of the evidence he believes points away from the Ramseys, the focus of the police investigation. His revelations coincide with the publication of the Ramseys' book, Death of Innocence, which will be released Friday. Boulder DA Alex Hunter and Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner both said Monday that Smith doesn't have new information. There is absolutely nothing new that we weren't aware of and that hasn't been thoroughly investigated, Beckner said. Smith's assertion that police didn't pursue leads that might have led to other suspects is simply false, Beckner said. And if it wasn't false, what would Beckner say? Michael Caine, the prosecutor who led the grand jury investigation, also pointed out that a lot of information has developed since Lou Smith left the case almost 18 months ago. 3 months after Jonbenet Ramsey was found beaten and strangled in her parents' basement, December 26, 1996, Hunter asked Smith to come out of retirement and help with the investigation. But in September 1998, Smith quit, convinced the Ramseys didn't kill their daughter and that investigators were ignoring evidence pointing away from the couple. Since then, Smith has quietly carried on his own investigation and has enlisted the help of Russell and other Colorado Springs attorney Greg Walta. Russell served as a DA from 65 to 85 in El Paso and Teller counties, and Walta served as former head of the Colorado Public Defender's Office from 78 to 82. One of the first things Russell and Walta did for Smith, age 64, was iron out a legal agreement with Hunter's office. The agreement, reached March 30th, 1999, allows Smith to talk about the case if no one was charged by October 1st, 1999. That's weird. So were they anticipating someone would be charged by October 1st, 1999? Interesting. He chose not to make any statements while the grand jury was in session and has only recently started elaborating on the intruder theory with the media. I made sure that nobody can come after him legally because there was an effort to shut him up, Russell said. He's not doing this for money. He's not writing a book. This is altruism on his part. We've given legal approval that he can start talking. On Sunday, Smith told the Denver Post that a small piece of foam packing material found near Jonbenet's body was likely dragged in by the killer, who got into the home through the basement window. When Boulder police photographed the basement window after Jonbenet's body was found, the window was all the way open, Smith said. He also said it appears marks on her face and back were made by a stun gun. Police have discounted the stun gun theory, but Arapahoe County Coroner Michael Doberson now believes Smith may be right. This isn't rocket science, Doberson said. If it waddles like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. he recently reviewed enlarged autopsy photographs shown to him by Smith and Newsweek magazine and says the marks are consistent with a particular kind of stun gun. Kane, who led the grand jury investigation, said, "We've exhaustively looked into the stun gun theory. Doberson backs Smith's theory that the little girl was strangled before she was beaten because there was little blood around the skull fracture. He theorizes Jonbenet was dead or close to death when she was struck in the head." Smith told Newsweek that DNA found under Jonbenet's fingernails is male but doesn't match the DNA samples taken from her father. Strangulation occurred before Jonbenet was struck in the head with a baseball bat, Smith said, contrary to the police theory. And then, of course, some people think she was struck in the head with a flashlight, or something else. So, again, these are just theories. But he also told Newsweek he discovered a wood splinter, apparently from the paintbrush handle used to make the garrote around Jonbenet's neck, on the carpet just outside the room where she was found. Police found fibers from the same carpet on a baseball bat discovered in bushes outside the family's Boulder home. Russell said he initially doubted Smith's theory that an intruder killed Jonbenet, but after reviewing the case, he concurs. Russell, who tried numerous homicide cases with Smith while he worked as a detective for the Colorado Springs Police Department, said there's too much unexplained evidence in the house. "In my experience, which is considerable, I've never seen or heard of a parent garroting their child. The blow to the head is not pure accident, it was too strong," said Russell. I don't know how he would know that, but there's all kinds of different evidence pointing to an intruder, Russell said. Someone else did this, and it really makes me mad that they weren't looking for someone else besides the Ramseys. They should have been looking at the Ramseys, but they should have considered other people too. Walter said Smith is a relentless detective who was absolutely the most detailed I've ever come up against. And even more important, he's a man of absolute integrity. Never has he ever played with evidence or twisted it, Walter said. That even if evidence was helpful for the defendant, he never tried to hide it or alter the facts. Lou is absolutely trustworthy. You could go to the bank with his word, Walter said. Okay, but here's the thing. Was Lou Smith hired by the Ramseys? Was he paid to put forth a certain theory? Was he truly impartial? So several sources state that Smith worked for or was hired by the Ramseys. No one disputes Smith was hired by the DA initially, but according to multiple sources and a judge, he was also hired by the Ramseys, because apparently there are some people who are stating that he was never hired directly by the Ramseys and he was 100% impartial. So several articles here state that he was hired by the Ramseys from different sources. So from the Daily Camera, October 26th, 2016, federal judge dismisses lawsuit against the Ramseys. This article states, former police detective hired by the Ramseys, Lou Smith, had considerable experience and gathered abundant evidence in support of the intruder theory. Smith said he was working with Keenan, could not comment. Okay, Denver Post, August 12th, 2010. Detective who defended Ramseys dies in Colorado. He became known nationally when he was coaxed out of retirement to help investigate the 1996 death of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey, who was found beaten and strangled in the basement of her parents' Boulder home December 26, 96. Smith later resigned because he believed authorities were wrongly focused on the parents, John and Patsy. Smith said unidentified DNA under Jonbenet's fingernails and on her underpants pointed to an intruder as the culprit, not her parents. He later worked for the Ramseys. From Buffalo News, May 27th, 2003, San Agustin said he learned about the case from Lou Smith, a retired El Paso sheriff's detective who has worked for the Ramseys. And then, of course, even the Wikipedia states Smith later worked for the Ramseys in helping establish their innocence. So this is a judge and multiple other sources corroborating Smith was hired by the Ramseys. So now that we have addressed the Lou Smith issues, it seems like he did work for the DA. He thought they were wrongly focusing on the Ramseys, but he also worked directly for the Ramseys. I don't know in what universe you can say that doesn't involve some kind of transaction. I mean, even if they were only paying research fees or whatever, travel fees, work fees, even if they weren't paying him directly, just to investigate. They were just compensating him. I don't know. I don't know what worked for the Ramseys means from all these different sources, if it can mean something other than working for them. But is there... So let's look at the evidence outside of Lou Smith again. So John Ramsey initially said, and the housekeeper also said, it had to be an inside job. So here's another mind shock. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. So that fall in 1996, a man broke into the Ramseys' Michigan home. Of all the... So that home has 9 bedrooms. Anyone want to take a guess which bedroom he chose to sleep in out of the 9? You guys probably guessed it. Jonbenet's room is the room that he wanted to sleep in. The housekeeper found a small suitcase and a pair of cowboy boots sitting by the dresser. Men's clothing neatly packed. So the plot is going to thicken even further. I mean, here's a crazy, crazy mind shock. There were several encounters in Michigan with a man who supposedly had a grudge against John Ramsey. So here's a description from a guy at a gas station. Well-dressed bum, other times dressed nicer. Guy was older than college age, mid-30s, carried a lot of cash. He had a strange nose, like it had been broke in the past. He had longer hair, shoulder length, talked about ice skating. Said he had unfinished business in Colorado. This incident occurred end of September, early October. There was another incident. A man ran from the bushes by their Michigan home and was approached a handicapped driver and needed a ride to the airport. So is there someone stalking the Ramseys primarily in Michigan, but if he's a stalker and he knows the family, he knows John Ramsey, he would also know of their Boulder home. Or if he didn't previously, he might learn of it. So this is really, really bizarre. So this is in Charlevoix, Michigan. What's kind of weird, though, is this intruder, he left behind a suitcase and cowboy boots. That's kind of weird. So this incident was reported to Boulder police in January 97, but supposedly they didn't report it earlier. That's kind of weird. So January 5th, 97, Boulder PD issued search warrant for Charlevoix house on suspected breaking and entering. So in fall of 96, Laura Steeb went to the house and found it open. She found a very neatly packed suitcase at the foot of Jonbenet's bed, cowboy boots sitting behind the suitcase. She reported Jonbenet's bed had obviously been slept in. No other sign of anyone in the house. Boulder Police Department never sealed the bedroom or took evidence. So they didn't take any DNA evidence. They didn't take any kind of fingerprints or anything from that room. That's really bizarre. The housekeeper had gone to the house at the request of Patsy to check a wine stain on the carpet. There was a charity function at the house the previous weekend. No forced entry. So they supposedly Boulder Police Department came to the house 3 times, never once dusted for fingerprints in Jonbenet's room. So the bedding wasn't bagged. The housekeeper thought the police did it. Really bizarre. Really bizarre. So there was a January search of the Ramseys' Michigan vacation home. And so this was Rocky Mountain News. Cops sought clues to threats, November 7th, 97. Police investigating the Jonbenet Ramsey murder case searched the family's Michigan vacation home in early January to look for evidence of break-ins or threats against the family. The affidavit and search warrant released Thursday by District Judge Richard May allowed police to search the white Victorian-style home in the resort town of Charlevoix for answering machine tapes, caller ID devices, and documents that contained threats against any of the Ramseys. They found nothing, and they took nothing out of the house, Rachel Zimmer Rochelle Zimmer, spokeswoman for the family, said. That's weird, though. So if there was a break-in and someone slept in her bed and they didn't check anything, it's just really weird. The accompanying affidavit signed by Harmer said, quote, there may be evidence that the Charlevoix home may have been watched by the perpetrators, who may have called or sent letters there to monitor the comings and goings of the Ramsey family, end quote. Harmer said she also believed, quote, the security of the Charlevoix home may have been compromised by the perpetrators, end quote. She did not elaborate. Quite bizarre. A judge signed yet another warrant December 26th for a still publicly undisclosed property in Boulder County. That warrant will remain sealed unless an arrest is made in the murder. So apparently there was another property search that we don't know about and we won't know about. Yeah, this is all quite rough. And there are just serious questions about the Boulder police investigation, particularly in relating to the Charlevoix incident and relating to many other things as well. So John Ramsey, I guess he could be lying, but in the August 2000 John Ramsey Atlanta interview, CBS 48 Hours, he stated, we had an incident of someone sleeping in Jonbenet's bed while we were gone. We had the incident of someone running down the hill saying they were going to get even with me and harm my daughter. I don't know if there's anything there or not, but I think it's foolish not to look at that. So it would be interesting to see that corroborated. I'm assuming there must have been other witnesses there because I don't think that's the only reference to that. So there were 3 incidents in Charlevoix. So the guy at the gas station, as described, well-dressed bum, other times dressed nicer, older than college age, mid-30s, carried a lot of cash. So the housekeeper, there were 2 housekeepers. The second housekeeper said she had never seen the suitcase before at the house. Male house guests usually stayed in the boys' bunk room or in the guest bedroom downstairs, so they wouldn't be sleeping in any of the kids' rooms or the master bedroom. She also said another housekeeper who helped that summer, there was another housekeeper who helped that summer, but she has never been contacted. She has since moved away from the area. Uh-oh. Charlevoix is a resort area. Most everything is within walking distance. I think the guy fleeing had to make a quick getaway and may have been startled. Even though the house faces Belvedere, it is normally entered off of Hurlbut through the garage or the front door, which is at the side of the house. He could have been hanging out at the bottom of the hill just casing the place. There are bushes and it would be easy to do so. The tabloids did it, so it can be done. Huh. Because the Ramseys were there for Labor Day, then they left. The housekeepers went in and cleaned. The house was used for a private party. The Ramseys were not in attendance. Close friends were the host and hostess in mid-September. After the party, Patsy called the housekeeper to go check a wine stain, so I'm guessing they informed them that the party was fine. There was just one stain or something. John's brother was due to arrive the following weekend. And apparently the housekeepers were never contacted by Boulder police. They had some kind of questionnaires, returned the questionnaires. The Boulder Police Department did come to Charlevoix, but did not contact the housekeepers. Really weird. The information about the suitcase and the cowboy boots was not made public until it came out in the book Death of Innocence. So in the late fall of 96, there was a man hanging out at the local Shell station going on about Colorado. Brought up John's name, talked about skating, wore a long coat, well-groomed, did not drive, had lots of cash. Wheelchair guy driver tried to contact Ramsey family after Jonbenet's death in regards to a person he picked up fleeing out their front yard who wanted a ride to the airport. The husband of one of the house cleaners worked at the Shell station, reported this to Ramsey investigators in February 1997. Very interesting. Could this possibly be related? I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's possible. I mean, this guy's tied to Lockheed Martin, big business guy. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he had one or more rivals that might have wanted to harm him. They might have had nothing to do with Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, though. But either way, it's curious. This is weird. So someone posted this on a message board. The guy at the gas station would not have known the cashier was the husband of one of the housekeepers. It was not known really, as it was a temp job. He did do a sketch with the original Ramsey investigators in the spring of 1997, but no one knows where it is, probably in one of the many boxes shipped to Linwood. Ramseys have never seen it. I'm not sure how this person knows this. Boulder Police Department came to the house 3 times, I believe, and never once dusted Jonbenet's room here, even after they knew about the cowboy guy. Never took the bedding, did not seal room. Another close friend and I were the ones who got the house ready for Ramsey June arrival, not the housekeepers in 97, and I should have bagged the bedding. I didn't, as I thought police knew what they were doing. I wish I had. So this is either one of the housekeeper's friends or someone who's responsible for keeping the house, allegedly. Wheelchair guy is pretty much incapacitated now. No one, to my knowledge, has ever questioned him thoroughly. He lives near me somewhere, but I have been told he isn't doing well. Wow. Okay, so nothing was followed up on or investigated. So Boulder Police Department are allegedly investigating possible leads about someone who might have wanted to harm the family or something. And they don't investigate any of this? I mean, how can you rule it out if you don't investigate it? It's very bizarre. There are also questions about the phone bill at the Charlevoix house. Apparently, Patsy said that there were irregular or weird calls on the bill that were never explained. I don't know how much that has been looked into. Other people here, apparently with connections to friends' family in the area, said there was a hidden key outside of the house. So if someone knew about that, and there was no alarm system at the house until after Jonbenet's death. So, a lot of unanswered questions in Charlevoix and in their Michigan house in Charlevoix. It's really bizarre. So, this is definitely a bungled investigation no matter how you look at it. I mean, from every angle, whether there's enough evidence of an intruder or a burglar versus the parent. I mean, there's things that don't add up every which way. So hopefully you guys enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock podcast in the Jonbenet Ramsey series. Plenty more to come, plenty more to explore in typical mind-shocking, comprehensive, exhaustive fashion, looking at every single avenue and theory, upturning every stone like no other podcast does. This is Mindshock. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button. Share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. And if you're not getting notifications, you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock and manually peruse our ever-expanding library of podcasts in true crime cases, conspiratorial topics, and the paranormal. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.